Doubtfire, dear. I specialize in the education and entertainment of 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 entertainment. Candy and the sun. Could you make me a woman? Showtime. I know you're used to Lucy, but I run daggers for you, daggers for you. I know you're used to Lucy, but I run. Go pump, pump, pump some neurons. I know you're used to Lucy. Dinner, dinner, dinner. Such a sham. It tastes good. Such a sham. I know you're used to Lucy, but I run. Surprise. Hip hop, bebop. Dance till you drop. Hip hop, bebop. Doesn't mean that they don't love hip hop, bebop. Drop hip hop, bebop. Just a little bit of nicotine. The sun. Just a little bit of nicotine. Cream in your sugar now. A little bit of nicotine. Doesn't mean that they don't love you. Should've never had a birthday, Dad. Should've never had a birthday, Dad. Should've never had a birthday, Dad. I know you're used to Lucy, but I run daggers for you. When I'm in charge, daggers for you. I know you're used to Lucy, but I run. Go pump, pump, pump some neurons. I know you're used to Lucy, but I run. Such a sham, such a sham. I know you're used to Lucy, but I run. Should've never had a birthday, Dad. Hip hop, bebop. Dance till you drop. Hip hop, bebop. Doesn't mean that they don't love hip hop, bebop. Bop, bop, bop. Dance.
All right, everybody. I lost my sunglasses. It's so bright in here. Nice to see everybody tonight. Welcome to your Monday morning, Sunday night. It was such Dullsville out there. I had to stir up some controversy. So let me see. Let me take a look at the chat of Ruski here and see who has joined us tonight. See, live, love, laugh, toast, or bath. Hello, hello. Welcome in. Yep, we're at midnight. It is crossed over into the next day. I got some free memberships I'm going to be giving away. We got a lot of cool stuff to look at, I think. I'm told. So let's get right to her. I'm on my bated breath when I run anything on full screen. You can see it was skipping there. We'll close that. You see I don't have too many windows open tonight, so it shouldn't be such a bloodbath for everything. Pedro, what's up, man? How you doing? Scully, I don't know what you're saying with those crazy copy pastes that you put in there, but that's cool, man. What? The sound is moot? The sound is moot? Nope, the sound's on. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Anyway, alright, well, we played the Lucy part. Lucy's probably happy that it's not in there. Why are these not... Hold on. That's weird. The Lana's thing went off the page. Okay. But we'll find it here. No problem. I'm going to start out with that. And I call it the Fall of Cyree here. And from one of his early dealings when he was a detective in Arizona. I don't know how many of you missed it, but it was pretty interesting there. Okay, cool. Let's see here. What text from my brother? I don't know. He texted me back. I don't see. Okay. Anyway, we're going. Welcome in, everybody, to The Purge. Hello, Amanda Panda. How you doing? Raw Oyster. Yes, sir. All right, we're doing it. And let's see which one it was there. I think it's this one here. And we'll get right to it. Hopefully you guys can hear. Let me know if there's any trouble with the volume here.
I'm 52, and men in their 20s keep checking me out. Here's what I did to look
Ooh,
15
okay,
years younger.
We got thumbs up on the audio there.
Cleaning, you're making a...
So check out what Lana had early on. Wait, okay. I'm not going to spend too long on Lana, but we're going to pit Lana against Julez. That seems to be the case. And let's see what's going on.
Expert in this case for Brian Kohlberger. The things that I saw being talked about in this interview, you cannot find in Cyree's report. Some of the stuff. And it's very interesting.
And these gag orders are kind of cloaking devices to keep people from actually being responsible for their so-called expert witness testimony. So there's not a lot of opportunities I get to speak to an expert, to somebody who's actually seen the data that is related to my daughter's death. And I don't take that lightly. And Cyree has daughters as well as I do. And I think his heart's in the right place. And I wanted to reach out and find out, like, these questions that I have that even the defense and the prosecutor, nobody wants to help me with. So if he's willing to, like, tell me, hey.
Would have thought the attack of Twiz. We come so soon. What's up, Twiz? How you doing, buddy? The thing about it is, here, let's just listen in. I'll let the experts do the talking here.
I wrote Steve and I said, you should talk to Cyree if you can, once this was all over, and there was like this, plea deal. I said, Cyree has daughters just like you. I said, I think you and Cyree are way more alike than you could possibly imagine. And because it was for the WSU lawsuit, also from like...
Okay, I guess we're going to have to address this early with Twiz. Twiz, you had us all believing that Cyree said that Kohlberger was in Lewiston at the time of the crime for 2 years now, almost. So, I don't know where all this is coming from that you predicted all this, but explain yourself, sir.
Like a father-to-father type thing. But me saying this, I'm also not in an NDA. I'm also not an expert in my ethical duties and bounds and what I can and can't do, what I should and shouldn't do.
No, I'm not making shit up. You literally said that Cyree told you that PK was in Lewiston, bro. Need I put the wavy eyes in the chat, bro? Come on, man. Where's this coming from?
How can you have cell tower dumps, the whole tower dump, and then his phone turns on at 4:48? How is that not? How do we not have timing records in there? How do we not have that? That's my main question for him.
Cy?
Yeah, and I think there's a couple things to look at with that question.
I have it here on the Purge, dude. Just right now, we're doing this. It's not the Twitch show tonight, so we're gonna worry about this. You're literally saying that like 10 of us are imagining that you said that, when I'm sure that it's in some chat somewhere. Right now, I don't have the time to dig and find it. I want to get through this, bro. So if you be patient, we'll work it out. We'll work it out. Figure it out.
Question number one, when his phone turns back on, there's no doubt the route that he took. There is no doubt the connections to the towers. I've been very concerned from the get-go of why we're not seeing that data. The map that's on the screen right now is a perfect example. That was a map that was used in all of the search warrants. Essentially, you will find that map right there repeating throughout every search warrant. It's wrong.
It's wrong. That map is wrong. Period. That map is wrong. We've known this. We've known that map is wrong. That map is wrong.
And it's wrong in a number of disturbing ways. And when you actually take the data that's out there and you map it, I can tell you, Steve, there's no doubt where that device is when it turns back on. And it's not Thorny Creek Road. It's south of there. It's still on 95. It's still southbound. It does eventually pull off and it travels east and then west, and then kind of back up to the north to come back into WSU. But we're talking 25-meter radius GPS pings, and they perfectly align with the roadway. When you measure the distances between them, the speeds are 100% appropriate. You can see the vehicle come to like a three-way intersection and it turns left, and the next one it turns right. It is turn by turn. There's absolutely no doubt. I've been saying from day one, they need to map all the data. They need to go get the data. They need to map the data. And I reserve the right to change my opinion until all of that data is put forth.
Klondike hits you
Right
with
there.
brutal cold.
They need to go
survive,
map all the
Build
data.
a warm camp and
He
hold out
reserves
until
the
the
right
first thaw.
to
That's
give his judgment when all the data is in.
what he said in May. Okay. In May of 2024, in his testimony. Prior to May of 2024, at the end of 2023, before they tore down the house, Cyray was out there and he took the devices that you take out there and he was doing drive tests, okay, back then, before he ever testified. And when he testified in May, he said that they didn't map all the data. We're missing some stuff. This can't be possibly right. They were also talking about the timing advanced. And the big, pony here, the show was we didn't get the timing advance for Brian Koberger. Okay. Well, this has actually nothing to do with the main part about it, which was everything before the phone shut off, which allowed you to get probable cause in this case to continue on by saying that a white Elantra, or what appears to be a white Elantra, is moving in concert with a phone that's traveling on a path to go into Moscow to kill people. That material. So see how they start here? He's like, I want to talk about 448.
Get back in the car, Twist.
There's no talks about let's talk about 242
Carry on
to 254.
2 weeks.
Now, maybe there
Welcome
were, and this
to
is just the clip
Operation
they're
Keep
showing
Yourself. Good to
from
see
this 13 minutes. But I've claimed that
you.
the reason that you'd want to suppress this information, and the reason it should have been suppressed, and it would have been suppressed, is because anything that came from the phone records are going to be tossed. So the jury would never hear that his phone came on at 448 because you couldn't use it. Because to me, that's the most damning of the phone. Because what's it doing over there? So the jury would never hear that. to even be allowed to, create this, what do I want to say? The circumstances to even be able to put it in the jury's mind about his phone peeing in a different location than where he normally is when it's at, at 3:30 in the morning, or 4:30 in the morning, or 2. But I thought Cyree said that he's a sporadic driver and he drives all over, and he does shut off his phone. He'll then turn it back on.
Literally said that.
And, he's all over the areas. So then it's like, he could be doing that. You know what I mean? But here they start the conversation at 4:48.
I think it tells a story. And I don't know how an expert prompts both the investigative side and the defense side of, hey, these are bottom line basic steps that need to be taken. If that was done, what would be found is the very next day, he mirrors that exact same route. He starts off in Pullman, he comes into Moscow, he drives down 95, he pulls onto the dirt road. He's in the exact same area that he drove the night before after immediately committing these crimes.
None of this is in his report. None of this is in his report. First of all, when he shuts off his phone, like, I don't understand. You go through this and, yep, that's not on there. What he just said right there is not in his report. It's not in his report. So I respect Steve. I respect Cy.
Lucy has to make an
And the
entrance,
question that I would have for them here is, if you appreciate the fact that Steve, that Cy is standing by his work and his report, where is this in that report?
I mean, if it's not in there, it's not in there. This is becoming the defend Twiz's statements against Twiz show.
Where is what he is saying right here and now in the report?
Oh, I saw that Dago is moving. Congratulations to him. He's finally getting out of Sasquatch land. Yeah, she always makes an entrance. She likes to dramatically come in. That's all it is. Also, she can't be associated with that Miss Doubtfire video.
And then Cy, I think, is going to have to say, it's not in my report. And I did it all on my own. Wait, what do you mean you did this all on your own? And Taylor didn't ask you to do this?
You cannot,
so you
cannot sit here and try to make me believe that Cyree not only flew himself out to Lewiston and did his own report, as well as having flown himself out to be a expert for the event. Topsy-turvy here. And so, the fact that he's attacking Turi so blatantly in this, and the fact that he is literally stating things that seem impossible for him to actually know is wild, but the real gotcha is coming up.
So that's where I have a question. Like, I don't know. I've never been an expert witness, but this is how I would envision something. This is why they ask you these questions on the stand. So, for example, what material were you provided? Okay. And then from that material, so then I know what you used.
See you.
Okay.
Amanda, welcome in.
What did the defense hire you to do? Because in his report, it states, But what I noticed in Cyree's report, and I said this from the beginning, I noticed that Cyree never put down what he used to do his report. Like, if you go and look at Tom Slavinsky, if you go and look at all these, the DNA experts, all the different experts in this case, they list the material that they've used, that they relied upon. So, and it's usually right at the beginning of the report.
Ariana, if you don't mind, give me a start time and whatever on that roll video, because he's got a lot of gotchas on the copyright stuff, and I just don't want to lose the chat replay and all that stuff. So, if you don't mind, thank you.
So here, over the course of November 2023, I was granted access to evidence that was in the possession of the defense. The evidence I reviewed was mainly in reference to call detail records, not specific, mobile device forensic extracts, not specific, mobile device geolocation data, not specific, police reports, drive test, and FBI CAS report. Timelines? What timelines? Who created a timeline here? Surveillance video and financial records.
It'd be interesting
So
to see
was
it, man.
the timeline, did the defense create that? Or is that the prosecution timeline that Ann Taylor got from the prosecution because the police put that thing together? Okay? So, so that's how he states it in his report.
All right, to go with call detail records, we know that you need time in advance and that you need a drive test, was to put somebody in a living room with the lat launch. So yeah, we're gonna need more than just CDR.
We're like, for example, last night when I was going through stuff, Ruth Ballard, Barbara Wolf, they are listing Matt Nodell. They are listing every single piece of evidence that they received. Every single file folder. That's how it's being listed in their reports.
What is Hottie?
So in Sai's report, he's
That extra
listing
naughty?
categories. The category of call detail records, mobile device forensic extracts. Well, which ones? Then
Well, I mean, it's not the first time that he's lied, admitted. So, locked bore. Did he use that as well? What is explain locked bore? I'm unfamiliar.
And then
I'm
again,
not being sarcastic. I'm not familiar with locked bore. What it has to do with putting him in the living room several times. You really believe that he was in the living room more than once in that house, and nobody saw him? Nobody ever recognized him.
what was he
I
asked
mean, literally, you have to believe that to believe Sai, dude.
to do? Interpretation of drive test data and mapping supplied by the state. He's going to be testifying to the analysis of call detail records, geolocation data review and analysis, opinions regarding the FBI draft CAS report and final CAS report. That's it. So the scope of his direct examination and the material that he was provided and what he was asked to do, that's the scope of his testimony at trial.
I'm here in Narissa Tomei's kitchen.
His GPS was in at the house multiple times. Okay. So he didn't turn off his phone, I guess, those times. He just left his phone on, let the GPS record show what it shows. I'm still skeptical, bro.
So my question here is I love the fact that I would love to see Sai and Steve work together. Would love it. But my question though is it ethical? I've never seen something like this. If Sai has known, well, first of all, he's in an NDA, right? He was also probably provided client attorney privilege information, right? If he's consulting Ann Taylor with like how to go about trying the case, I don't know. And experts that I've talked to, they've been shocked that this is even occurring, but now I cannot
What is locked bar? Is that the locks of love or something like that?
even imagine what they're going to say now. And well,
It's like she's saying right now, he was provided with information by the defense. He did claim that he hasn't gotten all of the information to base his theory. He even claimed that in his book.
Cy Ray is talking with the Gonsalveses, even
Yeah,
after the
one
fact
long
that Cy Ray,
time,
when
good
he
to
just
see
did his interview with Custody Queens, talking about that Ann Taylor, that there's, you know, probably a plan in place, blah, blah, and that Brian, this is not the last of you've seen of this case, and blah, blah, blah. So I'm just curious.
Scientifical.
Here's
Scientisticals.
any defendant in the world. Let's just pick a defendant A. Okay. Can you imagine defendant A, his expert
Yeah,
witnesses?
it's literally become, I guess this live show would probably been called Lucy versus Twiz. The world versus Twiz. Twiz defended himself to what he said, what he didn't say, who knows.
Going out and, like, I mean, I don't know. Is this a conflict of interest? Is this okay? Is it, these are just my questions. I don't know.
I like burgers.
Again, don't get it twisted. And then, is this news to Brian Kohlberger? Is this news to, I had no idea that Cy Ray did any of this. I wasn't told about any of this. I wasn't provided any of this information. I'm just hearing about this for the first time on a news broadcast. So that's just my question that I have.
And after he goes to that area, he drives straight to the Snake River just after dusk, getting into the darkness about 8:30, 9 o'clock at night. And why?
Okay, he has his phone off. Brian Kohlberger has his phone off the next day. Brian Kohlberger's phone is off according to the state in the probable cause affidavit, okay, that they arrested this man with, and said that he shut his phone off between 5 and 8:30.
Okay, before we get too carried away with all the fun and good times and laughs about CDRs and dads, my mom is in the hospital right now. She's 95. She had a kidney stone. They're trying to help it pass. Hopefully that goes smoothly. I've had them before. They're awful. So I appreciate any prayers you guys can send out for my mom right now. Thank you so much. Here we go back to it.
Would somebody be driving to the Snake River? He's in the exact same area that he drove the night before after immediately committing these crimes. And after he goes to that area, he drives straight to the Snake River just after dusk, getting into the darkness about 8:30, 9 o'clock at night. And why would somebody be driving to the Snake?
Okay, in November, it gets dark at, like, in Idaho. It gets dark because daylight savings just had happened. So it wouldn't be dusk. It's getting dark at like 6. Look at the body worn camera. 5,
Sony
6.
Welcome in. Thank you so much.
Okay. What he's saying here is not accurate about the driving in when it's getting dark. It gets dark in Idaho. I've been there during that time of year. Also, we can just watch the body cam. And it starts getting, it's pitch black at 6.
I guess we could probably watch this in Braves. I just enjoy my
one of the most
commercials
relaxing
so
and comforting
much
games of
that
2026.
it
There's no pressure, and it's super easy to play.
And back to it here. Thank you for waiting. Appreciate you being here, everybody. Hope you're having a great evening. Thank you.
Snake River on that path. It's concerning to me because we also see some activity that is indicative, in my opinion, of him looking at his navigation, specifically
Again, his opinion.
using his phone to get into a perfect area. The other thing is
Get into a perfect area. So then this map comes up, which is Kohlberger's possible path of travel is depicted below, not to scale.
think this is a couple days ago, Ariana. She's done quite a few lives since, actually.
Yeah, this is not in his report. This right here is not in Cyray's report.
Is it not rewinding
Is this a
again?
page
It was rewinding. I don't know
out
what
of
triggers the
the
rewinding.
states?
No, what's up? No. Charles Jr.
report? Because that's not public yet. Nick Balance, if this is from Nick Balance's report, that's not public.
And we all know where we could stick Nick Balance's report time and time again. Lies, 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 lies. Lies, 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 yeah. I'm just, oh my God. I'm so sick of the lies. Bubbly had a live, or a show today, and she's like, I don't know if Koberger stands a sliver of a chance in hell with the same people in Idaho unless they stop lying. And they're not going to stop lying. They're going to lie on top of lies. And the media supports them. They won't expose them for it. For fuck's sake, you know?
Pattern of life. We got 6 months worth of records on Mr. Koberger. It's very easy for us to see what his normal pattern looks like. This is a complete deviation from that normal pattern. And it stands out. It tells a story.
That's very compelling to hear.
To get into a perfect area. The other thing is pattern of life. We got 6 months worth of records on Mr. Koberger. It's very easy for us to see what his normal pattern looks like.
That's the thing. Okay, with the pattern of life thing, he literally stated in his, well, in the foreplay of the book anyway, that I read, that Koberger's pattern of life was to go for late night drive and to turn his phone off at the exact same time. I'm not making that up. I literally read, I remember what I read, and that was one of the things that I remember. Correct me if I'm wrong, please.
Complete deviation from that normal pattern.
Okay, now this is mind-blowing for me. Absolutely, I am mind-blown here. You want to know why? Because Brian Koberger's pattern of life, again, this Cyrie was not hired to do this, but in his previous interviews and in his report, he said Brian Koberger's pattern of life is sporadic driving at all hours, all days, different times, all the time, and he just drives around. He just drives around. And so I'm trying to, again, just wrap my head around, like, what's in this report. And then I'm trying to wrap my head around what he's saying. And then I'm trying to wrap my head around what Steve is saying, which is, I really respect Cyrie. At least he's standing by his report. And I'm like, well, this isn't in Cyrie's report. And Cyrie has come out and said something completely different.
Yeah, there's another thing. That's a good point, Jake. Is that now we're looking at some of the footage, and I'll play some of that. Gosh, who was it? One of the guys in my history. We'll find it. And it's showing all these people on the street at 3, 4 o'clock in the morning that they were trying to hide from us. And we know that they've also identified the car as stop talking about burgers. It's very distracting for these burgers. What's up, burger? Anyway, so I've had nothing but chicken breast for the last 2 days. It's good, but it's just burgers. I will go for burgers tomorrow with Rockford. Is that they are hiding a lot. They had a Nissan late model as the original car, and here Cyrie is trying to cite his car as definitely being the Elantra. Anyway.
And unless I am misunderstanding something, which I will totally take on. Okay. I listened to this multiple times before, right here and now.
But don't get me all hopped up on burgers.
I can go and clip and cut all the different things, and and put it out there in a video, you know, but that's not, I like to walk through my thought process how I see something so that there's no ambiguity.
And it stands out. It tells a story.
That's very compelling to hear. And look, it highlights what.
And the police never searched that area, or they did, and what'd they find?
I think Jason Jensen found a knife sheath in that area.
If this is,
I've caught a lot of people using the word Muppet. Somehow I'm in their live right when it happens. And yesterday I actually caught Pete, all to the air, whatever, from Myrtle Mill Mayhem. His guest Altier, Didario, the photographer guy, was like, well, a lot of very important events happened around 11/12, 11/13. There was the fall of the cryptocurrency, and there was the Moonstone Bank, and I was just like, I told you we're 6 months ahead here. You know, it's ridiculous. Thanks for that, JJ. And then, Master Nature was calling everybody Muppets. He's just throwing the word Muppets around, and I'm like, I came up with the word, fun fact, I came up with the word Muppets, or I came up with the term Muppets in December of 2024. And then he changed to inbred after that, for some reason. Anyway.
Pointed, then you're basically telling me you know where Brian Kober put the clothes and the murder weapon in the water?
It's like when the guy put the thoughts, what was that, not Whitcomb, but the other idiot, and put his thoughts of Brian Koberger's dad into reality. Whatever. Okay, I should switch.
I tried
you guys are right.
every type of ED medication.
Then Scully
Viagra or
would win.
sildenafil and Cialis or tadalafil. I know this works for some people,
Tadalafil,
but I did not get reliable results. 4 out of 10.
Overarching thing has been criticism of prosecutors in this case. Olivia, I want to throw it to you. I understand you have questions.
Please never let me say those words. Olivia, let me throw it to you. An absolute Muppet. Rudy Mignoni. Welcome in, sir. The absolute zero Muppet. Jeff and Twiz together again.
As well.
Yeah, absolutely. So the questions I came prepared for kind of moot compared to this one. So you're speaking of GPS data.
P.S. Olivia nails this interview in terms of
it's absolute Muppet also.
Asking the question and being clear and concise in what she wants to know. And I give her nothing but props. So love it, Olivia. If you ever get to see this, great job. Can't say enough.
Data, which I'll be honest, I really wasn't aware of. So when you speak turn by turn, is it fair to assume that data, you mentioned it went back 6 months, was used for the cast report, which did put the defendant at my sister's home on 23 previous occasions? Because I know a lot of pushback that happens is when it comes to this cell tower, they say there's only 2 in Moscow, it only narrows it down 10 miles. Can you kind of help to dispel some of the specificity that can happen with GPS data that was on his device?
Okay, so what she's asking for is about they were told on 23 prior occasions that are in Cyray's report because it's in Nick Balance's report, okay? So he takes each one of these times in his report that Nick Balance is talking about.
Does anybody know what a Hunga W is? Twiz wants to know. I can't answer, Twiz. I'm sorry.
You know,
she did do. If you guys didn't notice, Jake picked up on the wardrobe change at the cut at the end. Why they even left it in, I have no idea. But I think she had a wardrobe malfunction, so to speak, at the end here. Kind of crazy because it appears as though at some point she's just wearing a robe, and she flashed her little A- titty there.
There's 31 slides from July 8th, or
It's probably amazing they caught it because she probably has pepperoni nipples. I flashed my nipples on here. We know that I don't have pepperoni nipples. So it's not gonna...
I'm sorry. What's the date here? And I do want to also make a note that Cyray did say that he had, remember Dylan Mortensen? He had the victims and the surviving roommates' phones, but he couldn't, and Molly's, and Jack Showalter, and Ethan and all them, but he didn't have complete records of theirs. And so there was a handful of people that that were the victims, that he didn't even map. So just so we're clear, I want to walk that back.
I have to be honest, Double J. StreamYard actually one-upped us. She's like, I'm trying not to cuss because it's a Sunday. And then literally went into a tirade with the MFer and S word and this and that. So I was like, damn. She really stuck by her guns. Like literally right after, she's like, I'm trying not to cuss, it's a Sunday. MF for this, MF for that.
Back a little bit. Because pages, I think it starts on 7. Let me make sure there's nothing on 8. Yeah. So, page 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Those are where he's laying out the devices that he used the CDRs from. And a handful of those people, remember, he assigned each of the persons different colors, but a handful of the people he couldn't even map because...
Because I want to look up your hashtag, and I will in a minute. I'm not trying to discount you in any way, but this is kind of complicated. I want to stick with it just to make sure that we map right along with Lana here. So let's continue on. We'll do your locker thing.
He didn't have like complete sets, so he didn't do it. And that would be Bethany Funk, Ethan Chapin, Jack Decor. And what did he do with Molly?
So, yeah. He had her Nick Balance.
The location data associated with these files was not analyzed beyond identifying the type of data that was requested from Verizon. So Molly McMichael was not analyzed.
What are you putting up on the screen there, Skulls? I'm trying to make it through this. I know people like to listen to me ramble. And by the way, look, see? Not that many windows open. Not too many. Not too bad, right? Are you proud of me? Are you happy with me? So anyway, all right, let's continue on with this. If you have any links, I don't know, I pin it, but that really annoys Swiss. So here we go.
So then he does everything that Nick Balance puts out there as far as
the one where she says Christmas for Co-Burgers or for New Burgers or whatever it is. That's hilarious. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick smoke break here, guys. Let's listen on here, and for a minute I'm gonna be disappeared. Hopefully, last time I think I smoked right on screen. Oh, there it is. Okay. Because I click it twice. It's there.
It's like these 23 times. Cyray in his report
it's annoying.
Says
it really is true.
You can never put him at that house. Nobody could ever testify to that. And it's similar to what he says here, but he adds to it. And what he adds to it here, you can't find this anywhere in his report.
See?
Yeah, and I need to break that into two pieces. Number one, the 23 prior visits based on that cast report is 100% inaccurate. It would never hold up in court. Any expert in this field who reviewed that report would be able to show you incredible flaws. The problem, too, is it isn't just one or two. All 23 of those that are reported in the cast report are wrong. They're inaccurate. The times are off. It's just a really bad analysis. With that said, if the agency and the investigators actually dug into the records they have, not only is there evidence.
Okay. So, period. That's what his report showed. His report and Tom Slavinsky went through and just dismantled.
Yeah, good to see you. Welcome in.
What these 23
I'm sorry.
These 23 times. So everything he just says right there in his report, like, you're going to show them is like the FBI is like, wow, what are you doing? Now this is where we get to the holy shit moment. Ready? Here it is.
Brian Kober being actually dug into the records they have. Not only is there evidence of Brian Kober being in the area of that house, there's evidence of him being on the property. There's
what?
Right.
Ready? Back it all the way up. Cy Ray just basically said that, hey, if you didn't have idiots and you actually came and talked to someone like me, okay, and if the prosecution would have gotten me, I would have been able to show you all this type of all this type of shit. Okay? So again, now think about this.
Or it would be able to show you the prior visits based on that cast report is 100% inaccurate. It would never hold up in court. Any expert in this field who reviewed that report would be able to show you incredible flaws. The problem, too, is it isn't just one or two. All 23 of those that are reported in the cast report are wrong. They're inaccurate. The times are off. It's just a really bad analysis.
Okay, so, Cy, why would they do that? Why would they do that? Why would they do 23 wrong things, right? But here you're saying that if they would have just actually dug in, that this is what they would have found. Again, this is nowhere in his report right now.
With that said, if the agency and the investigators actually dug into the records they have, not only is there evidence of Brian Kober being in the area of that house, there's evidence of him being on the property. There's things that they could follow up on to confirm this. And in my report, and luckily it's just been released, I actually outlined follow-up that would be reasonable to assume an investigator would do to confirm the prior visits to the house, which I think are very critical. Pattern of life is everything in this case, seeing the planning phase and then leading up to the actual murder.
How did you hide yourself from me? How does he do that? Welcome in, Savage. Okay.
He was not. Okay, so I want to go look at this. The search warrant issued to AT&T for Mr. Kober's records included a request for the historical precision location information data. This data was provided by AT&T. As discussed earlier, the reliability and accuracy of this data can widely vary and should be used with caution. With that said, it appears Mr. Kober's device is using a map application, possibly navigation guidance at this time. As such, the historical precision location information is extremely accurate during this time period. Again, this is for him talking about like a possible route. In the event of competent investigator reviews the AT&T network connections, the historical precision location information, and the raw FBI drive test data all together in a holistic manner, the inaccuracies of the FBI's purported coverage maps is clear. This could be one reason the coverage maps for these critical cell sites were omitted from the report.
You're welcome.
And he's going through all of that. Okay. In his report, he says, essentially, investigators requested and received timing data for all of the cell records they requested with geolocation. There was one exception to this. Investigators requested but did not receive Mr. Kober's. It is inconceivable to this investigator that they would not use them and did not have them. He says that, but more importantly, the false timeline of events purported
Right there, Rudy Manui, my man. That is very well said. Very, very understated, but very well said. To hear Syred say that he was in the living room more than once, and he has proof of it, is absolutely insane. Okay, with the comings and goings of that property and the surrounding area, and the amount of traffic through that house alone, to think that he just waltzed in there, stood in the middle of it all creepily, is insane. It just makes me think that he's lying. He's lying.
In search warrant affidavits. For these reasons, Mr. Kohlberger's timing report was concealed, because the timing report would have shown that you never had probable cause. You lied. You made it all up. The exculpatory nature of this report cannot be overlooked. Mr. Kohlberger's AT&T records provide a significant detail as it relates to his geolocation's pattern of life. The state's investigation is completely void of these patterns. I can find no reference to Mr. Kohlberger's pattern of life in any report, despite demanding 6 months of AT&T records to establish such a pattern. The reason for this is clear to this investigator, as that pattern of life is tremendously exculpatory for Mr. Kohlberger. He's talking about pattern of life. In his report, he is saying that the AT&T records establish such a pattern, and that pattern of life is tremendously exculpatory to Mr. Kohlberger. That's on page 50 of his report.
That's another great point, William Tardy. We've heard all along that one of the people in the cast report reported in Seattle. Well, it turns out that they reported in New Orleans when they were in Seattle, which I don't even know what he was doing in Seattle, if that's even correct. I question that, but because I believe Seattle's quite a bit far away from Pullman, isn't that right, Twiz? I'm from what I gather. Anyway, it's showing that he was in New Orleans. It would have taken him, tons of time to get there. It doesn't seem right. Uncle Ted, good to see you. Right, Uncle Ted, great point. Thank you.
Investigators relied heavily on an inaccurate analysis to establish probable cause in nearly every search warrant affidavit issued to secure evidence against Mr. Kohlberger.
I wonder, I don't know if it's as much blackmail, Ariana, as just, I can only figure just pressure, I guess you'd call it the same thing, but against his business, who he relies on for his business, for his classes, for his seminars, for the things that he does, and his relations. And it just feels like backpedaling to me.
These inaccuracies are so extreme, they are beyond accidental oversight. It is my opinion, investigators in this investigation intentionally omitted critical findings, repeatedly and intentionally misled the court, and concealed the exculpatory evidence. As a subject matter expert in this field, who has testified over 100 times as a state witness.
So I hope you're glad you're watching this again, Twiz, because this is what he's saying that they did. And now he's on team hide exculpatory evidence. It's mind-blowing that you can support him. Hopefully you haven't seen the part that's coming up. That's the best part. Stay tuned, guys. Here we go for the rest of this.
On behalf of the prosecution, I have never seen such deviation from established standards and best practices by a subject matter expert as what is seen by Special Agent Nick Balance's final cast report. There is substantial justification to believe that the errors noted in this report are intentional and a complete manipulation of data to support false statements needed to establish probable cause to obtain search warrants against Mr. Kohlberger.
I mean, what's mind-blowing is that you're supporting this after he switched teams onto this side where they were intentionally hiding info. Twist, that's the only thing I can't understand about your stance. It really is.
It is justified to believe critical exculpatory evidence has been concealed by investigators. This
is out of Cyray's mouth, out of his pen, dude. Out of his own typewriter drawer. This is his own opinion of the case. He did switch teams, dude. He was an expert witness for the defense.
Include Mr. Kohlberger's AT&T timing data and other data that would be sought as a standard operating procedure, yet
Make me rage quit.
somehow was overlooked in this investigation. The absence of this data is an investigation of this nature with the resources available to investigators is beyond unusual. It is simply inconceivable. Period. End of report. Now, what basically Cyray is saying is...
Okay, he's never declared his innocence, but he did tear apart the prosecution for their misinformation and called out their lies. That's all. I'm not picking on Twiz, Lucy.
I was hired to do a job, and I did it. And I stand by my report because everything that I'm saying is absolutely 100% true. Okay? The thing that I have an issue with is all of this was to develop probable cause in the beginning, okay? And so you never had it, you lied to get it, right? But his pattern of driving is what you say is he routinely drives in random locations late at night and early in the morning. He is constantly cycling the power on his phone for different periods of time. His daily geolocation patterns are chaotic. Random travel patterns are normal. That is in your report, and that is page 50, number 3. Mr. Kohlberger's AT&T records provided significant details.
Here's where I have trouble gripping with you, Twiz, is that, okay, so beyond what he was given, beyond the conclusion that he came to, he went even further and mapped it out further. I have my doubts. As
it relates to the geolocation pattern of life. A, B, and C. He routinely drives in random locations late at night and early in the morning. B, he is constantly cycling the power on his phone for different periods of time. And C, his daily geolocation patterns are chaotic. Random travel patterns are normal. And then he's going to talk about this specific day out of 6 months. He says he mapped 6 months, 6 months. Well, I have a question. How are you able to do that? But the Barnharts, who did the cell right extraction, and that they said we're missing gaps and gaps and gaps of, stuff. How do you do a pattern of life on somebody where there's heavily void of data within the 6 months?
All right, let's take a little break here and check out what OpGCD has. Is this what Dylan said, Double Judge?
Any of the deceased's mobile devices. I'm unable to identify any patterns that would be consistent to Mr. Kohlberger frequenting locations.
So
also frequenting by the
really,
it's my
really,
opinion
really
the
beautifully
geolocation
with
data that provided
makeup.
as of the writing of this
Okay.
report does not
Also,
provide any evidence of association between Mr. Kohlberger or any of the decedents. The
was an expert on the cell phone data, among other things. And he's going to drop 2 bombshells in this episode.
I don't know on the gay stuff, and quite honestly, I don't mean this in the way it's going to sound. I'm not focused on the gay porn.
And explain why he believes these things. First of all, based on the cell phone data, he believes that Brian Kohlberger was inside the house at 1122 King Road, the house where Kaylee, Xana, Maddie and Ethan lived, that he was inside the house and possibly inside the living room before the murders. Like,
you're being catfished, was just like you're gobbling it up like Enton here.
Yeah, I'm speaking specifically to anybody being able to come into court and say they know that Brian Kohberger's mobile device was inside the crime scene or on the property, and I will continue to stand by this. There is no evidence that surveillance or stalking-like behavior of somebody sitting at the house and watching for extended periods of time, there is no evidence of that in this case. None.
Jeez, dude, I mean, this was literally weeks before he said now he has evidence that he was inside the living room and that he was stalking them. Bro, how are you not hearing this?
I've been very clear with that from the beginning. I don't know on the gay stuff, and quite honestly, I don't mean this in the way it's going to sound. I'm not focused on the gay porn. And we're getting back into the reliability of the GPS. So I don't want to get too far on a branch saying I know this happened, but there are multiple times that the device, Kohberger's device, is in the area of the house, and then it moves to the parking lot of that A&W root beer. At the same time, multiple residents of the house go to the A&W root beer. So there's times where I can actually see the, and
brought to you by A&W root beer and Carl's Jr. Fuck you, I'm eating.
Me, that's what we call a collision. It's one I don't know on the gay stuff, and quite honestly, I don't mean this in the way it's going to sound. I'm not focused on the gay porn.
Okay.
I will continue to stand.
The chat froze on me here. Did the chat freeze on me? What's going on? Chat's locked up. There it goes. Is it going in? Yeah. Okay, good. Thank you. It was locked up on Twiz saying, "Oh my lord." Let me get caught up here. That's great. Oh man.
By this, there is no evidence that surveillance or stalking-like behavior of somebody sitting at the house and watching for extended periods of time, there is no evidence of that in this case.
I would have to say that being in the living room would qualify as stalking and surveillance. I mean, is that a reach? Is that a far reach? Do I need to get Dago? Dago, are you out there? Come on up here.
I don't know on the gay stuff, and quite honestly, I don't mean this in the way it's going to sound. I'm not focused on the gay porn. I stand by that statement, and I will make the argument that you guys are never going to see evidence contrary of that statement. Right? I feel very, very comfortable with that. Mm-hmm. With that said, I don't know on the gay stuff, and quite honestly, I don't mean this in the way it's going to sound. I'm not focused on the gay porn.
In this case, you're losing me because it's within this case. This is weeks before, dude. Bro, come on. I'm not focused on the gay.
We know you appreciate precision. That's why USAA gets the details right.
She had stopped trusting the phone bill long before she stopped trusting.
All right, let's get back to Lana here. I don't know what commercial was playing there. Where are we at? I want to finish up with Lana before we go to Jules. So somehow I've lost my place. I'm going to take me back to. We'll just start where we left off, I guess. Great job, Lana, by the way. Thank you, Lana, for providing this. Hard work you do. Appreciate it. Good job.
Murders themselves do to confirm the prior visits to the house, which I think
You're
are
right, though.
very critical.
It is like he's agreeing with. I didn't get a cake. Damn it. Quit saying that, Uncle Ted. But right with the David Gariella and Loach, right? That's a good point, though. I'd love to have you back here. I didn't mean to ignore you on the last one. I was having so many complications, but I consider Liv and Jen both and of course, Jade, big parts of the show. We had so much trouble with the guesting last time. I wasn't trying to leave you out. If you had something prepared, please save it. If you want to try to come up here, if you're brave enough, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. You're welcome to. I'd love to hear your opinion. You are a very big part of this show, Lou. Thank you very much.
Is everything in this case, seeing the planning phase and then leading up to the actual murders themselves, us being able to piece that back together and tell.
That's another good point, Uncle Ted. Yeah, and it does seem like he's trying to squeeze in, which I don't think any of us here believe that it was done in the time frame allotted by any means, by even a long shot. I know that Twiz doesn't even believe that. So, anyway.
A comprehensive story that makes sense that's the job of the investigators. So I can tell you that I feel very comfortable that Brian Koberger was in the general area of the house several times leading up to the murders. I think he.
You guys, this is opposite of everything he said to the custody queens. This is opposite of everything he put in his report. He's comfortable saying this, but I have one question. You have 2 universities within a 9-mile radius, right? Okay.
Came by the house the next morning. I think he came by the house the day after that. So I feel very comfortable that Brian Koberger was in the general area of the house several times leading up to the murders. I think he came by the house the next morning. I think he came by the house the day after that. There's more than enough evidence to show that.
The next day. This is ridiculous, Twiz. Come on. He's so far out there. It's ridiculous.
Do you know that on the 14th, in the probable cause, they say his phone, remember, it was, investigators have reason to believe that he wasn't there on the 14th. We never heard why investigators believed that, but they put that in the affidavit. And so he's over here saying that he believes that Brian Koberger went back to the scene.
Woke up.
And I'm over here like, wait, this is totally opposite of everything that you've ever fucking told me.
Well, okay, so he's literally going against his own data, Twiz. He literally stated, oh my God, do I need to play JJ's video again?
In terms of on the 13th and the 14th?
I'll bring Daddy Double J out here if I have to. He'll be in trouble.
He's also saying that nowhere in any of the reports that the state has done has the state claimed this. You understand that? That's really, really important. Cy is telling us something when he's saying that the state never did any of this. Okay? What he is telling us about his opinions here, where are those in the opinions of the prosecution?
Welcome in, Jesse Sewell. Good. I guess we're broadcasting it. You're just your right time between your sports picks and breakfast. Good to see you very much. Appreciate you being here. I agree. He does seem, well, he has definitely flip-flopped. Whether he's a double agent or not, I can't say for sure. But it's nice to see you, man. I was just talking about Dago moving. I was very happy for him getting out of Sasquatch land there, or the testing ground for nuclear arms or whatever is going on. And hopefully he's getting a bigger place or whatever. But let me add you to the thing here. Welcome in, everybody. If you're The Purge, where have you been? And make sure you hit that like button for me to get the stuff in there and the algorithm and stuff like that. And who knows? Who knows we'll see this one day. And nice to have you, Jesse. All right, let's keep.
And again, remember, he just wrote a book for methodology. Do you know how expensive it is per person to sign up for that? You have to be law enforcement.
There are databases and ways that if the right people use the right legal process to exploit today, the data's still there. There is some really good information that could come out that I believe would show the device actually.
He just used the word exploit. Listen to this. He's saying that there would be information available still, he thinks, to this day, if the right people exploit. There's a difference between exploit and expose. Okay? Think about that word. And so basically it's like, hey, the FBI, they have the resources. I believe that the data is there to get the timing advanced, even if they didn't go and get it before. They could still get it. That's what I believe that he means by that. Maybe there's more stuff that he's talking about, like, I don't know, identifying maybe some people in the geofence.
Welcome in, Arbel. Good to see you. We've got a lot more to look at here, even on Lana's, and then when we get to Julez, it's even more. So let me get to.
Who knows?
Try to keep my mouth shut as much as I can.
The vagueness here, I don't care for it. What are we exploiting? Because guess what? Are we just exploiting? Like, what are we exploiting? Because
you have to remember.
My take is if you
now at this point, it is data that we haven't seen. Okay, so at this point, we are strictly taking his word for it. I'm trying to shut up because it's Sunday.
Wrong one man, you wrong everybody when you're going about something with violating our rights, right? When you're writing up an affidavit and it's all lies, okay? In order to obtain what? In order to search and seize.
At the start of the game,
thank you. Jesse Shule is off the no-fly list here. Okay, here we go.
Pattern of life is everything in this case, seeing the planning phase and then leading up to the actual murders themselves, us being able to piece that back together and tell a comprehensive story that makes sense is that's the job of the investigator.
And the fight between Kathy and Twiz resumes. Kathy, don't rage quit on me tonight. that was a great live you guys did. I was watching your show the other night. Great stuff.
Investigators. So I can tell you that I feel very comfortable.
Kathy in the chat, I would appreciate it. Welcome in, Kathy. Nice to see you. It's kind of, I don't know if maybe I was messed up, but it's just a black screen when you watch Kathy. Am I right? I don't know. I went to another live and it was black, and then I clicked on something else and it was black, and I fixed it. So I don't know if that was how you roll or whatever, but I thought that was kind of clever.
That Brian Koberger was in the general area of the house several times leading up to the murders. I think he came by the house the next morning. I think he came by the house the day after that. So there's more than enough evidence to show that. There are data.
I'm going to throw a big old wrench in here. Cyree, I think you might be right.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, as far as if you were to take, as far as the state not doing this, as far as the state not taking Brian Koberger and all the victims and the surviving roommates and maybe even like their friends, right? And overlaying them and looking at a 6-month period of where they were going and did they ever, cross paths. Ready for this though? Maybe there's a reason they didn't do it. Did you ever think about that? Maybe there's a reason they didn't do it because of what it would.
I see that you guys called that, and we had Big Amish on the program, and he was calling his shot that the post-conviction relief was coming. I wasn't even aware of that angle, so thank you guys for bringing that to us, and that is awesome. If we support you, Monday, Wednesday, Friday has a channel also. Put that up. I'm not familiar with
expose as well. We can't expose Brian Kober this way because it's going to expose something as well. And bring in potentially your police accomplices. Or that maybe Brian Kober was just the accomplice. And that there was a police officer or two that were running the show. But if what you were saying is accurate, then I believe that there is a reason they didn't fucking do it. Because they're capable. And I think it's because it would expose other people. My 2 cents, which makes sense.
I mean, that's a really, if you think about it, that's a really, really good look for why Cy is now turning co on his original theory, is that it's going to expose something that we're not supposed to be familiar with or supposed to know about, which they do over and over and over and over. SCOTUS announced the miscarriage justice standard June 18th, and Koberger referenced it in a statement. It's so amazing how much they deny that was denied in court, and Lucy has obviously done a great job also as well of showing it, because a lot of people wanted to turn code on Ann Taylor. Well, Ann Taylor brought so many things up that were shot down so readily by Judge Hippler. I'm not sure.
It's with the crime being committed by more than one person, you know.
Bases in ways that if the right people use the right legal process to exploit today, the data's still there. There is some really good information that could come out that I believe would show the device actually at or inside the house, opposed to just near it.
Steve, this isn't
at or inside the house, the device inside the house. Cy Ray believes that the device was inside the house. What?
Like, dude, shocker. How far out on a limb are you willing to go at this point? Because, I mean, if the device is inside the house, his device and his DNA are inside the house, allegedly his DNA, that's a selling point for me right there. If he can actually prove that. But again, we don't have the data ourselves. We are definitely taking the word of somebody who's flip-flopped on what he originally said weeks ago on the Cup Queens. So it's like weird.
You think that but it would do what? Let's be honest. He's going to say, but then I would have to say this to you, Cy. Yeah, but if we did all this, though, it would expose that that the probable cause that they wrote up was all bullshit, because the timing advanced would prove that none of the sorts happened leading up, and that car is not moving in concert and stuff like that, right? It would expose that big old lie, right? But Hilper doesn't seem to care. You guys, I have read Cy Ray's report probably 7 times, and what he is saying in here, and what he's saying here, I just don't. I mean, I'm at a complete loss, because I'm at also a complete loss of ethical, professional. I mean, I'm at a complete loss.
Exactly, Robert Bell. Thank you.
He just said that if you go and exploit this data and go and get the higher powers, go exploit this and go in there and get it, because he still thinks it exists, this data that you could go and get, which I believe he's talking about Brian's timing advance records. Okay. And then if you go and you get this data, it's going to put Brian Kober in the motherfucking house. I'm in a frozen shock phase for the moment. Hold on.
I too am in a frozen shock phase at the moment. What the fleck is he saying? He's not focused on the gay stuff. trying to keep the music out of this here.
Important conversation based on what we talked about last night. I'll say it again. I'll say it one more time. I think the likelihood that he gets a new trial is very, 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 very low. But if this is now a conversation about a potential new trial, is there going to, do you want Cy to be part of this push for investigators, for law enforcement, for prosecutors to essentially, if I'm understanding this all correctly, be more thorough?
It's almost bigger than that. Technology is moving so fast. It's radically fast. And I'm an IT guy and I can barely keep up.
All right. Is there really a blow your dick off comment? I'm not familiar with obviously, clearly, they're on the same page whenever BK is guilty coming out of Cyray's mouth, which it's to this day is still just blowing my mind. Anyway. All right, let's continue on. I'll show them.
These courtrooms, when they were talking about a JSON file, I just wanted to jump up in front of the judge and say, this is ridiculous. There's no expert in the room right now. So I think what we need to do is embrace technology more. And we need to have experts that are actually driven just based off of technology. And things have to change. I mean, the courtroom, I'm watching somebody typing when the whole thing's being recorded. They resist change. They don't want change. We have to embrace change. And that's how we get justice, is we start embracing, this technology. And that.
Okay. Well, then if we're going to embrace change, I'm with Steve on this. Hell yeah. But let me say how I think we should embrace change.
Hey, Michelle, how you doing?
There should be no such thing as sides. Okay? All the experts in the case should have to work together.
You sent me an email, Rochelle? Oh, okay, I looked that up, and I'm trying to get to Julez' thing before it gets too late and people start napping off here on me. But we do have a lot of fun here, so thank you for sending
Ooh, Lana, what do you mean by that? Well, what I mean by that is that the defense and the prosecution, they can hire whoever they want, right? But these
that's another experts, thing, Kathy. I really feel like they're hiding some footage from us. It does, if you watched Senor Wazowski's live, where it clearly shows that there's a camera on the apartments, Queen Road apartments, and then our own Lucy Morningstar seems to think there's one on Taylor and King, and so those have been referred to, I believe, but they are not being shown. So what reason do they have to lie? What reason do they have to redact so much so far into this? What reason do they have on top of it to alter video that we've got, which we know they've done? We have, JJ shown where even on the 911 call, after the 911 call, Dylan's head is over the timestamp of the video. Okay, if that's modern technology at its best, I'd like to see it, but also there is the fact that they're hiding shit. And so why? That's all we can ask.
Should be communicating, okay, and going back and
to support somebody that's flip-flopping, to be on that side of it is that's where I question Twiz.
Forth and sharing information, okay? Because if it's about the truth, then you should never be concealing anything. There should be no room to be.
That is true, Twiz. That's very true. But there's also the fact that it's been referenced is why I question it.
Be unethical.
Would you be surprised though if they hid it from us really at this point? Would you really? Now it's like arguing with Jeff H almost. Damn.
Another change we need is that if it's about change, we need, as soon as there's any homicide cases, even if you want to say, without a doubt, homicide cases, if there's a prosecutor involved, there's going to be the public defender's office involved. Period. The public defender's office, for each homicide that happens, just like a prosecutor's assigned, they need to be there for checks and balances to make sure that stupid shit isn't happening. Why not? Again, if this is about truth, then once they become with a defendant, whatever, if the defendant wants a private attorney, okay, they get a private attorney, but they would be able to get all of the information from the public defender's office that, and this is where you would develop these agencies, like Fight for a Family, because public defender's offices, they need help. There's not enough manpower. You need researchers to divide up and go through your discovery. I mean, AI, I think, is going to make a big help with that. It should be. The public defender's office should be using that. But somebody that actually goes, it's one thing to organize it maybe, but you need somebody that actually can go through and know how to connect the dots to help somebody. But if we're talking about the truth, okay, there should be no sides.
Trying to keep the music to a minimum here. My goodness. Sorry about that.
That's what I'm trying to say is, this case, bring it on. The evidence is there. I'm not scared of it. I actually think there's so much undiscovered evidence that this case is actually should have been case law. It should have been case law, and it's unfortunate that we didn't get there. And I'm trying to save another family from dealing with the same headache that we just went through. And
yeah, it should have been case law by them truly doing IGG the way that they did and not running from it. But there's a bigger issue here, okay? Why didn't the question get asked, Cyree, what is the much larger issue here? And you know what the much larger issue here is with all of this? That's great that we're all talking about this and doing all this. The much larger issue is that this case never gets brought to trial, at least not with this evidence, because there was no probable cause. The prosecution lied about everything. So the question is, if a
let me talk about that real quick. That Netflix thing is just complete garbage. I only watched Jules react to that first part of it. I have not seen it myself. But to be a local and be calling us out on our information and getting, something as simple as the sheath being in Kaylee's bed and these types of things is, I know that Jules does find the finer points to pick on, but it does seem like that Netflix thing was out of control. I saw part of it and somebody had leaked a clip of it or whatever, and it was just ridiculous.
Brian Kober wins, and I think that Cyree thinks that Brian Kober has a pretty good chance. Wait till you hear his comment about this, about if there's ineffective assistance of counsel.
I mean, Kathy,
he thinks
you have to figure that if they had something as damning as him in the living room, couple that with all the other crap that they put up there, as far as conjecture goes and stuff like that, they would have been parading that around like the end of World War II. You know what I mean? It's just ridiculous.
It was ineffective all the way around, to include the defense. That everybody involved in this case was ineffective. Which I agree. I agree with that statement.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping it wasn't a hit piece, Robert, but it does kind of appear that way. It's just presented in a different way.
But there's so much evidence in this case that should not see the light of day in a courtroom. And people that are called supposedly expert witnesses that you're going to be able to allow to get up there and testify on the stand. Guess what Maury was going to testify to? Guess what Darren Gilbertson was going to testify to? They went through all of these devices. They went through all these people's social medias, and they could not link Brian Kohlberger to the victims or the surviving roommates and vice versa. That's the opinion of the state. So one should ask themselves, wow, the state could have had a chance to put Brian Kohlberger in the house doing this, doing that, on the corner of the road where Brian Kohlberger's phone is at, and so is one of the victims or one of the surviving roommates on the same little corner of the street, and the state doesn't want to use that. You know what that tells me? It tells me two things. Either it's not the case, or number two, which I think is worse, is that there's somebody else there in addition to, and that's what it would expose. And trust me, the only people that the police cover for is the police. And so I've always said that something has never sat right with me when it comes to the WSU law enforcement, Pullman law enforcement, Moscow law enforcement.
Which is the same thing that I managed to peel out of Miss Potts, one of the first interviews that I did with her, where she doesn't really necessarily like to share her opinion, but that's one of the things that she did state, that she feels like the reason that they're covering up is for law enforcement. And at Twiz, I am trying to 100% pay attention. If you know something I don't, share it with us. Put it in words what I'm missing. Because I'm just going along here and trying to see all the facts. If Brian's guilty, I would love for him to fry for it. And believe me, I just don't see it. All I see is cover-up, lies, misinformation, and now in this instance, your guy Cy flipping sides, bro. That's all. That's all. And that was supposed to be cool. Here we go.
We know Idaho State Police, they suck at their job, and all these people are yes men or yes women. And if somebody tells you to do something, you do it, or you're fucking out. And they cover for themselves. And they cover for themselves if it's just a stupid, silly mistake. Because for some reason, the world believes that cops don't make mistakes. Like, I cannot believe the amount of people that believe everything that a cop does and that they don't. It's crazy. Especially when you consider the fact that a lot of these people, not all, but a lot of these people, they're not book smart. They can't spell. They can't write a report. They're just not smart. Okay. They're not as intelligent as other people. And that's why they decided back in the day, I'm going to go off to the police academy, do this for 6 months, and I'm going to become a police officer.
Over the last 75 years.
Versions are ridiculous. Wow.
Not all. And then these police officers that are doing patrol, then they're just getting promoted just because they've been around for a while. Then I just would think that I would rather correct a mistake.
You keep telling us to get informed, bro. Inform us what we're missing. I haven't seen you state exactly your critical details of your point. I'm sorry. I'm missing it coming from what I've seen presented by Cy so far, by him in 3 separate interviews that I've watched multiple times, and looking at his original report and reading his report from the preface of the book. I have not read the entire book, but that's what I have to go on. What? I'm sorry. You'll have to spell it out for me again. I'm sorry, Twiz. Please continue.
And write up a new report the next day and say, "Hey, I went back over this and da 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 da." And you know what?
It's not that I discount you or anything, and I would love to. It's just that I'd love to see it in writing. That's all.
It's not possible that I cleared that at this time because this is what time this says and
We're talking about life and death, and it's that important.
I mean, Sai said it before. Two things could be true at once. Brian Koberger could be guilty, but there could be faulty parts of the investigation.
Exactly.
Olivia, you said you...
These aren't faulty parts of the investigation. Two things can be true, meaning that Brian Koberger could be guilty, but he can't.
What was the comment Miss Q left the other day? Kane is an axe hammer or something like that. So wait, let me look. Hold on. Kane is an axe beast. I love my favorite comment of all time. Oh, by the way, and typically Unique is at, all right, I don't know if she's gotten back yet, in the Lollapalooza concert over there in Chicago, having a good time. If you haven't checked out her lives or her little shorts that she sent, they're pretty awesome. If you get a chance to check them out.
He could have done the crime, but the police violated his rights, and so therefore all of the stuff that you're using against him, you wouldn't be able to use. So it's great that you think that he did it, but you're losing every piece of evidence that you have because there was no probable cause. You lied and you made this shit up.
Somebody's watching my live late.
So what would you be going to trial with? You're not able to use the phone records. You're not able to use the sheath. What are you using? You don't have an eyewitness. What are you using? Everything flows from the arrest warrant that's faulty. What can you use? You can use the car. You can use just the fact that there's a white circling car and he has a white car.
Circumstantial
That other questions that you felt are moot. What are those other questions that you had or anything that you want to address for Sai?
Yeah, so a lot of my questions were just about kind of the analysis and how specific we can get, data. I have my phone right here. Wow. Obviously, it's connected to Wi-Fi, but let's say it wasn't.
That was a long
Could you
life.
know that I was right here just with cell tower data? Or would it require an additional piece like a timing advance record?
It would definitely require something additional than just cell tower connections. And I think the question you're asking is really pivotal, and it mirrors exactly what Steve is bringing out. You have to ask for it. You have to know what to ask for. You have to know the proper legal process to obtain it. And then the most important thing here is you have to be able to analyze it. You have to be able to...
Ariana, that's a really great point. And along the way, I think there's many, many cameras. It would have been impossible for him to avoid, like Cyree alleges, by cutting through a farmland or whatever and avoiding cameras here and there. We've seen them on Stadium Way. We've seen them that weren't mentioned at all. There is no footage from them. There is no FOIA to those cameras. So it's very difficult to not think you're in some kind of other reality, right?
Properly analyze it. And I don't want to get too far into the weeds of some of the knowledge that I'm talking about.
But they didn't have that with Brian Koberger. So how could you do it?
Now, that point about the rugs is really good because it's almost as if everything they said in the beginning was just to knock it off at the pass. They said, oh, it was not involved, there was no love triangle, this and that. It's pretty nuts. But we definitely have the most recent interview. Where is she? Somewhere. I hate to click away, but we'll see what happens. All my looks like all my things are getting lost. Oh, also, there was, if you weren't familiar, in Idaho Falls, a pew-pewing over there at In-N-Out Burger. And I'm like, JJ, okay, In-N-Out Burger's better. Jeez. But yeah, this girl, she should be coming up here. Yeah. Bianca. Is it her that talks about the use of the Kane there? And so we'll get to that.
Do you understand? Steve, do you have Brian Kober's timing advance records? Do you understand that? He just answered. That's why I said Olivia nails the freaking interview.
I don't understand
Olivia
how it
asked,
be
here,
irrelevant if they were saying it that to confuse us and to mislead this case. How could it be irrelevant?
I have my phone. It's right next to me. Right now, yeah, I'm connected to Wi-Fi. But let's say that I wasn't. Let's say that I'm not on Wi-Fi. But my phone's still on. What can you do? Do you need more than... And he's like, yes, you do. Okay. To be able to pinpoint what Cyree was talking about, his opinion on being in the house, being in the corner here, he can show all this stuff. How can you do that?
And also, where's the data? We need to see the data for ourselves, break it down piece by piece. That doesn't seem to be available in this case, which is very frustrating.
Why isn't it in your report? How can you do that? What do you have that the state doesn't? They asked for the timing advance. They're saying that they didn't, that it wasn't supplied to them because it was past 7 days. Nobody's ever asked Cy. I know that that was one of my questions to ask him. Cy, did you use your connections, just like how the FBI uses their connections to, get stuff backdoored? Were you supplied Brian Kober's timing advance records?
That's interesting, Ted. That may very well be the case. That's a very good point. Thank you. Yeah, we can't trust anything anybody says, and well, we'll get to it.
And now I have to ask myself, do I think that he's going to be honest about that?
This is a terrific live by Lana, by the way. Thank you for this, Lana.
Because some of this hasn't been released, but I feel very comfortable stating there is no work product in this case that took the 4 victims' phones, 6 months worth of records, which they have, it's in evidence, took Brian Koberger's 6 months worth of records and sat down and did a deep dive analysis of seeing where those devices intersect and when they collide. And I feel very comfortable in this next statement that if somebody did that on the prosecution investigative side, it's not a mystery of where some of these connections happened. It's not a mystery of what I'm going to say, at least the pre-planning phase of this crime. There's some very telling evidence in those phone records that, to your point, we can be a little bit more specific. We can be a little bit more isolated instead of just saying, well, both phones are in Moscow. Yeah, no, they're actually both on the same street corner.
Okay. It was,
so that
was actually released in the Jack D that Connor recently dropped. I'm sorry, yeah. He talks, they asked him about information, who was supplying it to her, where she said, you'll be on it in 3 months, everybody's doing it here. That came out from Jack T's phone.
That
they seem to think that was very important, that they tracked down who was supplying it, is my point.
Running, you have Google Maps, so you have Google.
Yeah,
but
Amy,
Kelia was the only person that I was told that
when he was a detective in Arizona, he openly lied about a case and fabricated evidence. We'll get to that.
That they went for her stuff. But you have these third-party apps that they're running, like Snapchat. It's tracking you. Okay? So you'd find an app that was tracking you GPS-wise. Okay.
Be nice, Twiz.
And so what he's basically saying is if you overlay Brian Koberger with the 4 victims, and I'm over here like, okay, well, we'd like to go to your report, and it says all T-Mobile mappable data was converted to a Google Earth time-synced KML file using the LexisNexis Tracks program. This device was assigned to the color pink for the mapping purposes. That would be Kaylee. Kaylee was pink. The sector representations utilized for this analysis are wedge shapes to stay consistent with the FBI CAS analysis. The Google Earth KML file can be loaded and reviewed on any computer running the Google Earth program.
Sound too low? Here's how to fix it. Open Sound Pulse.
Something. I guess it worked on one thing. I got rid of it because it was like hogging up.
So the KML file was preserved in the Ray Discovery folder, mapped records Kaylee Gonsalves combined. So you did, Kaylee was in pink. You did Ethan. It says Ethan, unknown Verizon case number. I was unable to find a complete set of records for Ethan in the discovery provided to date. I was able to find some different reports that indicated the CDRs for the device were obtained, and at least in part, some analysis was done in regards to common calls. I was also able to find some of the RTT timing data for this device as well. As a result, this device was not mapped in my analysis. So Ethan wasn't mapped. Kaylee, because of T-Mobile, but you're talking about those phone records. It doesn't talk about different apps. Then you go to Dylan Mortensen. She was T-Mobile. Data sessions. This report provides a tower data for data sessions occurring between August and November. Timing advance records you have for Dylan. It is important to detail the T-Mobile record process when responding to court-ordered requests. T-Mobile uses internal case numbers to track such requests. In this case, T-Mobile's internal case number associated with Dylan Mortensen records is 4116581. That was for 4782. Why did Dylan Mortensen have two different case numbers? Dylan was assigned redacted color for the map purposes. The same thing, you did the Google Earth and it uploaded. Computer performance will impact load times and cache times. Then I know that you had like there was an Excel, there was like a spreadsheet, there was like a PowerPoint. Okay, but I know what you were not going to show is that Brian Colber was with these people at any time. Then you talk about Bethany Funk. Bethany gets one little blurb, and it says, similar to Chapin's records, I was unable to find a complete set of CDRs for this device. I was unable to confirm the existence of RTT timing reports. She didn't get mapped. So Ethan doesn't get mapped. Bethany doesn't get mapped. Molly McMichaels. She doesn't get mapped. Jack Decor. I was unable to find original Verizon CDRs for this device. I was able to locate RTT timing reports. This device location data was not included in my analysis. Jack Decor wasn't included. In this analysis, I converted all the geolocation data described above into mappable files. The mappable files are created in keyhole markup language, allowing the work product to be reviewed by anyone with a computer in free version of Google Earth. I would like that. The connections were synced to data and timing, allowing for the animation of device patterns over the time. Each device was assigned a specific color to allow anyone to identify and follow a specific device. Once mapped, I viewed each data set independently as well as with other devices to establish patterns of life and possible device interactions. In going through this process, all of my work is documented and preserved for peer review and critique as needed. It should be noted this type of documentation is a common, well-established practice throughout the law enforcement community. Documenting the methodology used, findings, conclusions, follow-up requests, and finalized work product is the only way to present a work product that can be properly presented for peer review or critique. As a point of concern, I am completing this report without the benefit of receiving completed work from the state's experts, as it relates to methodology and opinion. Reports associated with the call detail record analysis are overly vague, incomplete, and generally contain no substantive value. In my analysis, connections between Mr. Colbert and any of the decedents and or associates of the decedents, the common call report, I was able to locate sporadic files and reports that indicated a common call report was completed. However, the documentation is extremely poor as to what files were used. A common call report is an analysis that is done to see if there are any commonalities between phone numbers interacted with Mr. Colbert and any of those with the decedents. If my review is correct, based on the data produced, the defense, the only common number was a U-Haul dealership. I reviewed all of the common CDRs associated with each of the deceased's and Mr. Colbert from a time period of June through November. In doing so, I am unable, he says just CDRs. So he says, I reviewed all of the common CDRs associated. Just CDRs. In doing so, I am unable to find any common numbers that would connect Mr. Colbert to any of the decedents in any way.
Honey, I brought back enough tomatoes to last us a whole month.
Good boy. Now sign this divorce paper. My daughter is remarrying someone who doesn't smell like dirt.
I spent all my savings on this spaceship. How could you treat me like this?
Geolocation data is a standard analysis that indicates when devices may have interacted directly by being in the same place at the same time between parties of interests.
You nice twist. All right, let's take a moment and give away some memberships here to my loyal fans here. Thank you for all being here. All my good friends. I appreciate it. I can do it. Let's see. Possible. Trying here. I'm trying. Okay, wait. Oh, here it is. All right. Let's give out 5 now, and I'll give out 5 later. Okay. Let me unzip this thing here. Let me do it. Back. I'll go to the live in a minute. I'll do it. Yeah, sorry. Hang in with me for a little bit here, and we'll give out some memberships and stuff. I appreciate you guys so much. You don't even know. And let's keep going. Here we go. Try to be nice guys to each other, please. Thank you.
In this case, a geolocation report would have shown if Mr. Colbert and any of the decedents and or their associates are in the same place at the same time. With the exception of slides 26 through 30 in the FBI CAST final report, I am unable to find any documentation created or mapping files used of the attempts to conduct such a geolocation analysis. It is outside of best practice in this field that an analysis would not have been done and thoroughly documented in a case of this nature. My opinion is based on the following. Slides 26 through 30 are severely flawed and misrepresent the data. Statements presented in a probable cause statements without additional geolocation data, and for this very reason, misrepresent what is reported as facts of the case. The inculpatory and or exculpatory nature of any findings connecting Mr. Kohlberger to any of the decedents is a cornerstone of this investigation. There is no evidence, mapping files, that have been turned over by the state to support any meaningful analysis on this point. While I have identified locations Mr. Kohlberger and the deceased's frequented in common, like common stores located in the small community, I am unable to pinpoint any time periods that may indicate any persons of interest could have come into direct contact in these common locations. I am unable to locate any period of time between June 23rd, 2022 and November 13th, 2022 where Mr. Kohlberger's mobile device is in the same specific area as any of the decedent's mobile devices.
And we get the flip-flop on that. Am I right or wrong? Okay.
Unable to identify any patterns that would be consistent to Mr. Kohlberger frequenting locations.
I don't even remember the last time that she went to the interview on this.
It's also frequented by the deceased. It is my opinion that the geolocation data I have been provided as of the writing of this report does not provide any evidence of association between Mr. Kohlberger and any of the decedents and or Mr. Kohlberger's or the decedent's residence. Now, key words here, because this is what experts do. Then an expert can word things a lot of different ways to make it look really, really good. He says, it is my opinion that the geolocation data I have been provided, meaning from the state, which you guys have provided me, what I have been provided, as of the writing of this report, does not provide any evidence of association between. So my question is, what evidence weren't you provided that you potentially got on your own, or however the fuck you would ever be saying the things that you're saying, to be able to say what you're saying? Because in your report, so these are the hard questions to ask. So isn't it true as an expert, you can fluff a ton of shit because, hey, if you just word it like this, I'm not lying? But this is, you don't think this is misleading? If what you're saying here is true, then what you're saying here is misleading. And I don't think that he should ever be an expert. And I don't think that anybody should ever be experts anymore.
Back.
It is my opinion that the state's experts have intentionally misrepresented the data in the FBI CAS report. It cannot be simply explained away as simple error or oversight. Further details provided in section 4 and 5. And so basically what Cyree is coming out and saying is, listen guys, these guys, well, he said that he doesn't think that they suck and they've been trained properly and they know what they're doing and this was deliberate.
Hang on. Don't kick Amy out. I didn't even see what was bad about what you said. Let's give away some memberships here while I'm at it, guys. Back here. They show you all the things now. Look at it. They show you back here now how much dollars you made on your lives and stuff when people donate, whatever. There's a list of mine if you want to look. Comments you have. It's all in one place now. Easier to kind of calculate, I guess. Let's put this here. I'm trying to bring back Amy. Sorry, Amy. Woke up. How dare you?
Have you ever wanted to see your home from space? With this free satellite Earth Maps tool, you can zoom right.
If they do have live satellite now of your home available, that's pretty crazy. Yeah. I'm trying to bring back Amy. Sorry, Amy. Woke up. How dare you?
Have you ever wanted to see your home from space? With this free satellite Earth Maps tool, you can zoom right
Live if they do have live William Tardy, thank you so satellite much. now I at home appreciate that. available. That's Greatly your hard-earned money. Thank you so much. Supporting the channel that really needs
Trying
it
to bring
right
back
now.
Amy. Sorry, Amy.
I'll get into that later. Let me bring Amy back for fuck's sake.
Have you ever wanted to see your home from space? With this free satellite Earth Maps tool, you can zoom right.
If they do have live William Tardy, thank you so much. Now at home available. That's your hard-earned money. Thank you. Stop. There we go. Okay. And we'll give out some free memberships here. Thank you again. All right. Just a little break from the action, guys. Hopefully I can... See, it's not letting me do the things and all the things. Maybe if I make it smaller. Yeah, I'm at 90%. Let's see. Okay, there it is. I had it. What did I miss? I'll bring back Amy. There it is. Oh, we have it. There it is. Bring it down. Bring it out. And I can do it. Alright, there's 5. Let's see who got them. Congratulations to you guys that are now Purge members, like it or not. I think Scully was the first one. William Tardy got one. And that's all I can see right now. I don't know. Okay, I'm going to bring back Amy. Fuck's sake. All people are banned. Right. Somebody bring back Amy for me. Who's solving this trick here? I don't know. 10 seconds. He's back. Thank you very much. I appreciate your efforts, guys. Alright, and what was that guy? That was a funny video if you missed it that JJ presented earlier. I'll play it again. Let's get back to Lana, sir. Thank you again, William.
This was deliberate. Then he writes a book and says that none of it's deliberate. And now he's saying if they would have just hired me, we wouldn't be having this conversation right now. Because I would have found all this shit and everything that I found that is outside the scope of why I was retained. And I don't know if Cyray just feels like, hey, I wasn't paid, so I can just say whatever the fuck I want. I have no idea. That's why I would never take an expert that...
What did she say that was so bad? Woke up, told me. Please don't leave. You're very important to me. 30 seconds, Scully. All right. I'll allow it. Let's see what we got here. First, we go to commercial first. And now I open the commercial. Thanks for being here, everybody. Hope you're having a great Sunday. Make sure you're subscribed to the Purge and do all the things. I appreciate you. Let's get rid of this from Scully McKay.
In that house. What? Are you sure? No way, that's impossible.
Wait, what house?
The one we were investigating. He was there. This changes everything. We need to go back.
What about the ping pong table? Why skateboard gun, Waycorn, Ryrie?
Oh my God, Scully. That is absolutely hilarious, dude. That is... Okay, let me play it so you guys
Brian
can
was
see
in
it.
that house. What? Are you sure? No way, that's impossible.
Wait, what house?
The one we were investigating. He was there. This changes everything. We need to go back.
What about the ping pong table? Why skateboard gun, Waycorn, Ryrie?
Oh my God. Holy crap, dude. Honestly. Okay. Oh, wait. Well, the Brian Enton chest bump, probably my favorite part of that, Scully. That is fantastic. Where's Lucy when you need her? What is this, the one night that she goes to bed early? Woke up. You better still be here. I'll be mad. Okay, she saw it. Thank God. Have I seen Scully's rendition of Dr. Brent Kane? It must see. I have not. That would be funny to see also as well. I'm trying to clean up this Lana one because there is more stuff to it here. Damn, that was fantastic, Scully. Really good work.
That didn't take money?
Chest rubs.
Because I would never want them to feel some type of way that they could just do whatever because they didn't charge. You know what I mean? I think that hey, if you want to take the money and donate it, go right the fuck ahead. But I have to do it this way. Because it just seems really hard to basically, what information are you using? Because, I mean, I'm reading straight from his report. And he's probably going to say, well, yeah, Lana, what they want to use is what I'm saying, that nothing that they're trying to use in their reports, I'm going off of that. And my other question would be is, well, Ann Taylor only hired you to do X, Y, and Z, right? So what were you doing? Were you like, why didn't you just peer review and stay with a peer review? How about that? You were just supposed to peer review.
Tara, thank you, Tara.
So why did you...
For the membership, I appreciate it. Who got that membership?
Tom Slavinsky found all this shit. Tom Slavinsky came to you to peer review his work because he found it all.
Congratulations, Speckle.
And somehow Tom Slavinsky gets lost in all of this.
Thank you, Tara. I appreciate that.
Tom Slavinsky did the work, saw, holy shit, like he's like, what the hell's going on here? Like, this is wild. Hits up Cy Ray to basically peer review his work.
Yeah, no, you got a good point there, Liv. Let's get to Banaka here, and let me play this clip real quick about the In-N-Out thing. The guy was apparently pew-pewing people in the drive-through line, which is just nuts. Shock to everybody here. I don't know how many people were lost in this, but check it out.
It has been a very hard day here in Twin Falls, a tragic day. We initially responded to the scenes of shots fired at the In-N-Out restaurant here in Twin Falls. Officers from the Twin Falls Police Department, the Twin Falls County Sheriff's Office, and the Idaho State Police, along with multiple other agencies, responded to the area. It was a very chaotic scene. What I can tell you at this time is this, is that we've had a shooting at the In-N-Out location that has resulted in fatalities. I don't have the exact number confirmed. We're still trying to make notification of the next of kin. We're trying to work with St. Luke's and our coroner's office to ascertain the exact numbers of fatalities. We also have a number of people being treated for injuries at our local hospital here. We have literally hundreds of people that were in some way, shape, or form in the area of this restaurant at the time that are being interviewed right now. The resources for all of our agencies are completely on board. We are interviewing as many people as we can, but we're encouraging the public if you have any information about this incident, whether you directly saw something, you have any information about it.
There is a short, and I question whether they still have it up or if it's going to be removed. That does show the guy getting taken out in the line there. Let's play a little comic relief here, just real quick. If you'll bear with me on this, real quick.
Hello. Welcome to Signs That Shouldn't Be. I'm going to ask straight up, do any of y'all know what this is? This means barbed wire ahead. How in the... This was printed on like a generic office printer. I don't know what this situation is, but I'm going to find out. All right, so this is a toilet with a sign saying ask an associate for a demonstration. That's just poorly worded. That's poorly thought out. And some poor hourly wage person is going to bear the brunt of that. So somebody sent me this picture from his ride home. It kind of only gets funnier up close. Like, I know it's for baloney, but for just a second there. I'm assuming that this is an abbreviation that was just not thought out by cops. It's possible it was hacked. I choose to believe mine. This sign, however, is entirely accurate. No issue.
Good stuff there. All right, let's see. Oh, this is not. This is a world record attempt by somebody jumping into a bale of hay. Check it out. Real talk, people. I mean, that's really trusting. What if there was a needle in that thing? I don't know. All right, one more for you.
The man recounts how he outsmarted a man. He says kidnapped and carjacked him at gunpoint.
The victim says he had just finished walking a dog in Rice Military when the suspect tapped on his window. James Sheehan says a suspect, Deshaun Johnson, told him, "Move over. We're going for a ride." Court documents show Johnson has only been in Houston for a few months and asked Sheehan for directions. He said he discreetly called 911, turned down the volume, and then began giving specific instructions on where the two were going.
I told him, don't go too fast over the railroad tracks in this 2006 gold Lincoln Zephyr, and then we'll go ahead and stop at this Circle K gas station here at Shepherd and I-10. And he didn't seem to pick up on that. He made a lot of mistakes. I outwitted the man.
Isn't that pretty good? The victim did get kind of lucky because he could have called the 911 dispatcher and they would have been like, "Sir, you need to stop playing on the phone."
Yeah, sir, this is for emergencies only.
Man,
I'm surprised they weren't like, "Sir, excuse me, is your boat sinking? What's going on, sir? This is 911. Can you stop passing the phone around?" All right, let's go to Banaka before I give Jules a chance to share her side of the story. I do have more with Lana. Hopefully we'll get to that before too long. But at Liv's request here, and everybody knows I can't say no to Liv, let's play this.
December 6th, 2022, 5:17 p.m. Idaho State Police Detective Joe Lake with Idaho State Police Detective. State name.
William Adams.
And tonight we're meeting about the knowledge of the victims of the quadruple homicide here in Moscow, Idaho, just off the U of I campus. So I know you've been spoken with before. I've read the special agents report and interviewed you. I know that Will.
Brian, I question whether that should have been gobbled up in the cash for clunkers, the 2006 Zephyr, but I don't know if anybody even remembers cash for clunkers. Anyway, here we go.
Has talked to you a couple of times.
Yeah.
But yet we're going to meet again.
That's fine.
And here we are. What I'd like to do is I'm going to take a look here at your questionnaire.
Okay.
And just kind of pick your brain about a few things.
Okay.
All right. So the first question, identify Kaylee's family members.
Is it? I think it is MPD. They say at the beginning, want me to rewind it? I should have put the thing up there. Hold on. Here we go. I'm going to rewind it just for Kathy here.
December 6th, 2022, 5:17 p.m. Idaho State Police Detective Joe Lake with Idaho State Police Detective.
Okay, it's ISP.
William Adams.
And
good call.
And tonight we're meeting about the knowledge of the victims of the quadruple homicide here in Moscow, Idaho, just off the U of I campus. So
this is Banaka.
I know you've been spoken with before.
I can't pause for fuck's sake. Banaka Perez. And this interview was conducted on 12/6/22.
Read the special agents report and interviewed you. I know that Will has talked to you a couple of times.
Yeah.
But yet we're going to meet again.
That's fine.
And here we are. What I'd like to do is I'm going to take a look here at your questionnaire.
Okay.
And just kind of pick your brain about a few things.
Okay.
All right. So the first question, identify Kaylee's family members.
You know, I find that a funny, consistent thing that they do throughout these interviews is ask them to identify or describe or talk about the victim's family members. Like with Ethan Chapin, they did that several times, I noticed. And then, yeah, also the girl with the cowboy hat, I said that, jokingly, it looked like they cloned Kaylee and then, or they cloned Bubbly Waters and then tried to make her look like Kaylee but put the cowboy hat on her. I don't know. Something's redacted here, so I guess I'll have to fast forward. My goodness, jeez, my knees popping cheese. It is ticking away. Wow. That's true, Twiz. Yep. That is something they did say, and it's disturbing, actually. We're still in redaction zone here, guys. Wowzers. And I've double timed it. I think I'm double timing it. Am I? Yeah. Nothing. How long does this go on, Luke? Goodness. Is it me? Did I mute it? Maybe I muted it. Oh, I muted it. No? My goodness, bro. Come on, guys. Really?
Romantic partners.
Yeah.
Let's talk. I hate how they phrase romantic partners, but let's talk about romantic partners. Who was Kaylee involved with? Jack, obviously.
Yeah, Jack. I know that her and Jack were on good terms after their breakup.
They shared the dog, right?
Yeah.
That was Dylan, which seems lured her back, Uncle Ted, for sure. Mel Basilio, welcome in. Very nice to see you. Yeah, all that was redacted. Yes, sir. Very nice to see you. This is too, apparently, unless I need to click play. It's me. That's scary. Wow. I mean, we're talking about so far a full minute redacted at least at this point. Look at this, dude. Wowzers. Oh my goodness. I think a lot of this, portions of this one are. And what are they hiding, bro? Any ideas? Let's know. Oh my goodness, bro. So they asked her to describe the family members of Kaylee. So far, we've got 2 full minutes redacted here.
Okay. You guys hang out much socially?
Sometimes.
I think he doesn't even make it through the freaking question, dude. Wow. This is insane, Luke.
Usually.
Okay. Describe qualities, positive and negative, of Kaylee's relationships. Strength of bonds, ongoing conflicts, custodial issues.
Okay, already, these are off track, much deeper questions than they've asked anyone, right? Custodial issues? Custodial issues? Well, what at the casino? That was the house that you worked at? It's the only thing I could think.
Etc.
Oh my goodness. Are you kidding me? I'm on 2 times right now. I swear to you. Holy guacamole. Bro. Good call, Lou. This is, yeah, I did watch this. I just had it on play in the background. I guess I wasn't even paying attention. I kept thinking that I hit pause or some shit.
Like, friends don't necessarily do that.
Yeah.
May I ask, what is your major in college?
I had to redact that. Oh, goodness. Okay. Thank you, Kathy. Trying to read your chat. I want to be fast forwarding. Looks chewed on. Scully knows nails, dude. Well, hopefully we'll get to the nuggets here. How long is this interview? Ooh, full hour and 12 minutes. My goodness. Dude, I mean, we're already ramming through it 2 times here. Oh my goodness, bro. Wow. We're already 10 minutes in. And we haven't heard a word, really. My goodness. So much to hide. This is insane, though. Oh, was it done? Okay. I'm still on 2 times right now. And if I skip ahead, we'll probably miss some. So keep rocking it 2 times here. Wow, we're almost 20 minutes in. We haven't heard a word. Why would you... Okay, we're almost 10 minutes in. It's insanity in 10 cities right here. Now, what is that sorority?
She should seek that advice. Would she heed that advice? Would she take it to heart?
What advice? You don't even go for the answer. This is insane, dude. Everybody's a hood rat in Moscow.
Yep, thanks, any arrests, court involvement, so on and so forth. Nothing that you were aware of.
Yeah.
How about, and let me preface this.
Okay, so Steve G does say something about Haley wouldn't have to go to trial or go to jail or prison or whatever in one of the interviews, which was just some random comment. I wonder if that had something to do with it.
No one is going to get in any trouble.
I think they'd have those kind of records
outside the scope of these murders.
Okay.
Let's talk a little bit about illicit drug use, prescription
that
meds,
does get talked about
party
here,
drugs, things of that nature. What do you know about that element of her life?
I mean, she didn't like smoking weed. It would give her anxiety.
Okay.
I feel like cocaine maybe, but not like, I don't really see Kaylee going out of her way to find it. I feel like maybe just like at parties and stuff, if it's offered to you, I feel like she would definitely maybe do it. But yeah, I don't think Kaylee would ever go out of her way to find drugs.
A great card. I learned that by owning a Ford. Although I did have a good Ford.
Are people at the school these days, are they into any of the ecstasy or any of the other party drugs?
No.
No?
No.
I know that some of the prescription meds, Adderall, other things like that.
Like Adderall, yeah, like that. But, I mean, that's just, I don't know. I feel like that's pretty normal, I guess.
It is. Well,
yeah.
For however you want to look at it, it is kind of normal in today's society. A lot of people are taking it, even if it's not their own prescription. Yeah. Right. Okay.
But like even that, I think Kaylee was basically done with school. She was taking like 2 or 3 classes that she just like wanted to take so she could graduate. I don't know. But she was basically...
Kathy, that's a great point. And then we were lied about that there was no drug use at the house, right? So 3.5 years later to hear this and they just go ahead and release it out into the open world, it's pretty wild.
Done. She was just working. I know that like last year, or was it last year? Yes, last semester, last year.
I don't know that Bubbly's done a real deep dive on Extreme Networks. Lucy, please tell us what was her real job at Extreme Networks. I'm so confused on that, and how Extreme Networks is even related to the eco anyway.
Taking her like teaching thing, what is it called, practicum
if you don't
or something
mind
like that. But she was doing that and she was definitely under a lot of stress. So that's like the only time I could really see her probably taking a lot of Adderall, but like now probably not.
I'm listening here.
Okay. How about drinking excessively?
You know that was happening.
It's college.
She's laughing, obviously.
I like to tell people, I paid for my rent by having keggers. Back then we used to have keggers.
Yeah.
That's how I paid my rent in college, is by having keggers.
Yeah.
Thank you, Lucy.
So I get it. But these days, there seems to be a little bit of a difference from when I was in college over 30 years ago. That it's almost like a norm to drink excessively when it wasn't so much then. It was more, all right, we won the game, or whatever, and we had a rager.
That'll happen, bro.
Was that a normal thing, though, to kind of drink excessively, drink to the point of incapacitation, put it that way?
No, she really
I never called
drank
you a
that
liar.
much. Like, Kaylee, we would have to convince her to go out most days. Like, I'd text her and be like, hey, I haven't seen you in forever, you should come, like, or just like things like that. I know she would go to the bars every once in a while, but she wasn't like an avid, like, everyday drinker, like maybe like a glass of wine or two.
Yeah, okay, now this is the one with the kegs thing and how he paid his way through college with the kegs, yeah. Way over the line.
But she was never like blacked out to the point where she like can't remember things or like can't take care of herself. She was very careful.
How about some of the roommates?
Some of them were. I mean, it's just like, I guess like Xana was very much like that. At least last
I feel the same way, especially about I want to say Indy, but was it Les or Yessie? I feel like they were just stumbling over themselves with her, and she was on the phone, but they knew what she looked like. You know what I mean? I don't know. Looking at her more and more, this Yessie, I have different viewpoint of her than I originally did. I venture to say that she's not who she represented or who she originally appeared to be. Anyway,
sure she was. I think now that she was dating Ethan, she kind of like calmed down because they would like take care of each other. But I know Xana definitely drank a lot. Maddie was kind of the same as Kaylee, not very often, probably because of her. I mean, I guess if you're doing like a long distance relationship, I don't think that her boyfriend would be happy with her doing that all the time.
That's a good point.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah, I think I didn't really know that very much, so I can't speak for them, but I know that Xana definitely
with the culture there. They're all roommates.
Yeah.
Is it because Beth and Dylan are underclassmen? Is that why they are so much?
I love his interview stuff. They're all roommates. Yeah, we get it. It's cool, man. It's cool. I used to butt chug in college.
Okay.
I feel like, well, I mean, Xana was too. And
yeah, I guess so.
They were all good friends. It's just like everyone kind of like does their thing. Like I know at least at my apartment too, my roommates, like my friends say I will drink. And
Uncle Ted, I'll address that real quick. I honestly would call 1112 a house of ill repute, without a doubt. You know, you got the 6 girls living there. You got the guys coming and going, and this and that. There's just a lot of implications that was a house of ill repute there at 1112. In my opinion, that's right next door, I believe, if that's what you're talking about.
Our other roommates will stay home. It's just like kind of just the vibe, I guess.
Okay. Friends, but yet not.
Yeah, like
tight.
Yeah, not like attached to the hip. Like I feel Kaylee and Maddie were, but yeah.
Okay.
At the head.
When we go into personality behaviors and attitudes, the first question is describe Kaylee's personality. And this is what I've already read this, but in prep for talking to you about it. What you're saying here is a common thread. I mean, it really is. Just very, very good person.
Yeah.
Person that everyone should have as a friend. You know, and
watch it, Scully.
How about the other people in the house too? How would you describe their personalities? Let's start with Maddie.
I mean, I never really like talked to Maddie
right?
a lot, but I know she was really funny and also very outgoing and talkative to other people.
Oh, there was another.
She's also really
there was
pretty.
another. I don't. The title of it. It was a video today I saw. And I don't know who it was, but it said, "Oh, Hunter Johnson was a love interest of Maddie," and then all it does is play Maddie and Kaylee and some guy and Jack D at the pool. So it's weird. I don't know, but that would be interesting. Still overwhelmed at the fact that Hunter Johnson called Kaylee Kylie and he didn't know her. Give me a freaking break.
Her and Kaylee were basically the same. Xana was very outgoing and like very funny as well. She was everywhere. Like literally everyone knew Xana. But I don't know. I got to know them very well. Dylan was kind of She was like, she scared me. She was very like, she has like the RBF, if you know what that is, resting bitch face. Yes, she has the RBF, which I was just, I don't know. She seemed nice, but I just never really talked to her.
A little bit socially awkward, or just
not like socially awkward, just kind of like, I feel like she might have been just a little bit shy and used her RBF as like a protection mechanism. And,
RBF?
Yeah.
just a way to keep people maybe at arm's length or something
Yeah.
like that.
What's RBF?
Who were some of her best friends?
Honestly, I don't know. Probably.
Okay.
I think they were pretty close, but I mean, I wasn't really close with the pop very much. I was just kind of like Xana. I mean, yeah, I was like friends with Xana, but I don't know, just not them very much.
Right. Okay. Okay. And Ethan, what do you think of? I mean, you mentioned he's kind of outgoing and whatnot, but what do you think of him?
He was really fun. I liked him. He was
Bro,
my.
it does seem like this cop is straight up hitting on her, bro. I swear.
Oh, I didn't know.
And Rochelle, yeah, that's a good point. Because her brother did go there, so if she started out there and transferred over, that's a good thought. I need to read your email too. Don't forget.
Know that.
Yeah, I mean, I literally, he was my first, I guess, because I like have my other ones, but I don't know, I never really.
Yeah, this is like her
hung
third
out with
interview
him
or something.
often, unless I like went over there and saw him, or whenever I did see him, I would give him a hug and stuff. But he was really nice, yeah.
Okay. And when you say what, and forgive me, I wasn't part of it.
No, you're fine.
I was too
I
busy
have no
working.
idea.
I didn't take any student loans, so
Yeah.
I was too busy working all the time to
Yeah.
have much of it.
Fancy.
Well, other than having keggers.
Did he really ask her for a job?
Can't be worth it.
Yeah, it was. It was business. I was a business major. What I know that there's like, whether it's a formal organization or informal organization that kind of ties the sororities and fraternities
Welcome
together,
in,
Yeah.
bigs and littles. What is that called?
Wait, what do you mean? It's like,
Well, it's kind of informal because you have all that.
That's a good point, Kendra. That it's impossible to look past those screens, but like it's with a lot of people say that we don't know that any of that audio is even real or if it's mixed up times or whatever it is. But that it is very hard to overlook that country roads take me home to the place where I belong. I mean, come on, bro. It's just wild insertion in this case.
The fraternity.
I feel like
stories.
everyone's just like, well, if you're in Greek life, it's like a club, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, but is there a name for it?
Like FSL, fraternity and sorority life. I don't know.
Okay. And from what I understand, is sometimes they use apps and other things of that nature.
Mhm.
You know,
like Greek house and like stuff like that, or what do you mean?
I don't know. You tell me.
I mean, I don't know. Like between everyone.
Yeah. Just communication. Like, hey, we're having a party. Or we're
Oh
having
well,
a
I mean, we
formal
use
or
like group chats on Snapchat with like like our house will have like group chats with like the guys in our in the same PC in like a fraternity or something, but he was younger. He was a year younger than me, and so like the way that works is like, I don't know. I guess if you get along with someone really well, or like a guy or a girl that's like, mostly it's like the opposite gender, because in your own sorority or fraternity you get assigned like your own little, I guess. But I just really got along with him one night when I was drunk, and so I was like, that'll be my little, you know.
Gotcha.
Yeah. And so they join like your fam, your informal fam. It's weird. It's weird if you weren't
So,
like.
your sorority house.
Yes.
And your sisters. That is your fam.
Like, well, not exactly. Like, you in your sorority, you like become really close with someone younger than you, I guess, and then they assign you as like their big, which is like their big sister.
Okay.
And
so
then
you kind of get to pick.
Yeah, basically. And
I've done a little bit of that, looking into the symbolism, Kathy, as far as BK goes and stuff like that, also as well. And the X and E are very, very, very wild. That just seems, I don't know. It's there's so much in this shit. It's crazy.
And each year, like, your fam gets a new addition, but that's like your fam, like your. it's so weird. It's making me cringe.
Yeah, I'll just like as an example. So if Ethan.
Oh, here we go with redaction.
Then you guys move up the next year. But now he gets to pick
I mean, it's less formal than that. It's just kind of like a whatever. Like it's more formal for your sorority, but if you're adding like a guy, like a random frat guy, then it's just like they just are part of the fam, but not really. Like they just get invited to.
Yeah, no question. I woke up that he gives a tour of the house, and yeah, he's never even checked or questioned. They don't take his phone, all these things.
Our fam nights and stuff, so things like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then, I don't know if you're going to touch on this or not, but you called him your first.
Yes, he was.
What does that mean?
Well, I just didn't really hang out with like the Sigma Chi's much, and so like I would hardly ever see him. Whereas like I have like 2 other littles that we hang out with like all the time, and so whenever I see Ethan, I like over here.
Okay, is that like a standard term that most people use?
No, it's just what I called him. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's cringy, I know.
No, I mean, it is what it is. Gotcha. Okay. Personal habits. She recently started going to the gym.
Yeah.
Generally, when someone
I
starts
think Uncle Ted is referring to the body cam from the earlier in the night of the alcohol crackdown or whatever. Am I right? Uncle Ted, let me know.
In the gym, it's generally there's something in life they, had an epiphany or something like, geez, I need to get in shape, or
I think she was like in her
or
post-breakup like glow up. I think she was in that era.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I started going to the gym. She loved getting her nails done. I've seen a lot of pictures on, social media type stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Attractive young lady, really kind of putting herself out there and other things, which I have a daughter in your age group, that's the norm these days.
Mm-hmm.
Was there anything that she was doing in that element that tied into social media, like the gym or anything? Was she trying to get endorsements?
No, she was like, no, I really don't think so. She was just I think she just wanted to start working out. She was
I'm not sure where the checkpoint was.
She was trying to be in shape for that, but
okay.
Yeah.
Where was she?
Lana has live on it.
I honestly have no idea. I know her and my other friend Nat, and I think one more of them, they booked a trip to go like backpacking.
Which Nat?
Let me replay that because I was talking over it real quick.
She was going to Europe, so I know she was trying to be in shape for that, but
okay.
Yeah.
Where was she going in Europe?
I honestly have no idea. I know her and my other
we're
friend
following
Nat.
up on the Europe questions, and we're kind of leaving a couple things untested where, it's like, oh, where's she going to Europe? Really? Like, what difference does that make?
I think one more of them, they booked a trip to go like backpacking.
Which Nat? Okay. Yeah, we've spoken with Nat.
Yeah.
As well. And who was the other friend?
I don't remember. I think Joe. I honestly don't. I know there was one more, but I don't know. Wait, was there? Honestly, I don't know.
That's intense.
No, they were going to Europe.
Wow.
Describe any recent positive or negative personal emotional changes. She was always a happy person. A little bit sad about the breakup, maybe. Yeah. Anything else? You ever see her have an outburst?
No.
Sure. Just start crying for any reason?
Mm-mm.
Start laughing for any reason?
She was like not like that. She was very normal, very like collected.
Okay. Events prior to
Thank you,
Kaylee's
Connor, for this, but let me make sure.
Couldn't come back to Coeur d'Alene because of the hyper dog. Was Murphy a hyper dog?
Yes.
Okay.
He would jump on you all the time. And
Was
his nails were so long too. It was very annoying.
Was he a little skittish?
Yes. He
Okay.
just like he's a spaz.
And from what I understand, that's both Jack and Kaylee's stuff.
Wow.
So Jack has Murphy now.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what time did it say? Do we know? We don't know. I guess
You did mention, you asked about social media and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you're going to get to this later, but there's a note on here that she recently made a Tinder account.
Yeah, we might as well jump into that. I was going to cover it later, but no, yeah, let's talk about that.
I think, I'm not fully sure. sure, but I know all of her friends were encouraging her to do it because again, she was not very she didn't talk to guys. From what we know, she was very shy.
So help me to understand Tinder. Is Tinder a hookup site?
Honestly, no. I feel like it's more of this is so terrible to say, but I feel like it's more of just a male validation thing.
Oh.
I don't think any of my friends who've ever matched with a guy on Tinder have ever actually gone and met the guy.
Serious?
Yes, it's kind of just they'll match and then it's you're hot, haha, what's your number, what's your snap? It's just liking the attention that you get when you match with someone. I don't know, very weird, but.
No, I mean, in a way, it satisfies that psychological need of.
Yeah, I don't.
I guess.
It's weird going to.
You have to think about one thing she did say too was that she had kind of a thing against Sigma Chi. I guess she was the big of Ethan, you're saying, and so he was a frenemy. So what did she have against Sigma Chi? What was her beef there?
To meet up with a Tinder guy, I feel after maybe weeks and weeks of talking, you'll do it, but probably not immediately.
So you and others basically convinced her to get this Tinder.
I don't know if she ever did, but I
Okay.
know I was telling her to do it. I was you should just do it, or a Hinge or something. I don't know.
Okay. That's good to hear. What about any other social media?
I mean, she used Instagram a lot, TikTok recently. She's making her TikToks. She liked doing that. Snapchat was main form of communication, I would say, probably.
Okay.
Welcome
Facebook
in,
a
Arse
little,
Dragon.
here and there. I mean, just the normal social
look,
media,
thank
I
you.
guess.
What about the ones that are outside norm?
I think that's
OnlyFans, Sugar Daddy.
that's what they're saying. Yeah. I don't. Okay. I don't. There. So much is redacted here. Maybe I'm mistaken on that.
Some of these
Yeah,
others.
I
I mean, she's a pretty
Maybe
girl.
maybe
As are
he's
you.
a
I mean,
little.
they-
I don't.
there are people who are making a lot of money.
She's too shy for that. I don't
Okay.
think she would have done that.
Okay.
She's also she wasn't very confident about her body either. So I think she also started going to the gym because of
Yeah,
that. but
everybody's so nice in
I don't think she
Moscow,
would have
right?
done that. I
Super
think if
nice.
anything, maybe feet pics or something. But
No, and that's
what everybody says.
Yeah, feet pics is probably
That's what everybody
the
says.
weirdest thing, but the easiest, less invasive, I guess.
People
but-
make
Does she mean in this case, or that everybody says that's the easiest way to make money off of OF?
Sure.
Yes.
Pictures.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's really weird.
Things have changed a lot since
Yeah.
I was younger.
Yep, that's right,
Sorry.
Arse Dragon.
Yeah.
No, I mean, but kind of legitimate.
And
because
that's why it's such a trip to hear Cyree saying the car is coming and going, that it's his car. It's dude, they've already admitted that it was in their car. And that is the biggest tell of this case, in my opinion, with the
in a
car.
way, if there are these kind of non-mainstream or these pay sites or whatever, that could give us a lead.
Yeah.
There are some people out there that are extremely good at chasing down IP addresses and other things of that nature. Or, if the person running the account forgets to VPN in, and they can follow it back. Just a variety of things. So, do you think there was anything like that at all?
I mean, not that I ever knew about. Yeah.
Well, you got
probably
lucky,
not.
Brian.
Any of the other people in the house?
I don't think so. I mean, I hope not.
Okay.
What? How did I miss that? I don't know what I missed there.
Forgets to VPN in,
Yeah.
and they can follow it back. Just a variety of things. So, do you think there was anything like that at all?
I mean, not that I ever knew about. Yeah, probably not.
Any of the other people in the house?
I don't think so. I mean, I hope not.
Okay.
I believe that Moonstone Bank was seized after.
Yeah, I just
So-
really can't see them doing that other than feet pics. That's the only thing I can really see.
Okay. Will, anything?
Good question.
Okay. Daily schedule, not sure. Probably very normal. That's a fair response.
The crypto crash happened right before. That was the catalyst for all that business. And the Moonstone Bank was busted for the cannabis and the money laundering. So yeah, it happened a little bit after.
Obviously, she had a few classes. You said she was working a lot. What kind of work was she doing?
I know she was working from home for, I don't remember what kind of company it was, but she was working, I think she was doing like marketing or some sort of like accounting thing. I honestly have no idea, but she was working for this one company, and I knew they were gonna move her out somewhere, either to like Boston or Austin. I don't remember which one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we know she was moving to Austin, right?
Okay, yeah, so it was Austin. Yeah.
Austin, Texas. Great town.
Mhm.
Was she though?
Could that have been where the company was?
Well, I don't know. I think it was just like a company that's like all over.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because she had a couple of options of places to go, I remember.
Gotcha. Recent changes to her schedule, just working from home.
Yes.
Did she make decent money working from home?
Yeah, I know she definitely did, because she was always buying things. Like, she just recently got her car, she booked her trip, like she started getting her nails done, like she was getting paid well.
Okay.
Right. Yeah, she was getting paid well.
What does she do for work?
I don't know what it is, but she does something.
I mean, what did she pay for the car? Like 60 G's? And that's, in 1 year, that's quite a bit of coin to scratch together right there. So anyway.
Thing on a computer.
Okay.
And she was good at it too. That's another thing. She was really good at it. She was getting like shout outs from like the CEO or something.
Mm.
One of the tips you gave us was about Joy.
Interesting.
Yeah.
We went down and talked
Oh,
with
absolutely.
her. But when it comes to closest friends, she and Maddie were very close ever since elementary school. Zaina did, who's a sorority sister. How about you? You didn't put yourself down.
I mean, I was like good friends with her, but I wouldn't have considered myself like her best friend. We didn't talk every single day. She was just like one of those friends that you can like talk to for like a couple days.
Even
and then
somebody
not talk
as
to them for, like,
close
a week
as
or
this
two.
girl was is still trying to distance herself from her, right? Am I right or wrong? She's talking about Xana or Kaylee? I think so.
And then talk again, and it's like you just picked up right where you left off.
Gotcha.
And I feel like that's how she kind of was with a lot of other people as well.
How about, give me 3 or 4 people that were kind of in that same category of friendship as you
Probably
mentioned.
like the King Cabin girls that live like right above them in that brown cabin. They were also all in our sorority, and I feel like they were all like that as well.
What's
like,
it called? King Cabin?
Yeah. It's like our.
Okay.
That's
And
not. I
the
mean,
people
that's
that-
not the only thing. Uncle Ted, great point. But not only was she traveling a lot, buying a lot of expensive, they always had the latest outfits, and you never see them in the same clothes fast. And these bathing suits are expensive, I know. Anyway, there's a lot of suspicious activity money-wise regarding her recent activities that I don't know if we're trying to cover them up or hide them, but there was definitely that.
All of their.
And she's getting shout-outs from the CEO. That's interesting. I hadn't heard that before.
The one that she booked her with. Who else?
Okay.
I feel like Sarah and her probably are not super close, but still she lives there, so I don't know.
I think that Extreme Networks is based out of Boston, out of Harvard. It's somehow, and so you have a connection with obviously the Epstein thing and all this. And I think that there was emails back and forth trying to get her password for her laptop because it was issued by Harvard. That's from what I understand. Lucy will correct me if I'm wrong. If not, she'll stay quiet.
Okay. Don't know of any changes to her kind of circle of friends recently.
She does, and she says it's a bloody nose, Rolamana. Good to see you, man. She says that somebody, I couldn't make out. Hopefully when we get to it, we'll be able to see what she says, if it was a fight or somebody just got a bloody nose. But she's like, oh, it's gross. And they wiped the blood all over the place outside the hallway, which is, let's see the blood inside the apartment, okay? For starters, you know what I mean?
Any additions to her circle of friends?
Well, like her new roommates. I say
You've
new
definitely
because she
shown
lived
that,
with
sure, but
before, and then she moved out and moved in with Pi, which was different because obviously we don't really hang out with the Pi very much, and so I would say that her moving in there kind of like made her become closer with them.
Was Maddie part of that reasoning, since she and Maddie were so close?
Yeah. I know she really wanted to live with Maddie her senior year, and so that was a big reason why she moved in with her.
Okay.
What about leaving the frat, leaving the
Never
store?
discussed any fears, discomforts?
Not really, no.
Conflict with anyone?
I can't say for sure, Kendra. That's a really great question. I don't know what Bertie had to present on the Steve G crypto thing. What I've heard is that he lost $70,000 on Hex. That's just hearsay, though. I can't say here or there. That's a great question.
I'm not contagious. I'm actually much better than I was last week.
You're fine.
Romantic relationships. You put J. Anyone else?
Not that she ever told me.
So there was other romantic relationships. Somebody with a J. Interesting. That's a pickup right there.
Did she ever go to the bar and just have a hookup?
No.
Anything like that? Not that you know of?
No, she was very she would go out with her friends and stay with her friends. She wasn't that girl that was going around talking to every guy and trying to find someone. She was very to herself. I guess it makes sense to me because she was dating.
Sorry about that, Nick. I'm sorry. Ryan Bob, for some reason, sometimes my lives are rewindable, sometimes they're not. You'll have to wait till the end. I apologize for that. I don't know why YouTube singles me out like that. I found it on a couple other people's lives also as well. I think Senor Wachowski had the same problem. I don't know what setting it is or whatever. I've tried to change everything to fix it, but it doesn't
work. For so long, and so it's hard to get out of that. I guess I don't know.
Welcome in, though.
Way to put it.
What's new?
Anything?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Her reputation, very unproblematic.
Yes.
Unconfrontational, known for being kind, and a fun person. Very consistent, by the way, with what other people have told me. So I don't think I have anything more on that. Her interaction with strangers. This is a good one. Outgoing, even though she's a little slightly shy or unsure. To me, it's a hypothetical, but maybe you've seen it. If a stranger just walked up to her on the street, let's say she's going to her favorite
these questions are
food
just
truck,
this question especially is just straight up weird. This conjecture kind of shit, dude. Where was this shit when you're talking to Dylan, dude?
Favorite coffee shop.
I'm just
The
saying.
stranger walks up to her and starts talking to her. How would she respond?
Well, it depends
Frankie,
on what they were saying.
in.
If they were hey, do you know where this is? She'd probably be really nice about it and be like, oh, right over there. I don't know. But if they were went up to her and were weird and creepy and were trying to like hit on her, she'd probably be like, oh, like please stop, like yeah, go away, kind of like, but never like rude. She was never like a get away from me like kind of girl.
So she wouldn't do a hard rejection. She'd do more of a soft.
Yeah,
rejection.
like a oh thanks, but like I like have a boyfriend or something. Like she
That's
would
what we're saying,
never
though, yeah.
be like a bitch, I guess. I don't know.
Okay.
It's fair. I was laughing at the way you put it. It's fair.
Yeah.
That makes sense. So, yeah, he is creepy, dude. And she's just playing it off like, you know, oh, just another cop hitting on me. We're at 3 hours right now, just getting started here on Purge by Purge standards. Let's take a quick little break and give out some memberships here if I can. I'll try again here. To all the new people that have joined us, thank you for joining us. I appreciate you being here tonight on your early Monday morning here. And here, let's see what we can do. I guess we got to go back to the Cyray stuff if we want to bring Twiz back into the conversation here. And we will do that. I am going to do that because there is a lot to show there, in my opinion. Let's see if I can't.
I just don't love being on camera. So instead of changing
I get? Weird. Okay. Gift membership. I almost had it. Okay, there we go. Let's see who gets those. And congratulations to you if you get one. Thank you for being here tonight, everybody. I appreciate it. Paul Jonas, B-Grass, Fizzy Cake, LNNK. Well, I tried, guys. Hopefully they are enjoying those memberships. Welcome to the Purge, you guys. And that's all 10 I got for the month. So if that's what you're here for, you can move on. Just kidding. Okay, don't leave. Don't go anywhere. All right, we're back to the entire view here now. Yeah. Redacted.
You think it was a tech or a marketing company? Not 100% sure this she was working with. Unsure if she had OnlyFans or sugar babies or anything else. You knew she worked for a coffee shop, pardon me, in Coeur d'Alene.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember which coffee shop it was?
What are you referring to, Brian? That's interesting to me. When did that occur? I'm not even familiar with what you're talking about. I don't think. That's wild. Okay, keep going here.
I know she worked at Dove for a little bit, but then she started working for a smaller one. But I don't remember what it was.
What was that? I couldn't hear.
I don't remember
that is
what
weird,
it was.
Neil.
I'm not
Okay, so I live in Coeur d'Alene,
Mm-hmm.
and so I was just curious if you knew which coffee shop.
Play
We
God,
have Jitters, Anchored, Daybreak.
She probably has it on her Instagram. I remember I was looking, and it's probably in one of her Instagram highlights, but I don't know.
Okay.
You've probably been there.
I probably have. I've probably met her without even knowing it.
Yeah.
Because I frequent the coffee stands.
Not aware of any time spent on other campuses or with anyone else. Now, WSU is so close by. Do you have a sister sorority over at WSU? I mean, was there mutual events and things of that nature? No.
No.
Thank you, Ariana. I appreciate that. That's right. I remember
Instagram, Snapchat. So, forgive me because I know nothing of Snapchat.
Oh.
You do.
I do.
You're on Snapchat.
I am.
Let's talk about Snapchat. Common way of communicating. How?
And tracking people.
I mean, there's like the chat part where you like text on the chat, and then there's like you can send a picture with a chat, and then it sends to them.
Okay, so it's like texting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
like through
basically.
an app.
Yeah.
I mean, because I can send a message text, or I can send a picture with text.
Yeah, but it like will delete after like 24 hours or something.
Okay.
You can like set it to what you want it to be.
Okay.
Do you remember what your group settings are, or
with me and Kaylee?
Well, with you and Kaylee, and then you said you had group group chats?
Yeah.
Like within
well,
the group?
I was never in a group chat with her because she was a different pledge class than I was.
Right.
But normally like 24 hours.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have any saved messages?
With Kaylee?
Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
Okay, and those are the ones that like you tapped on them and you saved them?
Mm-hmm. Or she might have, I don't know. I feel like
gotta
I
be a
definitely
reason.
do.
Okay. I don't know if that's something that you'd want to see or look
It
at.
is,
Do
yeah.
you guys need to see them?
If that's okay
I
with
mean,
you,
yeah, that's fine.
then yeah, maybe when we get done, or we could do it right now, just take a look at them.
Yeah.
Is that, are they talking about nudes right now? Holy, oh my god.
Certainly
nice,
give you my
Lola.
card too and have you attach them to the email. Can you do that?
So
These cops are fucking muppets and a half, dude.
what she can do is she can
Oh.
show you them, and then I can
Like
take
their intentions, everything they do and everything they say are so obvious, bro.
pictures of them with my phone.
I feel like a lot of them are kind of just like me making appointments for getting her lashes. Actually, I mean.
Do you do her?
Yeah.
Getting her what?
So what she can do is she can show you them, and then I can either take pictures of them with my phone.
I feel like a lot of them are kind of just like me making appointments for getting her lashes. Actually.
Getting her lashes done. Getting her lashes? We've heard about the possibility of it being a madam's kind of dominatrix kind of place, huh? Getting her lashes. Oops. Is that code word?
I mean,
Do you do her?
Yeah.
So you actually are the one that does her.
Yes.
Okay. So.
I already know what I'm looking at, so all you, buddy.
Okay. So yeah. So all these are saved messages. So like she said, if Kaylee messages her on Snapchat for an appointment, if she doesn't save it,
It'll
we'll
just
put it in a
delete
calendar and
after,
she'll
like,
delete it. She won't remember what the date
Oh,
is.
gotcha.
So she has to save it.
Uncle Ted, what court doc was that? I don't remember seeing any court doc that all the victims' blood was in the neighbor's shower. Are you talking about Idaho 4? Yeah, send me anything incriminating, right, Michelle? Holy girl. Yeah, I guess eyelashes. I'll go with that one.
And then so this starts in. So up here's the date. I don't know if you can see that.
Yep.
So and
A
then.
little bit.
What's that? Yeah. When's your birthday?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're in Australia, ours?
Where was she at when you were on your birthday? Because you said you wish you were here. Do you remember?
Honestly, I feel like she might have been in Coeur d'Alene.
Now
or
this is
something.
last year.
Yeah,
so.
I literally have no idea.
Are these in chronological order from oldest to newest?
So they are, but any messages in between these that are not saved are gone.
Yeah. Because you didn't save them.
So like this one, it says for when and what kind of
That's
fill I can
also
tomorrow after
useful.
12:30. We don't know what Kaylee asked her.
Yeah.
Okay, I gotcha. That makes sense.
Tim the Wolf interview and this one. puts
Are
it
you
all
dating
together.
anybody right now?
Mm-hmm.
What was the question he asked her? Is she what right now?
That are not saved are gone.
Yeah.
Because you didn't save them.
So like this one, it says for when and what kind of fill I can tomorrow after 12:30. We don't know what Kaylee asked her.
Yeah.
Okay, I gotcha. That makes sense.
Are you dating anybody right now?
Mm-hmm.
Is she dating anyone right now? He literally just asked her that. He literally just asked her that. If she's dating anyone. Oh my gosh, dude. Really, bro? And then they redact the whole thing there. Oh my goodness. This is ridiculous. Are you dating anybody right now? Are you? I mean, what does right now her dating somebody have anything to do with the kid? Dude, it's like they're really interrogating her on shit about her life because they think she's hot. Holy Chris Apple. Look at this redaction, bro. I'm on double speeds. Ripping right through it. Wowzers. Oh, I can't see the chat. Hold on. Slow down the chat. Exactly. How many exactly? Yep. That's a good great way of putting it, actually. You know, Neil and Bob, or is that just what you do? That's funny. This is, wow. Uncomfortable laugh right there. Okay. Awkward.
How long have you lived in your apartment?
Yeah, that makes sense when you're out. Any of the victims have, it's like, yeah. This is insane.
Do you know who she used to babysit for?
Oh, here we go.
She used to babysit for this one random family in Moscow. Oh, I'm actually, I don't know, one of them's, I'm pretty sure it was a I could probably like look through like our Facebook, like Facebook, because I know people will constantly post on there about like taking over for that.
Sure. Do you know if that professor was male, female? Don't know.
I don't know.
Okay.
When did she say professor?
You said you could probably look through your Facebook and figure that out.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have to.
I mean, I feel like I probably could.
Hold on, I gotta go back on that one. Sorry.
Sure.
Facebook, because I don't know, babysit for this
a random family. She said random family.
I could probably like look through like our
and he says professor.
Facebook or like Facebook, because I know people will constantly post on there about like taking over for that.
Sure. Do you know if that professor was male, female? Don't know.
I don't know.
Okay. Is it? I mean, you said you could probably look through your Facebook and figure that out.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have to.
I mean, I feel like I probably could.
Okay. She said she had to babysit on Tuesday, and this was on April 25th. I'd have to go back and see what day of the week that was. Interview at 3:30 on May 3rd. Okay. Yeah, so
anything need to be collected?
What's that?
Anything need to be?
I mean, no, not. The only thing I would be curious about is I didn't know she was a babysitter. So
Right.
That's
right. So
interesting.
yeah, please try to find that. You can either email me. Email is actually really good.
Or you can call me.
I think I know who would. You should write down. She nannied for them for like a year.
And redact.
There's like 4 girls in our sorority that did it for those people.
Okay. And it's a family, like husband, wife,
Mm-hmm.
and one of the parents is a.
I'm pretty sure, yes.
Okay.
So right there, that must be who they're talking about, the football coach, right? Doesn't that seem like me? Kick, boy, kick.
I mean, the only thing I would document is the babysit thing, and then she has the one long text message that just kind of shows that she's a kind, caring person, if you want it. Okay.
Good. But if that name, if you get the name.
Yeah, I can look into that.
That'd be great.
While we're on the topic of Snap, do you have any snaps with like Maddie
Oh,
or
that's
Xana or
Tapia
Ethan?
snap. He's so cool.
I can look. One sec.
Because obviously, I mean, we try to gain as much information from stuff as we can, but sometimes when there's a person on the other end of the snap, right, it's a bit easier.
Well, I only met Xana. It's literally just like pictures of us and then like name of a face wash.
Those are the only.
Like these are the only like saved things in our chat.
Okay.
What's your cell phone?
What's your cell phone? He slid that in there so smooth, didn't he? What's your cell phone? Give you a private call sometime.
Who's the guy in this picture?
Wow. Only one detective wrote that down. Yeah, you don't know anybody's phone number, right, Frankie? Weird.
Right. This is back in. This is back
That was
in June.
a long time ago. Yeah.
Wow.
I can check for like.
There's no
Ethan. I'm pretty
limits.
sure it's the only other one I would have anything, but
So you wouldn't have anything with
yeah,
like
no.
Maddie or
I don't have anything with
Dylan,
Mm-mm.
And then.
I don't. Yeah, no, I don't even have them like on social media. I don't think.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, current situation. You wrote down that, Kaylee's a pretty girl. This is what I think is interesting. Is maybe someone felt rejected. Help me understand that.
I mean, I don't know. I just like am. Wait, what part is that? Oh, about something that could have contributed? Yes. Honestly, I don't know. I'm like, I'll go into like holes on like the news or like tips.
That dude sounds like is Dollinger the current police chief? Doesn't that sound like him? I don't know.
Talk and stuff because it just always pops up on all my social media, and so just like random like conspiracy theories, I guess, are like flooding my brain, and so I don't know. It's just literally what I see on social media.
Yeah, no doubt.
I generally start off with this, and I don't know why I didn't tonight, other than the fact that I think we're all exhausted. But
we are tired.
One of the things
when
you're interviewed by police, we wish we could share a lot of information with you. We can't, because we can't change your knowledge, right? Because then if you get called to the stand to testify, and you're asked, how did you learn this? And you look over at Will and you point at him and say, well, that guy right there.
Yeah.
Will Adams, he's a detective. He told me all about this. Your testimony is gone. And that could make all the difference between a conviction and the suspect going free. So our job as investigators is to extract your knowledge and not add to it. Just kind of FYI, I generally preface the course of the interview with that, and I apologize for not doing that. So as we're going through this and we're asking questions,
okay, it is him. Okay,
cool. That's the reason why.
Yeah, that's fine.
Who would she reject if it was someone that she rejected, and how or why would this person, and I know it's kind of hypothetical, but how or why would this person go to such an extreme as take her life and the life of 3 other roommates?
I don't know. Whoever did this is probably like a psychopath or like just crazy person. But I don't know. I can't. It's just like hard to think about, first of all. But I don't know. I just don't know. I don't think she would have ever done anything so brutal to the point where she would need to be murdered. Like that's just, makes me like literally want to throw up.
Have you ever seen, have you guys ever been out and a guy will make an advance and she shuts him down?
I mean, no, not really. Like everyone honestly knows her as like John. So like a lot of people kind of don't bother to do that because they know like they don't want to be like that guy, I guess. But
sure.
Still, she's not like that. she's not like a brutal person that would just shut someone down like a savage. I don't know. She was nice.
Fair.
Okay. 5 things that could have led to Kaylee's death. Someone acting out of rage towards her or roommates. Let's talk about that. What do you mean by rage?
Like just someone getting so mad at them and like just literally just doing that, I guess.
What would it take? How much rage build up, and what would be at the principle of that rage?
You're the one supposed to answer that question. What the fuck kind of
I don't
question?
know. I feel like it could be just someone that's just like has a short circuit, or someone that's just like crazy and has let this like boil up for. Oh gosh, a minute. Or like someone that's just like let this like consume them for a while and then feel like they have to act out, or like something pushed them over the edge. I honestly have no idea.
Okay.
A lot of times, like the hairdressers and stuff are the plug because they have contact with everybody, right?
And just correct me if I'm wrong here, but most of the guys you hung out with were. Ethan was a SIG, right? Any bad blood there?
No.
I mean, any because
You've already said you don't
towards
like
her or
her.
her roommate, so I
Yeah, no, not between who.
Between any, but like, so between any other
Between
guys and maybe
everyone?
Ethan, or I know Ethan didn't live there, but he was there that night, so.
I mean, I didn't really hang out with the Sigma Chi's very much, just because they're not my kind of people, I guess. But no, I didn't. Not that I knew of. Everyone seemed to get along, and like
She just
all
wants
of
to
them
get
were
this damn
very
thing
nice
over
people,
with,
and
man.
people liked being around them.
quit
Like
getting
they would
hit on.
invite people over, and it was
Women
never
know
like
when
a
they're being hit on.
weird, like rivalry kind of vibe. Because I know that sometimes like within fraternities and stuff, it can be like that. But it didn't ever seem like they were the kind of people that were like, oh, you're a baby, you can't be here, like go. You know, they were very nice.
Okay.
So they used to have a lot of parties at that place. And it sounds like a lot of different fraternities and sororities used to come.
Yeah.
You ever recall any time where one wasn't invited, or an individual maybe was kicked out or rejected?
I mean, no. It's just like when people have parties, they kind of just invite like their like immediate friends, and then like they'll invite their friends, but it's never like a personal like invitation thing, like where you invite every single person like
That's true.
through
So
message.
too.
It's kind of like a big mass
She's going
text
right
or
along
like
with
a
everything.
post or something. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
You also
Maybe
listed
something to
a
hide.
potential stalker. Let's talk about that.
Well, I honestly have no. I saw it on the news, so that's why I put that.
Okay, there is something about a stalker. This is one thing I will add to your knowledge. There is something about it. It's not related to the murders.
Yeah, I figured. I looked into that. That was in my hole.
our guys now, actually Will is part of the team that's taking care of.
How is the stalker not related? How do they know that?
That'll be handled.
Okay.
And it wasn't
must
just
have had a
any
pretty
one
good
person in
alibi.
the house or anything else. No, these guys are just kind of creepers. So
Yeah.
that'll be handled. A robbery. Why a robbery? I mean,
I don't know, like a robbery gone wrong or something.
Okay. Would there be anything in the house?
No,
significant
that's like
value?
probably not. I mean, they're literally college students. That we don't have anything in our house that could be valuable, I guess. So I don't know. It's just an idea, maybe.
Along the lines of robbery, you said that Kaylee made a ton of money. She was always buying stuff.
Yeah, she liked nice things. But
Was she flashy about it?
No.
You gotta get your
She was
type in
very
now.
humble.
Steps in.
She was not a bragger about her things. She would have something nice, and if you were like, oh my gosh, it's so cute, she would just be like, thanks. But she would never be like, oh yeah, this was like $1,000. She was not like that at all.
Did she ever buy rounds at the bar when you guys would go out for people? I mean, and I mean, when I ask that, I don't mean like her and like 2 or 3 other
Like
people.
scream.
I mean,
drinks
like,
on me.
yeah, drinks on me,
don't
like
think
for
so.
for this sorority or that sorority or this fraternity or anything like that.
No,
Yeah, another
she
thing
was
that,
like
that
very,
JJ
like,
pointed out is that she had so many of those flight vouchers, when you get kicked off a flight or whatever, and all that all added up to checks in her car. So that's a very interesting thing to add as well.
I don't know. I guess she would buy you a drink, but like not tell you that she bought you a drink. Like she was very like, I don't know. She
So unless you knew her pretty well or saw her, unless you knew her pretty well, you wouldn't know that she was
yeah.
doing well at work.
Mhm.
a love, pardon me, a love interest.
I forgot
of
about
one of
that
the
fake
roommates.
dude interview.
Anyone come to mind?
No, like honestly, no.
I mean, Ethan.
Other than like
Ethan and
Ethan and
Zana are in a
Xana.
relationship, right? Or,
Yeah.
And then, what about Maddie?
Well, I mean, she was dating Jake.
Jake, shoot, Maddie was in Jake. Okay, got it. Yep, ridiculous. Ridiculous amount of vacations. Blah, 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 blah. Come on. Redactions are insane here. There's probably like a good 10 minutes so far of redactions.
You don't know who though?
No.
Okay.
You know
Anything,
what?
Will? No.
No, I don't think so.
Okay. An angry neighbor. This is an interesting one. I haven't seen this one before, but that makes a lot of sense, or could. Why would neighbors be angry though?
Because it's loud on that street.
Yeah. You got people that could constantly complaining, the noise, people calling in noise complaints left and right.
I know some families live near there, like just last year when my boyfriend lived at those apartments and they would have people over, just like a random person that lived next to them would always call the cops on them for being loud.
Which apartments did your boyfriend live at?
The one.
Respectfully, of course.
Yeah.
Any idea who calls in the noise complaints?
There's a hint towards what Rolo's saying.
I know the cops usually don't tell you, right?
I don't know. Probably people that are annoyed with us, or.
Well, I mean, that's a given, but
Yeah. I mean.
Because there are
crack your
I think
knuckles,
there are
Rolo.
some residential families.
Back in.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, at least for us, we live around.
Wait, what was that? Was an answer to a question on the victimology.
All college students that are in Great Cliff, so if they do it, we're just like they're out to get us. But if with them, I know they live right. Like if you'd continue on King Street, it's like families and like that kind of area.
Yeah, just on the backside, it's more residential.
Yeah, and so that's what made me think that. I don't know.
I don't know, Rochelle. That's a good question.
You've told us everything. And then the last question that we have here is,
why so much rage though, Neil? Why so much rage? You know what I mean? It's insane. What they did to Kaylee, it's so extreme. It's ridiculous. And I mean everything involved in this. There seems like there was torture, all kinds of horrible, horrible things. So, you know, what brought it on, you know, whether they deserved it, obviously nobody deserves that. But anyway.
Sorry, my handwriting's kind of bad.
no, your
Have you seen
handwriting's great.
I think it's odd. True.
Let's talk about the Halloween party.
Here we go.
They had pretty good parties at the place.
Mm-hmm.
Mostly.
The cops calling them pretty good parties.
Members
Wow.
at the party.
I mean, yeah, their Halloween party, a lot of people from like out of town, like Boise and Coeur d'Alene will come for Halloween, and so it was like people from Boise, people that, sorry, I had to burp.
Right.
People that didn't go to U of I, people in Greek, people, I don't know, just a lot of random people, I guess.
Did they ever reveal, other than the initials, who that contact was? We got the initials, right? Was it MM or something like that the new contact was?
Was there
If it was
a
MM.
conflict or a confrontation at the Halloween party? We've only heard some rumors.
Honestly, not that I remember. I know the cops came at some point.
Sounds like they showed up there quite a bit for noise complaints.
Yes.
Were you at the Halloween party?
Mm-hmm.
Do you happen to have any photos from the Halloween party?
Yeah.
So what is the big deal about the Halloween party, right? Was it the girl that she didn't like that they talked about when she's cutting the pumpkin, right? Yeah, smoke them if you got them, guys. And what else was it so big about the Halloween party? Interesting.
Need it?
We don't need it, but if there was, if it shows anybody in the background.
Oh, no,
or
we're
anything
just
like
like in the bathroom.
that. Okay.
Yeah.
No overall photos or snap videos or Instagram videos from the party?
I don't think so. I can look, but
Sure. Yeah, I mean, you have the email address and all that stuff, but.
I'll just look and then.
Yeah, so if you come across those, please send them in. And we aren't saying it's related to the Halloween party, but because of the proximity and time frame from the murder and something like that, maybe there was someone there that absolutely did not belong.
Yeah.
I could do a whole
right,
lot
and
of
we need to be able to go through and try to identify that. And it could be legitimate. They were invited, but they've just never been there before. Whatever.
Yeah.
Right. So if you have any of that, yes, please just email it over to me.
Okay.
That'd be great.
Oh, absolutely.
Let's talk about Texas. She was supposed to be going to Texas.
So you were at a Halloween party, and the only pictures you have are from in the bathroom. Is that right?
With her friend Joe.
Well, I wasn't sure if it was Texas or okay, actually yes, Austin.
Because in one of your tips.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. So she was supposed to be moving to Austin with Jordan for her job. So her job wanted to relocate her to a different place, and so she was going to move there, and then Jordan was going to come and move in with her and teach in Austin as well after a couple of months. But she was going to move in with this one guy first, and then that obviously didn't happen. But that was her plan.
Who is this guy?
I don't know.
Did she ever talk to you
She
about
she
him?
would talk about him to me. Well, she did once or twice. I know he was like younger. He just was out of college too. She told me he was a frat guy, very similar in personality to her. Worked for he worked for a similar company to hers. They were like competitors, I guess, and they had a lot of the same interests. And he seemed nice. She told me that she would Skype him and show him her dog and stuff. I don't know. He seemed like a nice guy. She never showed me pictures though.
Seemed like there could have been any type of onset of a romantic relationship or anything like that.
I mean, she said that he was cute, and we were like, oh my gosh, what if it's fate, if you guys fall in love, and then you end up moving in with him? And she was like, I don't know, maybe,
Maybe, I apologize, maybe I missed that. How did they meet each other?
She met him through, I think, like a Facebook thing, or some sort of like finding a roommate thing. Because I remember she was kind of desperate because she didn't want to have to pay her lease at King Street and her lease there all by herself.
Probably Dylan may have brought it upon herself in some ways. I don't know. Yeah, not a single tear when four people are take their lives are taken. Exactly.
So she was looking on like Facebook and things like that for a roommate.
Okay. And I think maybe you provided this tip, but you said he's a teacher in
No,
that's Jordan.
Oh, sorry.
Jordan is now.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
Nope, you're good.
Why do they like half redact that name? That's
something like guys tend to.
Okay, and who was the other guy then? Because I must have been reading Jordan.
The guy was her future roommate. They were gonna move in together.
Did you know his first name?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
No, you're good. You're good. So it sounds like she had a pretty good roadmap to get down to Austin, make things happen.
Yeah.
Lease-wise, everything else.
Yeah, like she didn't have anything else.
Yeah, she was going to go down there and all that good stuff. You don't think that her relationship with this new roommate ever grew more than they Skyped a few times, or?
I don't think so, because she did mention to me at some point being like, because I was trying, of course it was me. I was always trying to convince her to like spark something up with someone, but I was like, well, what if you and this guy like talked and then you guys got along really well and then you guys moved in together? And
So what was the falling out that she had with this George guy? I wonder.
She was like, honestly, no, because then what if we end up not liking each other and then it's just weird? And so she wasn't really interested in
that's
that. But
honestly the last thing you want moving in with somebody, especially the opposite sex. You know, you're gonna have some kind of thing, and then the guy's gonna get kicked. No. I wonder what the catalyst was to end that, whatever it was.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything else on there, buddy?
I think you already talked about the other friends that were going. Like one, maybe.
Right, Frankie. Yeah.
Maybe two. That was Nat Goff. No.
It's a good question, Michelle. I've
All
seen
right,
that.
now to
recently.
dive into more of the victimology and profiling elements. By the way,
I didn't hear that one.
if it
So.
doesn't work out, you ever think about going into law enforcement?
Oh, he does offer a fucking job. Holy shipwreck. I think that's the last thing
Gotcha.
that she's considering, dude. This girl's the plug. Like, you ever considered a job in law enforcement? How fucking delusional are these fucking cops, dude?
I think you'd
Oh, you ever considered dating a cop or maybe marrying a cop? Because we like to have wives to make it look like people can actually tolerate us.
in law enforcement.
Holy,
Really
was
do.
that freaking... What's his fuck that asked her that? Holy shit, dude. We need more women in law enforcement. We really do.
Did you want to touch on this before we get into the victimology part and this? Or...
Yeah, go ahead.
So, and I don't know if somebody else talked to you about it, but this says that told you that after the
Kick boy kick. Oh.
incident, that she maybe recognizes the masked
I
suspect
know his head went up
from
to
the
that.
party earlier in the day at your place.
Okay, she didn't tell me that. That was just something that I had heard. I think I said that to one of the FBI's that came to see me
They
in
say
Boise,
suspect
but
there? I think they said... I just gotta rewind real quick. Sorry, guys. Suspect. Yes, sir. There it is right there. Wow. Suspect.
Okay, she didn't tell me that. That was
From
just something that I had heard. I think I said that to one of the FBI's that came to see me in Boise, but it was just like a rumor. They were asking me if I had heard
True
anything.
crime. My door's unlocked. Here comes the... Oh, of course this is redacted. Really? Let's protect the masked suspect, please.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I got that part straight. Okay. So then, why didn't you tell me that before I missed it?
Because it's a good question to ask you.
And then, have you guys already dealt with this then?
No.
Something about a picture posted to VRBO via Instagram at 3:30.
Oh, to Visco? VSCO.
Oh, someone input it wrong.
Yeah.
It said VRBO. We're like,
No,
what are they doing with
VSCO,
vacation
Visco.
rental?
Yeah.
I had heard through somebody that had posted at like 3:30 a.m. on a picture on there, but
What is it called?
Visco, VSCO.
And what is that?
It's just like an picture app. It's like kind of like Instagram, but it's more for like editing and like photography and stuff like that. And people will post pictures on there.
Any idea what kind of picture it was?
No idea. It was just something I heard again.
Okay.
I don't know.
And then, what about the bloody hand streak on the wall of an apartment?
That was outside of, or that was in our apartment.
In your apartment?
Yeah, that was well, we had like people over for the game, and there was just like a ton of people at our apartment, and then at one point during the party there was like a bloody hand streak, and there's blood outside of our apartment too. It's really gross. I think someone might have gotten like a bloody nose or something, like
So
smeared
that
it
is her
everywhere. It was
apartment there. Wow.
Really disgusting.
Okay.
But yeah.
A bloody handshake.
Okay. And then I'm sure you're going to touch on these later.
No, go ahead.
So a lot of times when people ask when they get to the end of an interview, they ask the question, who do you think we should talk to, or who do you think may have done this? So you listed at this time, it's probably a typo.
I think I had mentioned talk to him because it was like really soon after it happened, and I had heard that he was like standing outside like crying, and so they were like, who do you think saw anything or knows anything? And I said probably him because he lives right across the street.
Okay.
But I don't know if that's relevant anymore.
Okay, and then how about Jack?
So okay. I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
Well,
do you think we should talk to him, or?
Or I mean, I'm sure you guys probably have.
Right.
I don't know.
But
I feel like he'll probably just tell you what he already has said multiple times. I honestly don't know if you still need to or not. But
is there anybody else you can think of that we should talk to?
They're not even interested in what he said.
Like to ask these questions, or?
Sure, these questions, or anybody that you think.
Like someone I think did this?
Sure.
I mean.
Right.
I don't know. Like, I literally don't know. I've seen a lot of stuff on, like, TikTok about Jack, and that's been, like, really creeping me out, but I don't know.
Okay. I'm good with this. Okay. You told me to remind you of these things, so that's what I do.
Appreciate that, Will. You've thought about this a lot. It's over 3 weeks, unfortunately.
Yeah.
When you think about the killer and who did this, what does he or she look like?
What kind of question is that? Oh my lord. And then they redact it. What in the... That's just the extra charge right there. What in the... I'm so over this fucking interview right now. Really, bro? Really? Oh. Double speed right now. Double speed.
Okay.
Okay. What do you look like? What do you think she said? He was probably wearing a mask and had a unibrow. Probably where it came
Why
from.
would someone do this?
Is there crazy?
Where were these questions for Dylan?
Like maybe they have a psychological issue that doesn't allow them to think properly
She's
or
a
something.
psych major. That was a great question somebody asked her.
I don't know.
Sure.
I don't think a normal person could have done that.
Granny did it,
It's just gruesome.
Sure. And when someone would do something like this, what do you think would drive them to it, other than just being crazy? What kind of crazy? Because there's lots of crazy. What kind of crazy would do it?
Like weird fantasy crazy, like psycho.
What's up, Lucy? Tsumi?
Like, I don't know, like Ted Bundy vibe. It's like what I think.
Really? The Ted Bundy vibe. That came in. Where did we get that one from?
Is this person the life of the party, or the person that hides in the shadows? You know, kind of give me a profile. What do you think this person looks like?
I don't know. I feel like they could either be like weird, like ugly, creepy, and like weird like that, or they could be like attractive and personable.
Yeah, Bundy. I mean, it's...
Yeah, that's... Yeah. I don't know. I also feel like...
He's freeing dogs in the Moscow area,
that, like, again, going off of a rumor, if it was someone that would have
so
seen
true, Mel.
and
So
not felt
true.
like threatened by, but then remember seeing them later on, then it was probably someone that wasn't creepy and ugly, because if I saw someone creepy and ugly in my apartment, I'd probably tell them to get out. So maybe someone personable, attractive, that you looks like a normal person that you hang out with, I guess.
Go ahead.
Wow.
Hey, you got anything?
Just some follow-up stuff, but you're doing your thing.
No. Okay. Thank you. All right. No, you look like you had something to say.
No, it's just interesting.
Bedroom blazer, baby.
It's interesting.
Can I get your celly number? What's your current dating situation, baby? Okay, wait. I just want to point out. Is she literally wearing lingerie, a teddy, in this picture here? I'm pretty sure you can see her slip also as well. If that is a dress, I mean, when do they ever wear real clothes at this school?
If anyone versus all four?
It's like
Was it hard?
honestly, this school is clothing optional.
Who would it be?
Well, again, I've heard and seen like on the news that Kaylee was like the worst one, so maybe Kaylee or one of the girls upstairs. Cause
Okay, if we exclude everything we know about the news and we just know of that house and we know of who they are.
Is that her
and
slip
the
down
things that
here?
they do,
That's not her slip.
Which one, if there is this crazy person out there or whatever, which one do you think he or she would target?
Well, I mean, it's like hard for me to answer that because I feel like when I think about it, I think about like the layout of the house and like I try to like solve this in my mind and try to comprehend it, but I don't know. I feel like if Kaylee and Maddie were upstairs and they went upstairs and probably one of them.
Okay.
They didn't have to go upstairs.
Okay.
I think we
That
do.
sounds
Let's see.
Go ahead with your follow-up, buddy.
Okay. This is kind of random.
Mm-hmm.
But in all the interviews that I've been doing, because his job is slightly different than, or his role, not your job, well, whatever. Anyway, slightly different than mine.
Pretty much.
So I've been following up with people, and since you live in the area, that night, did you see or hear any cars or anything that
had a lot of exhaust?
Were out of place?
I went to sleep so early that night. It was after game
Oh,
day.
she went to sleep so early.
I was
Okay.
out.
About what time do you think you went to bed?
Like, I don't know. I came home at like 10ish and then went to bed at like 11 probably. I was really tired.
They were all in bed.
And at your party, was there anyone there that you didn't like know?
I mean, not that I can think of or recall.
There was a guy with a mask on. Who was he?
Were there any new
The
vehicles that
suspect.
you didn't recognize in your parking lot or anything like that?
Just like the driver cars from like the fraternities, the DDs.
Yeah.
But that's all.
Okay. And then, I mean, this one's pretty random, but you seem very, very close to Kaylee. Would you ever access her phone for her? If she like tossed you her phone, would you ever go on it? Like,
Not really. No, I think I
Have a
did once
password,
like
in
a
other
year
words.
ago, but
yeah.
yeah.
So
So
you guys
this
weren't close enough
interview
where she
is
like, shared her
on
password with you.
12/6. Sounds like they didn't have her password yet.
I mean, she would have shared.
Where the
her password.
family says, "Oh, we had shared passwords, and that's how we helped the police get into her phone."
Password if I was like, "What's your password?" But I just never really like ever needed to. I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's all I had.
Okay. Anything that you would like to share with us that we haven't asked?
Honestly, no. I don't think I have anything.
We're grateful that you've come in. This is actually like the third time, fourth time, fifth time, maybe that you've been talked to by law enforcement.
Yeah.
Right?
Sorry, one last question.
Oh yeah, please.
One last question.
We go out.
Out of all the guys, that you know, like the Dells, the Sigs, all that stuff, who in your mind, because there's always one guy, right? There's always one asshole. Who, out of all the guys you've met and all the fraternities and stuff, in your opinion, is the biggest asshole?
Well, I mean, he's graduated, but
Okay.
he was not nice. His
Okay.
name's Bob, but I don't. He's like gone.
What's his name?
Bob.
What frat was he in a frat?
Yes.
Anyone?
Okay.
He was just he was very aggressive, very like drunk, aggressive guy, but he's gone now.
Okay.
Wow.
How about this year? I mean, relative to the situation.
Well, that's also why I say drunk is like he's very like at first I was like no way, but then I'm like think about it, and out of like every guy that I know, I feel like he would be the one, like not the one to do it, but he fights everyone and has a very short fuse and like it's just kind of a dick when he's drunk. I don't
Sounds
know.
like everybody.
But I don't know.
Moscow.
I don't
They're
want
all
to like
super
say
nice.
that and like accidentally incriminate him if he didn't do
No,
anything.
no.
Yeah, the reason I ask that is because there's always the big asshole, right? There's always the guy that's causing problems in the group. There's always the guy that's
He's not, he doesn't cause problems, but he's
Okay.
always there to like be in the problem, you know, and like if someone is fighting someone, he'll go and immediately be like, go and fight them too, and it's just like get involved in things that he doesn't need to be involved in, I guess.
Okay.
Or drama that he doesn't need to be involved in.
Sure. Any girls? Kind of same idea, just with the ladies.
Honestly, like, I don't really think, I don't know of anyone that's like mean like that or like, I mean, actually, I was friends with Xana, but she was, that's just her personality. She was kind of just like doesn't give, like, she's just very.
No filter, doesn't give a shit.
Yeah, like we'll call you out on, yeah.
Good. Sorry.
You're great.
You're great. You're so hot.
Sorry. Anything else? Okay. Your homework assignment.
I'll look into that.
Any videos or photos associated to the Halloween party?
Okay.
All right. And
You want pics
like
of me in the
best thing is
bathroom, in other words? Yeah.
because the way our email system
Sure
works, I
you
can
do.
take attachments and other things and immediately upload them into our case system if they're relevant.
Okay.
All right, so yeah, I think that's all I.
Oh, shit. Oh, man. I can't right now. Oh, that one took it out of me, bro. We're coming on 3.5 hours. You guys want to keep going, everybody? I want to do the Jules thing. I want to do more Lana thing. I want to do the thing where Giario says the thing about Moonstone Bank. All that shit. I want to do it all. Anybody with me? Who's with me? You guys still down? All right, let's close out this Muppet caper here and see what else I have lined up for you. Oh, I told you that video would get taken down with the guy getting pew-pewed. I told you. Told you. Wow, I don't know how this one got in here. It's weird. What is this? Oh, this is the Rollo motto. Okay. Rollo! Is there anything I need to worry about copyright-wise in the beginning of this? I'm willing to play 5 minutes. You make me so nervous, Rollo. Scare me. It's going to start off with a copyright. I'm going to just mute it right from the start. Alright, this is him with his little warning. Blah, 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 blah. Alright. I'm going to trust you, Rollo, even though you haven't said anything. Let's see what Rollo's got. Probably playing music right now. Play the last 10 minutes? I thought somebody told me the first 5.
Blown is lost so far in the wind.
Yes.
Same with this case. Even if they came out and told you the truth today, would you believe it?
If that happens, when that happens, okay, who's gonna believe it after everything we've been through? It's going to be very hard for anybody to say, how do we know this is the truth? How do we know that you're just not trying to change the channel on us again?
There, boo-boo. I did it, boo-boo. But you're sharing the wrong screen, homeboy.
I have no idea, and I don't care.
Fair enough. Press play off.
And it's not the first time this photo circulates, so people claiming it's Ethan. And didn't someone say Rollo Moda supposedly like this fucking debunked it and identified those 3 people?
Well, you'd have to believe something that Rollo says in order to believe that.
What?
Well, you'd have to believe something that Rollo says in order to believe that. So,
Schwa.
Good luck.
I'm just asking.
Hated it.
But I have a hard time thinking that those chips actually line up to that conclusion and the information that we've been exposed to. Now, he's had information exposed to him that he hasn't shared with us. But I think also when you listen to him, you'll see He contradicts Twiz, right? He contradicts Twiz in his analysis of his own work.
Here we go with Twiz again.
May have, as he says, seen the kind of information and how it didn't daisy chain. Yeah, Twiz was mistaken. I don't know that he ever, I'm not saying Twiz made it up or Twiz is a liar, but Twiz, anybody with the name Twizzlestick, you got to be a little suspicious.
This is Tina with What the Fuck Transition Services. Wow. Well, I mean, you could have fooled me, but he was basically the bitch.
Message!
Twizzle Snitch, right? The one that got Cyril labeled a conspiracy
That was a good one, Rolo.
theorist because he told them something that was confidential and went on YouTube and told the whole world, He was just a groupie. He was just a groupie. He just wanted to talk to Lucy. Lucy shackled that nigga up, you know what I'm saying? In the basement. Ho.
He calls me Captain Save-A-Ho, too. It's hilarious.
Obviously, after I heard what I think I heard was crying in the bathroom and that guy talking to Kaylee, I opened the door again, and that's...
Is that the third time?
Yes, this is the third time. And I don't know how I knew it was someone, because from my mind, it's like I was once wearing these like blurry glasses. Like it's so fuzzy and cloudy, but it was like a figure of someone wearing all black, and it was like they had the ski mask that was covering their forehead and their chin and mouth. But I could see that all I remember was seeing their eyebrows. And I don't remember what their eyes looked like, but I remember their eyebrows. I don't remember the color of the eyebrows were. I just remember like bushy eyebrows. That's all I could think about.
Could you see what color his eyebrows were or anything like that?
No, okay. I don't remember what his eyes looked like either.
Okay.
And I know he looked at me because I could see his eyebrows. I think I just saw one eyebrow. I don't know why or how.
Could you see what color his eyebrows were or anything like that?
No, okay. I don't remember what his eyes looked like either.
Okay.
And I know he looked at me because I could see his eyebrows. I think I just saw one eyebrow. I don't know why or how.
Could you see what color his eyebrows were or anything like that?
No, okay. I don't remember what his eyes looked like either.
Okay.
Do you think that was somewhere between 420 and 427?
I have no clue. Okay. I don't have any memory, really. What? I have no clue. Okay. I don't have any memory, really. So obviously after I heard what I think I heard was crying in the bathroom and that guy talking to Kaylee, I opened the door again, and that's...
Is that the third time?
Yes, this is the third time. And I don't know how I knew it was someone, because from my mind, it's like I was once wearing these like blurry glasses. Like it's so fuzzy and cloudy, but it was like a figure of someone wearing all black, and it was like they had the ski mask. What? They had the ski mask. They had the ski mask. They had the ski mask that was covering their forehead and their chin and mouth. But I could see that all I remember was seeing their eyebrows. Seeing their eyebrows. That was covering their forehead and their chin and mouth. But I could see that all I remember was seeing their eyebrows. And I don't remember what their eyes looked like, but I remember their eyebrows. I don't remember the color of the eyebrows were. I just remember like bushy eyebrows. That's all I could think about.
That's a lot of they, you know what I'm saying? Plural, meaning there was more than one perpetrator, you know what I'm saying?
I walk down into the living room. I look to my left. That is where Xana's room is.
She walks, she runs, she flies. She don't know what the fuck. You know what I'm saying? Trip out.
So I opened the door for a second, and I just sprinted. What? So I opened the door for a second, and I just sprinted. I walk down into the living room. So from what I remember is this is now the fourth time opening the door. I go outside, I sprint. I think I sprinted again. It could have been just like running, and I think I'm sprinting. I don't know.
Shut your bitch ass up.
Look to my left. That is where Xana's room is. Like down this little hallway.
Was lights on or anything?
There were lights on. I think so. I don't know for sure again, but I think so because I was able to see her.
In her room, the lights are on?
Yeah, and I don't know if the bathroom lights are on. I can't remember. I think they were, but again, I don't know. Like, everything's kind of wish-washy. I can't remember.
Is Zaina saying anything?
No, I thought she was just passed out on the floor. Like, I thought she was just taking a nap. Like, it happens. Like, you get...
Taking a nap on the fucking floor. Okay, face down.
Get too drunk, you just, like the floor feels fun. Like, sometimes when we're all kind of trying...
The floor feels fine. Great catch, Rolo.
We're just like, okay, I just want to fall asleep on the floor. Like, it just feels fine, you know?
At no point after
We'll just leave her there. That's perfectly comfortable.
Encountered the man, did you think that there's something about Zaina that isn't normal? You never thought that?
Yeah, I never thought anything.
You could just see the gooch leading her along by the nostrils.
Anything was wrong. Like, I thought she had just, like, fallen asleep. I never thought
I don't know what nostrils are, but yeah.
She drank. I never thought 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 she drank.
Is Zaina saying anything?
Zaina was drunk 24/7.
No, I thought she was just passed out on the floor. Like, I thought she was just taking a nap. Like, it happens. Like, you get too drunk. You get too drunk. Like, you get too drunk. Like, you get too drunk. Like, you get too drunk. You fall asleep. I never thought she drank. Like, she was unconscious. I didn't even think that at all. I didn't think anything was wrong.
Dirty ass floors of a party house, right?
At all. And I don't know why. I feel like it was stupid of me to open the door. Like, I don't know why I did that, but I didn't see anyone. What? And I don't know why. I feel like it was stupid of me to open the door. Like, I don't know why I did that, but I didn't see anyone. I didn't see anyone. Yeah! Okay! I mean, I was scared, but I wasn't like, it wasn't like anything was wrong. I was just like freaked out that someone was in the house, but it wasn't like, oh, this is bad.
According to her story, she could have been killed as well if her story was true. And I believe that's how we know that it's not, because she's not talking about any of that. I could have been killed. She doesn't say that once.
Exactly. Absolutely. Why me? Why them and not me? Well, what's going on here? You know, again, it goes back to, why was I spared? Let me think about the last 24, 48 hours. Is this someone that likes me? Is this someone that I'm close with?
It didn't make sense to me at all. Like, I never would have thought, oh, like, intruder, murderer. Like, that never crossed my mind once. That's what I don't understand.
So I want to tell you, from the first time I heard the story, the perspective I had, not your story, but hearing it from the detective sergeant, I thought, this is why it's important, that the offender was talking to you.
No.
That you're going to be okay.
No.
So basically, when the other detective sergeant explained the situation to Detective Gooch, he had Dylan down as a suspect, as a perpetrator, participating in the crime, you know what I'm saying?
So I want to tell you, from the first time I heard the story, the perspective I had, not your story, but hearing it from the detective sergeant, I thought, this is why it's important, that the offender was talking to you.
No.
That you're going to be okay.
No.
It was directed at the person crying in the bathroom.
Sorry if I got mixed up, but like...
No, you're not.
Yeah.
This is why it's important. Who do you think that person was talking to?
I think it was Kaylee, and I think the guy was talking to Kaylee in what I think was the bathroom.
That's important. But do you see my perspective?
Yeah, that makes more sense.
Then that means he knows you, and he wants to protect you. And that would be important for his investigation.
That makes more sense.
Why them and not me? Well, what's going on here? You know, again, it goes back to, why was I spared? Let me think about the last 24, 48 hours. Is this someone that likes me? Is this someone that I'm close with?
And that means he knows you and he wants to protect.
Somebody even said Bethany's brother also as well, Rolo. I heard that too as well. I never heard her boyfriend. That's interesting.
Protect you, and that would be important for his investigation.
That makes more sense.
I mean, you're young. You're an attractive young lady in college, but no. How about
she had been talking, I guess not talking, but like hanging out with. I knew him from high school, and he was one of my friends in high school.
That means he knows you and he wants to protect you, and that would be important for his investigation.
That makes more sense. For a little bit of time, so I
down in Boise.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so when they started talking, I was like, oh, like it'd be really cute if you guys started dating, because I liked him for her.
That means he knows you and he wants to protect you, and that would be important for his investigation.
That makes more sense.
And nobody else that you can think of had relationships outside?
No, well, I know. So before Ethan, Xana had kind of dated. So Ethan kind of had like some disagreements sometimes, like just like I don't really know them. And so Xana wouldn't go over to the times, and Ethan would be kind of wary about it just because he was there. And Mason Bing didn't. I don't know if he was just like jealous of Ethan that he had Xana, or like whatever it was. What? I don't know if he was just like jealous of Ethan that he had Xana, or like whatever it was. I never really talked to him about it because I just was like, it's not really my business. I'm not going to put myself in that. So that was like the only other I guess romantic interest that Xana had before Ethan.
So now at least we do know that there were 2 separate fights. One occurred on October 15th. That is the fight that Dylan Mortensen and Bethany Funk both stated there was a fight at their house and 2 guys got kicked out. Those involved were listed as JH, KD, which was Kai Davis, and AR or R.
We would always just hang out like all the time since I was a freshman. They'd come over to the house, more like Xana. That was before she was dating Ethan, and she was just hanging out with us all the time.
Okay.
Last year, I was starting to hang out with one of the roommates, Bethany, all the time, so I would go there all the time and hang out at the house.
Okay.
Now watch the shady ass bitch Bethany try to deny the relationship with Kai and him being over at the house. You know what I'm saying?
And what about you? Do you have a current or ex-boyfriend?
No.
Okay. Any guys that, the flirty starting of a relationship or anything?
I had one guy kind of, his name was
Where does he live? Okay. Had he been over to your place before? Okay.
And then when did you hear about what happened?
One of my fraternity brothers barged into my room because I would stay the night.
Wait, who was she saying she had kind of one guy? I mean, was she denying Kai or not? That's what I can't figure out from that.
At Bethany's.
Okay.
Kai was number 8 from the drug truck. Interesting. That's interesting. Wow. We'll tell that standards.
A bit, so then they saw the vandal alert that homicides had happened on King Street. So then one of my fraternity brothers came into my room, making sure I was there.
Yep.
Woke me up. Really hungover, didn't even know what was going on, but then we had no clue, so we were just hanging out in one room all together. And then one of our buddies came in and told us a little bit about it. Probably 12.
Okay.
So one of your fraternity brothers barged in your room because he knew that you were over there at the house, and then you tried to say that you guys didn't know what was happening until your other fraternity brother went in and told you guys. You know what I'm saying? That shit don't make sense, bro. You know what I mean? Come on.
And then when did you hear about what happened?
One of my fraternity brothers barged into my room because I would stay the night at Bethany's.
Okay.
Quite a bit, so then they saw the vandal alert that homicides had happened on King Street. So then one of my fraternity brothers came into my room, making sure I was there.
Yep.
Woke me up. Really hungover, didn't even know what was going on, but then we had no clue, so we were just hanging out in one room all together. And then one of our buddies came in and told us a little bit about it. Probably 12.
Okay.
About 12. Wow, that's pretty early.
So how often do you think you stay the night at the?
Considering the fucking 911 call was made at 12. Just saying.
Bethany's.
I'd say. No, we stayed 3 times.
Okay, gotcha.
I would stay the night at Bethany's.
Okay.
Quite a bit, so then I would stay the night at Bethany's.
Okay.
Quite a bit, so then
So how
Tony,
often
what's
do
up?
you think you stay the night at Bethany's?
I'd say we'd stay
Right
like
on,
3
Tony. I'll
times.
take your word for it.
Gotcha.
She did say something about one guy, but yeah, you're right.
Anything else you remember about that day, particularly the day after? Like once you guys found out?
No, we were kind of just all in shock, just sitting there with each other.
Yep. Okay. I think mine's kind of like most everybody else was.
Yeah, right. Then I think we just all went home the next day.
Yep. Did you have any communication with Bethany after the fact?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah. Did she
making sure she's good?
Yeah. Did she tell you anything after, like about what happened or anything like that? No. Okay.
I didn't really want to talk to her about it, figure it out.
Yeah, no, I don't blame you.
And then I said, my phone is going to die, fuck. And then she said, come to my room, run down here. That was at 4:23.
I was wondering something. What if it was instead of 4:23 at 3:23? You know what I'm saying? Since we have a subject walking out the house at 3:20, you know, which was in my opinion Kai, you know, the dumpster guy. But who knows? But trip out on this, how she describes Xana first naked, and then she describes her like being covered in a blanket. Watch, trip out.
I remember her just on the floor, and I don't think she had any pants on except for underwear. And I was like, oh, like that was normal for her to like just wear underwear around the house because we were all so comfortable with each other. Like, that was not weird at all. So I thought nothing of it. I was just like, okay, it's fine. And I was almost too scared to go look into her room because I was like, I don't know if there's a guy here or not. I don't know if someone's here or not. Like, I have no clue.
Okay, she just describes her being in underwear, right? Now watch this. She's gonna describe her just seeing like her feet and her head like being wrapped in a blanket.
I couldn't see much. I guess like I could just see her. I could see the top of her head because obviously her head is a lot higher than everything else, and I could see her legs a little bit. I could see the top of her head because obviously her head is a lot higher than everything else, and I could see her legs a little bit. And that was it.
And then what is she wearing?
I don't know what her shirt is. I can just see her wearing underwear.
Did you call out her name?
No, I don't. I mean, I don't think so. I don't think I did. I thought she maybe was just asleep, so I don't want to wake her up. And then I like ran down to bed. She could hear me walking down, so she opened up the door, so I didn't have to wait for her to unlock it.
Now she's gonna say she ran down to Bethany's, and then she says she walked, she sprinted, she flew. I don't know what the fuck. You know what I'm saying? Trip out on this.
And then I like ran down to bed. She could hear me walking down, so she opened up the door. And then I like ran down to bed. She could hear me walking down, so she like ran down to bed. She could hear me walking down, so she opened up the door, so I didn't have to wait for her to unlock it. And I just locked the door. And I was like, I don't remember what we talked about at all. I don't know if she does. I have no clue what we talked about. I just remember us being scared a little bit, but like we didn't think anything was wrong at all. We thought, okay, maybe someone just passing through. Like maybe we just like the house would make a lot of noises too, because I think it is an older house. And it's like I'd be at night hearing just like, you know, like the cracking noises when houses make when they're older.
Shut your bitch ass up.
And what I have to ask you, you were running at first, and at what point did you stop running and she heard you walk to her room? You said at first you were running, and you must have felt comfortable at some point.
Message!
And what I have to ask you, you were running at first, and at what point did you stop running and she heard you walk to her room? You said at first you were running, and you must have felt comfortable at some point.
Well, I guess I was running. So when I got out, I stopped and looked at Xana for a second. This is what I think happened. Then I ran down the stairs. I kept running. I don't think I was walking at all. I think I kept running until I got to her door.
So it's important that it's not what you think, it's what you know.
I don't know any of this. I don't know at all.
What?
This is all from what I think happened, because I don't know what is real and I'm just like, my mind's waking up. So I don't know at all.
Okay!
So of the things we've been writing, are most of it what you believe and you remember happened, or you're thinking what happened?
All right. They shut it down there. Warned me about the copyright stuff coming. Sorry about that, guys. Great video, though, Rollo. Really great. Good stuff. A lot to chew on there. Let's get into a little Jules. See how much longer I can hang. I'm only hanging longer because Tony's here. You guys are lucky. All right. Is this the one I wanted to watch? I don't think so. Hold on. Let me go to Jules' page real quick. Thank you for being here, everybody. Please make sure you hit that like button for me. I appreciate it. Make sure you subscribe to Roll Amada's channel so you can keep up with all the latest and greatest stuff from him, and to Jules and to Lana, our fantastic friends here in this case. And let's see which one was the one I'm thinking of here. I'm starting to get an Idaho4 headache here. For fuck's sake, I need some ice cream. Slavinsky, huh? That's what we do need to. The original cell data report from Slavinsky. The Idaho4 headache is creeping in. I might have to rage quit. I hate to do it. I think I'm going to rage quit, guys. It's pissing me off, but thank you for being here with me tonight, everybody. I really got to thank you. I'm going to play us out with some Skull Mackay. Kind of just hearing Dylan's voice, maybe, or something. Oh, man. Where is Scully? Scully, what is it? Newberger? I can't even find it. Anyway, all right, I'm rage quitting right there. I'm out. You guys want to keep going, don't you? Buttermilk waffles would be amazing. A little longer. Fuck's sake. Let's watch some of this Jules live here. This is the most recent one. I did see parts of this. All right, I'll hang as long as I can. I promise. Idaho4 headache.
Tile Survive has to be one of the most.
See how long I can go. I'm thirsty also. Maybe you need a milkshake. Watch it go. I know it's been a dry day. Everybody's pent up and has a lot to say.
On Logan, and we can
this chat has been absolutely fucking amazing.
Let me see. I think she might be here, guys. She might be here. Let me see.
Great video, Roll.
I heard an Uber come by. Let's see. Oh, she's here. Okay, hold on. There she is. Welcome, Miss Jules. How are you this evening?
That's literally how my son, my 17-year-old,
I did watch
I'm live, he come cop knocks on my door.
That's
like,
what it is.
Excuse me,
I
there's
thought a
a
cop was knocking on my door, for fuck's sake. All right. Not the drones. We're looking for... I'm running out of... why are all these windows open? It's crazy. This might be it. Let me see. I'm going to close these. Let me close some of these crazy windows that are opening up. Threats from Ann Taylor. That'd be interesting. Let's catch the end of that. Let me close some of the other ones here. Hang with me for 1 second, guys. I appreciate you being here. Reaction marathon. Wow, it opened like every Jules video there ever was, huh? I've been meaning to ask you, Liv, what would you do for a Klondike bar? Just out of curiosity. Let's see here. I got too many windows open here. What was this? This was the one.
Review his work because he found it all. And somehow Tom Slavinsky gets lost in all of this. Tom Slavinsky did the work, saw, holy shit, like he's like, what the hell's going on here? Like, this is wild.
But people are messaging me and telling me that there is heavy drinking and there's cocaine involved. And there's a particular person whom I know this person's name. I'm not going to disclose it. I'm going to go to the police first, and then I will disclose it if it doesn't interfere in the investigation. But this person allegedly was offering people cocaine, and someone close to Nolan, one of his friends, told me that this person was offered cocaine and rejected it from this person. And I was also told,
hey, Leia.
And this person told me that it's over 100% chance that Nolan was using cocaine during this period of time. This person said it was 150% sure that when the toxicology comes back, that Nolan will have cocaine in his system. Now, again, taking into consideration, this is somebody telling me this. I'm not saying it's me. I'm not saying it.
Well, this is
I'm not able to verify it. But from the sources that I'm getting it from has been consistent, verifiable sources.
With Lana, okay, was this? I think this is it. Let's get this commercial
Klondike hits you with brutal cold.
Okay, did they really just play that commercial? Did that just happen? That was weird. That was really weird. What was I looking
Not have
for?
timing records.
And Mount said something completely different.
It must have been one of her other lies. Okay, let's put that in the back burner for now. ISP filled again. Lana. Ethan's 2 invites. Interesting. Steve, Olivia. Yeah, that's one watch. Dealer alert. Let's pop in on just a minute of this for fuck's sake.
Back to back. And Ed Jacobson, again, just another stellar staff member.
Who is this? Oh, and please, guys, somebody, I'll do it. Let's make sure that you're subbed up to Leia. Hopefully this won't change the channel we're on here right now. But let me put the link in the chat for you guys. And you guys all know and love Leia. Leia. And this is her link. Get over there and sub up for her. Let's get her to 1,000 at least here by the weekend or next weekend. I would appreciate it. Thank you so much. And let's get back to this.
Hey, it's Mike Van Leuven. I've got FBI Ed Jacobson in with me here too.
Okay, I tried calling Jim.
Yep.
I couldn't get him on the line.
Fair, my earage.
I can, well, now I got, could call me.
Okay, I could give you all the details from this call. We all know that they asked him about something 2 years ago, yada, yada, yada. Let's give Jules her time in this live, because I did
Take a case this big and
mention her.
not get stiffed with the payment. We're not making that our message, but they literally.
We're not going to make it our message that we are an honest company who's doing good work for the right reasons. We're going to hold your information ransom for $10,000 to $30,000. And then when you come out here and accuse us of holding information, we're not going to make a statement. I'm going to pull up their website. Hold on.
I tried every type of ED medication, Viagra or sildenafil, and Cialis or Tadalafil. I know this works for some people, but I did not get reliable results. 4 out of 10.
Pretty sure that's all I get now.
This is their website. It's data collection.
Okay.
They have a YouTube.
Telling you.
Weird. No, I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Eek. Eek. All right, let me go back and share this. I'm going to go find my videos that we did.
This is a new one to me.
On the Garrett
I really
Discovery.
wanted to watch the one I watched.
And I'll drop the link in the thing.
We'll do what we can.
So that if y'all haven't seen that, y'all can go and watch that, because that's what this is. Shadow Dragon is the Garrett report. And the whole like funding thing is also crazy as hell to me, because remember, they got like,
oh, that's what Shadow
I don't want to
Dragon
say that
is.
over the entire course of this case, they've probably gotten like $300,000 from donations. The GoFundMe's themselves were well over $200,000. Plus, we know that they've been donated Venmos and gifts and all kinds of stuff.
Now.
They could have paid that. The original reason for that damn GoFundMe was a private investigator. So if this could have been funded itself and it was legitimate information, then they could have funded it. They chose not to.
Draw Twiz back into the fray.
Or what the hell's the actual story here? Did that guy really have no actual information because Steve fed him a bunch of bullshit to work off of that he found himself? Which is also super crazy because in the Netflix documentary, Olivia is talking about how when they found out Brian's name, they went on social media and started looking all over the place. And you know what she did not say? You know what she didn't say? That they found him on any of the girls' social media. That they found him in their messages or found him liking comments or liking photos or any bullshit like that. Steve sure tries to act as if they ran over there and saw all kinds of crap.
Yep.
Found all kinds of connections. Olivia never said a thing. State already said that doesn't exist. There's nothing on the devices. Crazy. Absolutely insane.
Literally said, we can literally tell you that he's been connected to these people through his fingerprint of his emails and the things that he was doing online. It's a whole science that they have out there and touch points, and they put it all together. He was very confident, and
you're telling me that the state had experts that they hired, and including people from the FBI and including all these other agencies that came in and looked at all this stuff, and they didn't see any of these things your special hired but holding for ransom guy actually saw? What?
he said they're refusing to give me any money. They want to do it for free. And to that point, the Cellbrite, the Barnharts ended up didn't have to do it, but they did it for free, just like Cyber. So there was these decisions being made, not over the right decision. It was, I don't know what it was, but evidence was being missed in a case that the world was watching, and we can do better. We can learn from our mistakes, and we can do better, and that's why we're here right now.
And you know, Steve, if you think about it, let's push that price up to $50K.
Or not.
When you look at the amount of money that was spent on this investigation and bang for the buck,
actually, you know what? I'm glad he actually mentioned that. All the money in this case, and look how many people did their shit for free.
Read, Robert. Yeah, because it's the infomercial. They get all kinds of traction out of this shit.
Did it for free. We worked pro bono. Blah 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 blah. In this case, which is weird.
$50K is probably the best that you're going to spend on this case, because it's going to show that I think those concrete connections. I do have a question. I think you guys might be interested in this.
Those concrete connections.
I believe that the girls went to the A&W. There's a little A&W and a little store.
I know exactly. Yeah, right down the street.
I think this was a pretty routine thing that they hit on a regular basis. And I'm really curious to some of the background there. But one thing that I've always said is missing, and it's really bothered me. Has anybody ever approached you guys on what's called VICAP? Have you ever heard that word VICAP? Or it's basically a history of the victims to everything of where they shop. If they order pizza, where they order pizza. Has anybody ever approached you in this investigation to try to...
Closest we got to they were scared once I hired a lawyer. They just stopped talking to me. And
they stopped talking to Steve about 2 weeks after the investigation started, because he didn't want to listen. He didn't want to cooperate. He wanted to come out and give out a bunch of information to the public that the public didn't need, because they were trying to keep certain things quiet for whatever they thought they were doing in the investigation, which we know at that point, who freaking knows what the hell is actually going on. Just look where we ended up anyway. This is not true. They were refusing to be interviewed before they ever hired Shannon Gray. Shannon Gray said at a hearing in Latell County in front of Judge, his first hearing in front of Judge, that exact thing, that it's not his fault that his clients had not been interviewed and had not gone in for interviews. They had been refusing to be interviewed since before he became their attorney. So that was an issue even before Brian Kohberger's arrest, them actually being interviewed and talked to get any sort of victimology on Kaylee whatsoever. They talked to a bunch of friends, and you know what those reports said for those friends? That Kaylee's relationship with her family was strained.
So do we have any camera footage from A&W showing them in the same location at the same time as he's alleging here? Just out of curiosity.
That Kaylee had to do everything on her own, that she never got any help from anyone. So when they constantly talk about how independent that she was, yeah, she's independent because y'all didn't give her a choice but to be. And we don't have anything that proves otherwise because they refused to be interviewed deeply. So he also just lied, which is so crazy because those hearings are out there. And he just did an interview with Christy on this thing called Strangers Conversation a few weeks ago, where they just talked about this and said that they were straight up refusing to speak to the police. You know what? Instead of running my mouth, I'm just going to pull it up. I'm just going to go pull that part up where he said that he just straight up refused. Straight up refused. Is it Stranger's Conversation?
What is that, Scully? What footage is that?
Yeah.
Fill me in on what's going on with the Idaho killer case.
Where did it go? Wait, is this the right one? Did they get... What is happening? Is this the wrong channel? Let me just type that part in. Hold on. Why can I now not find it? There it is.
Welcome to the Stranger Conversation.
This is their Strangers Conversation podcast. Yeah, give me the actual YouTube channel this shit came from. Okay.
Welcome to the Stranger Conversations podcast, where we explore the lives and lessons of those around us.
This interview has been out on this channel for a month almost, July 5th, 2026. This channel has 75 subscribers. And the interview only got 1,500 views. Like, that's wild. Okay, let me pull the transcript. Oh, God, what did Chris Whitcomb have to say now? Interesting. I don't even want to know because he's just going to piss me off. Okay, hold on. Let me pull up where they're talking about not being interviewed.
He's going to piss me off, too.
Okay, hold on. Let me share this now.
All right, I got my second one, guys. Hang in there.
At the start of the game, you can choose any shelter you want. But
Thanks for hanging out, guys, on Monday morning, Sunday night. Appreciate your time hanging out. Let's see what we got here for Jules.
That was watermarked, was all protected. Another thing that we've never given out on this whole dissemination order that I'll give it to you because it came to my mind at this time. Our lawyer, they wanted to interview us differently once the gag order was in. They wanted to interview us deeply. And my lawyer's like, well, Steve, if they do that, then the chances of you being included in the gag order are pretty much going to be triggered. You're not going to be able to keep talking. You're not going to be able to advocate for your child. You're just...
When the reality is they were already refusing to be interviewed, and Shannon Gray had to stand up and tell Judge in Latah County, they were already not talking to the police. They were already not being interviewed. Y'all were already not telling them anything. And this was whenever the Gonsalves family was fighting the gag order. That's when that happened. So I don't know why they're not really being all that honest, and they're trying to put all this on it. I don't know if what he's saying is even true, which I highly doubt. You going in and just talking to the police about your child would
This is another good take by Joel. Stop it, Rollo.
Stop you from being able to advocate for your kid. Like, what exactly did you think? What were you going to say? Like, what about them interviewing you about your family and to try to get information about Kaylee? Do you think would have turned you into some witness that would have made you, like, not be able to talk at all? Like, that's wild. That doesn't make no damn sense.
Said they'll answer questions, but to the point of they're not going to be witnesses because they didn't want the gag order to fall over. I told my lawyer, I want the ability to speak on behalf of my child. If anything comes to the point where they're going to put a gag on me, then they can't talk to me. And I had nothing to hide. It was just, you're not going to control me like an asset. I'm going to speak on my daughter's behalf, or I'm going to jail, one or the other. So, yeah,
Whoa, we're going to jail? One or the interesting.
We never got there. We got to the passwords. We got to usernames. They hit Olivia.
She's got a phone call here. Skid by that. It's probably Amazon. Got a package for you outside, Jules.
Okay, so now this is where they're going to start talking about the phone some more. She's going to say some weird shit about two-factor authentication that I really still do not understand when it comes to how she's describing it.
If anything comes to the point where they're going to put a gag on me, then they can't talk to me. And I had nothing to hide. It was just, you're not going to control me like an asset. I'm going to speak on my daughter's behalf, or I'm going to jail, one or the other. So,
but then he wanted to complain about why they were never telling him anything. That's exactly why they weren't telling him anything. Because every single time they did, or he got any little bit of information, he ran in front of a camera because he couldn't help himself.
Yeah, we never got there. We got to the passwords. We got to usernames. They hit Olivia up. Olivia got into the cloud ID. Like, Olivia hacked. It's fake. Like, we know the passwords.
I knew my sister's password on her Apple device, but it was two-factor.
But you didn't. The report about this literally states the Gonsalveses gave them 2 different codes for Kaylee's phone and none of them worked. And in the interview that Accomplished Date put out today from Jack Jakor, they were asking Jack for Kaylee's debit card PIN code because they thought maybe it might be the PIN code for her phone because they couldn't get into the phones. So how did you have her passcode for her Apple device, but the cops still can't get into it and the 2 codes you gave them didn't work? Make that make sense.
Olivia hacked.
Oh, and this hacked thing is I logged into my mom's account type deal.
It's fake. Like, we know the passwords.
I knew my sister's password on her Apple device, but it was two-factor authentication. So it would send a code to her device and they wouldn't. And still to this day, they've not handed over her phone because they.
So is that actually the Apple account? Because you logged into your mom's phone plan to get the text messages and the phone calls, according to what you said. So is this you actually logging into her actual Apple ID and it needing to send a PIN code to her phone that is off and not being able to get on the network? So they cannot let a phone that's in evidence get on the network because somebody could change something could update and they could lose information. Does it honestly matter too much in this case? I don't know really, but 8 hours that phone was on the network, and we already know that there was a situation. Was it LinkedIn or Indeed? See that? I think I said this the other day. One of them, it's either one. Dylan was on one that morning, and then one of them for Kaylee. There's issues that Olivia showed and talked about with Chronicles of Olivia from like right after the crimes, right after everything took place. So somebody was already going into their information. Somebody was already going into their information, into Kaylee's information and messing with stuff. So then they've also said previously in other interviews that they have like family passwords that they share. But the 2 PIN codes that they gave to the cops for Kaylee's phone were wrong.
Password on her Apple device, but it was 2-factor authentication. So it would send a code to her device, and they wouldn't. And still to this day, they've not handed over her phone because they say that they can't get into it. But regarding VICAP, and I apologize if I got that wrong. No, we've never ever heard that. We've never been familiar with that at all.
Because your dad,
you would remember, it's about almost 300 questions, and it's a deep dive in any information. And this has nothing to do with the gag order. There's no reason they wouldn't do that. The reason
I'm glad he said that. This has nothing to do with the gag order. So Steve coming out and being like, no, you're not going to make me an asset. I'm not going to be put under the gag order for you to talk to me about my kid. At least Cyree is like, yeah, no, that wouldn't have shit to do with shit. But nice try.
Can't get into it. But regarding VICAP, and I apologize if I got that wrong. No, we've never ever heard that. We've never been familiar with that at all.
You would remember, it's about almost 300 questions, and it's a deep dive in any information. And this has nothing to do with the gag order. There's no reason they wouldn't do that. The reason I'm asking is there's certain things that would come out in their normal pattern. Like, hey, if they ran to the convenience store, what convenience store would they run to? Is it kind of if they met friends or everybody was going, was there a place that they would converge? And this, we're getting back into the reliability of the GPS. So I don't want to get too far on a branch saying I know this happened, but.
And just in case you don't know, I thought it was maybe Olivia's, because that's what a lot of people were saying, but it turns out I think it's Christy talking in the background of Steve's video that you're hearing. She's on the phone or maybe doing an interview with somebody else. I don't know what she's doing, but you can hear her in the background.
There are multiple times that the device, Koberger's device, is in the area of the house, and then it moves to the parking lot of that A&W root beer. At the same time, multiple residents of the house go to the A&W root beer. So there's times where I can actually see that, and that to me, that's what we call a collision. It's one thing to have devices in a general area, but when we see the 2 devices track together to a point and then track back, that's incredibly telling. So
So the map right here shows. I need to pick this over here separate. Hold on.
Need a loan, but your credit looks like this? Simple Lending helps people just like me find real solutions.
We got a copyright from one of those stupid.
This A&W is actually closer to where we believe Ethan's apartment was. So here's King Road right here. The A&W is right here, and some people are like, okay, well, he's vegan. Why would he go to A&W? Because, people got to be smartasses. For one, the A&W is connected to a gas station. I pretty much know everyone has a gas station or some sort of convenience store that they frequent more often than others. So for them to have left their house and came down to the A&W gas station for really anything wouldn't be a big deal. There's beer in there. There's vapes in there. There's cigarettes in there. There's food right next door. There's gas for whenever they're going somewhere, whatever. Okay. Everybody usually has like see how they also did this, which is so crazy because we know that they did this to King Road. Like everything is so freaking old, but then they did that here. And that's just wild. It's all screwed up. But it's interesting that he's trying to say that he can say that Koberger's phone puts him in the area of the house at the same time that some of the victims are at the house. And then at the same time, they are then driving down the road and going towards the A&W gas station at the same time. And then collectively at the same time, going back to King Road. So everyone's hanging out here. And everyone gets in what I'm going to assume with the way that he's describing it. He wants us to believe it's 2 separate cars driving down Taylor Avenue and then coming down to the A&W into the parking lot right here. The problem I have with that is, again, not only in his damn report is this what he is claiming, okay? between June 22nd, 2022 and November 13th, 2022, where Mr. Koberger's mobile device, he's unable to locate. Okay, let me read the whole sentence. I am unable to locate any period of time between June 23rd, 2022 and November 13th, 2022, where Mr. Koberger's mobile device is in the same specific area as any of the deceased mobile devices. But then he goes and says what he just said.
Come on, bro. Are you hearing this?
No association with Mr. Koberger and any of the decedents or the residents. But he just connected them both. He just said he's at the house at the same time.
He's at the house. He's
they
in
both
the A&W.
Collectively
I really wanted to
go to the gas station
and
then go back at the same time. Where's the footage?
The thing where she, Lana talks about Cyree as a homicide detective and is lying. In that case, unfortunately, I couldn't find it. With all the lives that Lana does, it's difficult. I know it was at the beginning of something, but we'll close out on this, guys. Here, let's do that.
If this happened so many times, because he just said that this happened several times.
Yep.
If this happened so many times, where's the footage?
Right.
Of them being at the gas station? I'm sure they have to have it, right? If he's going to try to say that it happened so many times. Where is it?
Idea that nobody had kind of, they met friends or everybody was going, was there a place that they would converge? And this, we're getting back into the reliability of the GPS. So I don't want to get too far out of breath saying I know this happened, but there are multiple times that the device, Koberger's device, is in the area of the house, and then it moves to the parking lot of that A&W root area. At the same time, multiple residents of the house go to the A&W root area. So there's times where I can actually see that, and that to me, that's what we call a collision. It's one thing to have devices in a general area, but when we see the two devices track together to a point and then track back, that's incredibly telling. So the idea that nobody has come back to you guys and said, "Hey,
changing your fucking story over and over and over and over, bro."
Oh, I will say this.
Twist, really?
For those who want to say that this is real, let's put it this way. I don't know why the state would want to hide any connection between Koberger and the victims if there was one. That's number one. But number two is that nothing in this case makes any sense. And if the reason that maybe Brian and somebody in that house might have a connection, if there is one, maybe it would do more harm to the university and the reputations of certain other people, places, things, societies, than the truth is worth. That's possible. It's possible.
That's a great question, Rochelle. What was the reason that she wasn't able to finish or do her teaching internship? All right, Liv, you're the best. We'll have you on the next August 17th. I'm back on StreamYard and I'll have guests again. I'll have panel again. So please plan on being on that show with me, okay? Thank you. I appreciate it. And have a great night, dear. All right, guys. We're at 4:34,
we don't know what the hell's
guys.
going on here.
Not to chase anybody away.
But we also know there's been a lot of rumors about certain things. And I in no way am saying that he relapsed, because there's no proof of that whatsoever. But some people could theorize, if this was going on beforehand and then they're trying to say, oh, suddenly he just stopped going to Moscow. Dealer spot. Some people are questioning if that's a possibility because of the stuff with Xana. What we've been hearing about what goes on in her room, what her room is known for. We know that Olivia came out, Miss on the screen right here, in one of her very first interviews and said it's a party house. We've heard the stories. This is not something that is just being made up. It's literally coming from hours and hours and hours and hours of interviews and reading documents and listening to what people are saying about this area and what was happening. A lot of people also think that there's a big reason why the 8-hour delay
welcome in
could be because they were trying to figure out where to put certain things in or out of the house, most likely out, before cops showed up.
Such to say, I found a screenshot of what was posted about Kaylee, her Extreme Networks, and it was an internship, right? Internships, pop freaking peanuts, if they, or pay peanuts, right? If they pay it all, right? And where was her money coming from? We heard tonight, Sausage and Biscuits, that she was getting shout outs from the CEO, which I found unusual. Very large amount of money flowed her way in 1 year to be an intern. Correct. Yes, very good take. Thank you.
Because of what could have been held in that house. There's a lot of people with those theories. I didn't really want to entertain that kind of stuff, but you don't know what the hell was going on. We just know what we've seen on social media when it comes to everyone. We only know what we've seen on social media. We only know what we're being told by the police, and so far it seems like everything that we were told is a lie. So you have to, in a way, start questioning pretty much all the things, okay? And again, I'm not saying that he did. There's no proof that he has ever relapsed since he got clean or anything. And weed is legal where he is at in Washington, right? Like that's where Floyd's is. So it wouldn't be for that. That'd be dumb. But I don't know. That's the only other reason I can maybe think is maybe there's a connection there that would be worse. And it would also hold a lot of weight to why we ended up where we are in a plea, because in trial, that kind of information would probably come out if it has anything to do with anything. So then we still have to question, okay, what would have been the story if we would have went to trial? Would the state have still said all the things that they're claiming? Or would we hear more stuff like this? You know, he was over there 5 times picking up whatever and he would drive to the gas station and pull.
Well, I mean, no offense, bro, but he's literally contradicting himself in these interviews. What you're believing, I don't know. Why you're on the Cyray team, I don't know. What jumped you on that bandwagon, but buddy, he is literally talking out both sides of his mouth, bro. Just saying.
Money at the ATM. We don't freaking know.
And it's not the first time he lied. Like I said, in that when he was a homicide detective in Arizona, he did the very same thing. Lana read the reports. I'd be happy to find it. We're going to have to do it on the next one, though, because it's getting real late here. We already lost Liv, folks.
But now people are questioning this stuff. So that's a scenario, because there's not one to me that points to
just trust the science,
him
Robert.
being
Trust
all murdery. That's just not the case. Could there be another reason? Could there be a reason why there could be a connection and they're hiding it? That's the only one I can think of. And him having a sort of connection like that would also kind of explain some sort of transfer trace situation that they don't want to really explain in any other way. But those are just possibilities. We don't know what the hell is happening. And that's why this PCR thing needs to eventually domino into, we need to go to trial. Kohberger is not trying to just willy-nilly get out of prison. He is saying, bring back the freaking death penalty, bring it the F on, let's go to court. This was bullshit. I was lied to. I was threatened. This is insane. Let's get this started. Let's get where we were. And that's really smart. Because it's further proof. It's been proven now. It's been brought out in court. Nobody can question it anymore. You've heard everything. All the cards are out on the table.
If you've got stucco in Florida, here's the problem. Once cracks form, moisture creeps in and mold and algae take over, which is...
That's what needs to happen. That's what needs to happen. For sure.
About the A&W or some of the other friends is it's just mind. So I can't agree with you enough. It needs to be changed. That's why I took this case. Is I'm hoping
right there is a lie. Also, that is not why you took this case. You took this case because you were brought in by somebody who saw the corruption. You saw it yourself. That's what brought you in. Now you're making it something that it wasn't.
and any pain and trauma that I've caused you guys, I can't apologize enough.
Well, you know, just because you're up their ass now, you have to apologize. I mean,
Sincerest respect and condolences on this thing. I couldn't imagine being
in his apology here and his apology at the end, he doesn't look at the camera. He looks away the entire time and rolls his eyes halfway as he's talking. He does not mean.
I definitely got T-boned. I'm not going to get into it.
This apology at all. This is so not sincere.
Let's talk about the
Watch
AEW
this
or
one
some of the other
and watch
friends.
the later one.
It's just mind-blowing. So I can't agree with you enough. It needs to be changed. That's why I took this case. I'm hoping in any pain and trauma that I've caused you guys, I can't apologize enough. My sincerest respect and condolences on this thing. I couldn't imagine being in your guys' situation. And now it obviously coming full circle back. But at the same time, when I first looked at this case, my initial thought was this can never be the standard investigation that we see on cases. This can.
Actually, his initial thought was he came into this case already thinking Kohberger was guilty, while demanding that anybody trying to talk to him about this case has to have an open mind to Kohberger being guilty, or he wasn't going to have the conversation. But he came into this as biased as you possibly could be. Doesn't want to talk about fog lights, doesn't give a shit about like anything else. Will talk about all of the problems and complain about all of the problems. Will literally state in his report that this is the most chaotic investigation he's ever been a part of. And then this is still what's happening. This is the weirdest shit. Like I said, he's going through a midlife crisis, and as was proven in the last live, I'm so mad that that's gone. Oh my God. I just remembered that that's gone. Somebody emailed me and was like, you remember what you said about a little red Corvette if he's having a midlife crisis? And he actually does have a little red Corvette, and it was his like border photo on Facebook from like 2024, which is after he took this case. And I was like, oh shit. Oh man, that sucks. That's gone.
Never be acceptable. Brian and I were talking before you guys jumped on. After the plea deal, I actually, and against the defense, Ann was incredibly upset with me for doing this. But I've created a 1 day debrief that I've been going around the country for free, providing to law enforcement. And for you guys, hopefully this helps a little bit. We've had an incredible response from law enforcement.
And notice how he prefaced with, and Ann is so pissed at me for this. Sure.
Going around the country for free, providing to law enforcement. And for you guys, hopefully this helps a little bit. We've had an incredible response from law enforcement. The service you guys got on this case, the average law enforcement agency is appalled by. Since November, when I started teaching this course,
they're appalled by everything that law enforcement did. Everything. And yet Cyray jumps ship with them because they're the right. It's just mind-blowing, bro.
We had 300 agencies throughout the United States attended. So it's resonating. We're getting a lot of endorsement of, yes, we need to change these things. But it's really interesting to look at that and just how much fell through the cracks on this case.
So I have a quick question, and I hope that it comes across the right way. So my question is separating the murders and the burglary from the stalking.
This is so weird right here.
And as we know, the state never picked up stalking charges, but the FBI currently still has an active investigation.
That was new. What do you mean? What do you mean? Yeah, I'm glad you actually said something. So you're going to see a lot of Olivia's chest in this. She has on, I don't know what the hell, this white shirt thing. And then her inside shirt is like a spaghetti strap, like a tank type shirt, but it's like lace. So it's got no structure. And I don't think she's got a bra on. And so you're going to see like a lot of cleavage lines and like her bare chest right here a lot as she moves around. I don't know what the hell made her think this was a good idea, but you could see quite a bit of it. When the damn thing is full screen. I didn't notice that until we were live and like watching some of it, and her hair kind of like moved out the way. And I was like, God damn, what did you do that for? Why would you come on camera talking to this man and this other man on live TV with your shirt like that?
Of course, she wants to allure Cyray, and we see at the end of the thing, I don't know if Jules notices it, that she actually has a wardrobe change. It's crazy, dude. Crazy. Oh, dude. Why do you think, dude? She's a married woman. She's a married woman that allegedly beats up her husband, so whatever. She's the one in charge.
That's freaking wild. Yeah, it's yeah.
And as we know, the state never picked up stalking charges, but the FBI currently still has an active investigation.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell
Do
she's talking
you
about.
think that some of those things were not picked up by the state?
I didn't even pick up on the moving around part. That's a good catch by Jules.
Because of this separation, or do you think that
yeah, and her dad. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, no shit. That's the worst freaking part, honestly. Yeah, something happens here and there's like a cut, and then they come back and she's got a green shirt on that's like completely covered. And I was kind of like, why is there a cut right there? I didn't notice any other cuts. That people said they saw a couple other cuts. I didn't see any other cuts. That's the first one that I noticed. But I bet you that's why. I bet you it's because there was a malfunction and her shirt opened too much and they had to cut. That's probably exactly what happened.
this would have been something that would not have driven a charge or would not have been evidence of a charge that they were not actively pursuing?
Yeah, this FBI thing is new.
I am guessing. This is my opinion of things that I've seen. I'm happy sharing this opinion to whoever, but there's a lot that needs to be filled in for it to land. Of where I say 100%.
What's he talking about, bro?
This is what's happening. I'm about 90% here. They back themselves into a corner, into a no-win situation, because the problem the FBI has with stalking right now is they cannot prove stalking in the work product that they do. It'll never hold up in court. In fact, I don't think a federal prosecutor would even take the case. So that's why we haven't seen the FBI proceed with that. Does the FBI have information right now, or potentially the ability to go get information to prove that case? 100%. But their problem that they have.
Tell me what that would be.
Well, it'd be that mobile advertiser ID. It would be mapping all of the AT&T records and looking at the pattern of life of Brian over 6 months, where we see these routine travel patterns. We can see where he's going, what he's doing, how long he's stagnating there.
The same 6 months where he says in his report, and I'm not going to share it. I'm just going to read it because I've shared it already. I am unable to locate any period of time between June 23rd, 2022 and November 13th, 2022, where Mr. Koberger's mobile device is in the same specific area as any of the deceased mobile devices. I am unable to identify any patterns that would be consistent with Mr. Koberger frequenting locations also frequented by the deceased. No connections between Mr. Koberger and the decedent's or the decedent's residence. The exact verbiage used by the state is the exact verbiage.
I mean, how many times do we have to have it pointed out, bro? Scully, jump ship, bro. Please, man. Yeah, Dead President's a good movie.
That's used in, well, not the exact, but pretty freaking close. Like, actually freaking almost perfect to each other. The state and Cyray, Thompson and Cyray, literally both said the same thing. So he's saying this shit while his report in January that he just talked about says the opposite. The one that was filed to the court under oath says the opposite.
But their problem that they have.
Tell me what that would be.
Well, it'd be that mobile advertiser ID. It would be mapping all of the AT&T records and looking at the pattern of life of Brian over 6 months, where we see these routine travel patterns. We can see where he's going, what he's doing, how long he's stagnating.
Does Cyray have a neck tattoo? No.
There. Understanding pattern of life is everything for this case. The problem.
Oh, here we go. Oh, man. Okay. I might as well keep going with it.
On the FBI.
Huh? Oh, like on the thing? Yeah, but he still shouldn't be flip-flopping what he has to say. His testimony is his testimony is his testimony is his testimony. Yeah, and now BK and Brian out of nowhere. Now Brian and Maddie literally out of nowhere. Out of freaking nowhere.
Has is to make that stalking case, they're going to have to disclose or discover new evidence that never came out from the state of Idaho. And now you have these competing cases where you have a case that allegedly went through the entire process of discovery and never produced the evidence that's needed. And now for a federal case to all of a sudden say, oh, by the way, here's this other evidence. They've painted themselves into a corner that they can't explain.
Yeah, no, I get it.
I feel like there's two discoveries because I've actually heard almost everything that you've said already. That he was in that house, even waited in certain locations for like extended periods of time of no movement.
Celebrite didn't find anything.
This wasn't the only house that he stopped. There was like a loop that he was following, and there was a couple other places that he basically stood still for a certain amount of time. Just telltale signs that this person wasn't shopping, and they cross-correlated to bank records and the ATMs and all that stuff. They had some stuff, the basic old school investigations they had down, but the
basic old school investigations where they cross-examined transactions and video surveillance from stores and all that other shit. The only thing it ever came close to was that Bethany Funk and Brian Koberger went to the same Target in Moscow on the same day, but hours apart, and that was it. They weren't probably even thinking about the store at the exact same time, much less at the store at the exact same time. Like, that's another crazy thing is that months after Cy Ray's report was submitted, we then had the motions in limine, where we had these ginormous ass lists of video camera footage and transaction histories in different stores, receipts for certain things. And the majority of all of that the state was going to submit all got removed too. It either was blank, it had information in a folder for, let's just say, Target, but it was actually Ross's information, but Ross's information was completely blank. There were stores that literally were just blank, like they didn't even have any proof that anybody even went to those stores. They had like purchases from Murphy from the PetSmart and stuff like that too, just like random. And stuff that really didn't hold a lot of value. And just, side note, the craziest part about the self-authentication record fight was the DoorDash stuff. Because they told us that they didn't have Xana's records. They only had Ethan's records. But yet they produced us that very first receipt that showed the address and the geolocation that showed it was the backslider. That was where it was supposed to be, wherever the geolocation is for the house is like the backslider area. Not technically where it got dropped off. That's just like the geolocation for the address itself. But then Moscow police releases via FOIA the DoorDash information. And holy shit, it's Xana's receipt. Well, y'all just told us in court before the plea that you didn't have Xana's receipts, that you only had Ethan's account information. So where did this come from? Because that's not what you just told us. And if you only had Ethan's again, how did you give us this original receipt in the courtroom? There's 1,000 questions about that. Then you need to go even further and remember Ethan's phone was on the floor next to Xana. Xana's phone was on the bed next to Ethan in all the crime scene photos. So what's all that shit about?
That is one of the problems with this case is that every answer gives us 1,000 more questions. We can't, it's like you're running in place no matter what. It just shows you this thing's a freaking psyop. Fuck with your head.
And we still don't know when Ethan and Xana even got home. Now, again, Cy Ray doesn't have Ethan's records, but he has Xana's records. He sure does. And even with Xana's records, he still can't tell us when they got home. All we know is that from Judge Hippler at 2:15, when the DoorDash is ordered, it's not ordered from inside the house. They don't tell us where she was, but it wasn't ordered inside the house. Not knowing where Xana and Ethan were is the reason why we went after the 11/12 footage, which we're still trying to go after because there's no audio in very important pieces, but we know that it exists. We just have to do all the hunting for them, apparently.
My urologist told me something about ED meds that you are not going to believe. I've been taking Viagra.
Okay, guy. You wanted that history, really.
This case is stressful, bro. This case is stressful.
Was almost like they outsourced it to the FBI, and then when the FBI were like, we're not so sure that
our discovery is your discovery or our investigation is your investigation, that there was these huge gaps in it. And when they went to go to make a case, it wasn't so clear. So as a father, I'm like, I'll fill in the gaps if I can, especially when it comes to technology.
But you're giving them false information that's not verified. And
It was an
eye
eye-opener. It was so frustrating to sit there with a guy who looks like Santa Claus who has his consciousness, his short-term memory on a piece of paper, and has no clue about technology, never will. And there's 4 lives in the bounce. It's just scary.
I couldn't agree with you more. And, this is a big problem with the FBI. The FBI has a habit of coming in on these cases. And where the problem happens is the FBI has access to things they can't get into court properly. They can't lay the foundation the way that state courts require. But they still proceed. The IGG, I will tell you, the investigative genetic genealogy on this case is overlooked at how impactful it was. As soon as they made the decision to go with investigative genetic genealogy, this case was doomed from an ethical perspective because they had to go outside of policy. They had to hide things. And now once they got the hit, you can see it clear as day. The rest of the investigation is, how do we hide the IGG? Because we don't ever want to talk about the way that, for me as an old school investigator, that drives me crazy is Brian Kohberger's vehicle and his name are setting in a report that entire time. All they had to do is follow up and get a sample of his DNA. If they would have done.
So we talked about this earlier when we went over the Netflix documentary, because they talk about the termination letter that Kohberger has dated for December 19th. Now, December 19th is also the date that Moscow PD got the call from the FBI saying, we've got a name. Brian Christopher Kohberger is the guy that you need to start looking into. According to Kane, when the call came in on the 19th, they were not told that it was from the knife sheath DNA results. They were just told a name from the FBI. And then the next day, they all got together and they watched the genealogy presentation on like a team meeting. Chief Jenkins from the WSU department over in Pullman, he's worked for both departments. He came out and did interviews and stated that while Brian's car was seen on the 29th, and while previous to that, it was queried in the computer because they were looking up vehicles that were similar and in, their system, they did pull up Brian's car. But on 11/27, Brett Payne from MPD sent out emails.
Can you imagine, though, what information we would garner from Kaylee's phone, that they've hid it so deeply and so well? If the G family did get her phone info, what they're keeping from us. Okay, so she didn't prove that it was her phone. Okay, that's an interesting take. I'll have to check that out. Let me see here. Going back. There's the face. Okay, and back
to several different police departments, including Pullman and WSU, telling them the make and model of the vehicle they were looking for. And Brian's car did not fall in the year range for what they were looking for. So Chief Jenkins has said 1,500 times, and this was something that we've also knew beforehand. This was mentioned in court, that the 11/29 situation was never turned in. So I don't know why he says this anyway, because this isn't just coming from Chief Jenkins. This was mentioned in the courtroom on record. We watched it happen. We heard it. We know that there's correspondence, not just in email about how this tip wasn't turned in. We saw this, but we didn't turn it in, and this is the reason it didn't fall under whatever. It's not going to be in a report anywhere if it wasn't sent in. It was looked up. Yeah, they saw it. Okay, cool. It's in the history in the WSU computers that it popped up during a search. But what report would have been written up if it wasn't sent in? That doesn't make any logical sense. That doesn't work. So I don't know where he's getting this from. We know.
Yeah, there's definitely. She was trying to get out of there one way or the other, whether she had already left the house, or whether she was coming back to the house. That remains unclear at this point, Sausage and Biscuits. But yeah, Bethany was definitely geared up to go, and she just wanted to go home for Thanksgiving. That's all that mattered. Didn't matter that her 4 roommates were dead at all. She's not going to stick around. She's not going to come back to give any information or any help to it. It's crazy.
What we were told, we know that we've been questioning a lot of this stuff for a long time. And he is now somebody who's claiming to have seen information, coming out here and saying stuff opposite than what was already said in the courtroom. Like, Ann Taylor talked about this. Ann Taylor talked about this. So are you coming out here now and saying that Ann Taylor just lied in court? That the officers in the emails that are talking about this situation are lying in the emails? Because we also have Brett Payne's instant messages that just got released over on Connor's channel. And he's speaking to several different people in several different departments and asking them all kinds of questions for like several different dates. And then we get to 12/19. And while he's asking about a Hyundai Elantra early on the morning, it comes back to people that don't have K as a last initial. It's like vowels, okay? E's and O's and R's and shit. Okay, I know R's not a vowel, but you know what I mean. E's and O's. Like, it's not Coburgers. And then later on in the day is when Brett Payne starts to try to get a hold of somebody over there that's in charge to talk to them about the phone call they just got with Brian's name. What report, Cyray? See, he said this over at the Custody Queens. And I don't know what he's talking about. And yeah, there's probably reasons why they would maybe want to hide a car that matches the description being over there, because we know they were just dealing with a sex scandal right whenever all this stuff started. The previous sex scandal that caused a bunch of problems for them just ended. So WSU themselves also had reasons to maybe not be so honest about things. But the truth of all of it, for what the public knows now, let me preface it like that. For what the public knows now, WSU never turned the information in because it didn't fall into the criteria. That's been said by the chief of police. It's been said in court by Ann Taylor. It's been showed in documents. It's been showed in emails. It's prefaced and insinuated in the conversations that we're looking at in the instant messages. What are you talking about, Cyray? What report? This is not something he can just come out here and say and not expect a little bit of pushback, because there's 7 different pieces of evidence that say otherwise.
Good boy. Now sign this divorce paper. My daughter is remarrying someone who doesn't smell like...
So much to chew on, man. What a great chat this has been. Really, really glad to have you guys. Thank you so much for being here.
Produce it, please.
On that, and stop trying to rely or over rely on this technology of the IGG produced. I think this is a completely different case, but they crossed the line with IGG. They knew they crossed the line, and everything we see after that is nothing more than a smokescreen trying to hide what actually happened to identify him.
I'll go a step further and be careful with this. I wish my lawyer was here. The IGG was done in a scripted fashion of it works. We know how it does. It went, they told me, the people that I've been around said, if we get it tossed out, it led to the dad. It never led to BK.
It's really horrible the way that they say that the ends justify the means, especially coming from Cyray. With the way he's picked apart this case, it's really one of the more horrifying things I've heard, and my ears practically bled the first time I heard him say it.
And that's by design. It never goes to him. It goes to his father in the trash, established law, and then we got a warrant, and we got the cheek swab. We got it down. IGG is not going to ever be in court because it's a tip, and this is established.
Now, this is also crazy because we've heard this the whole time. It's a tip, it's a tip, it's a tip. It's not. The FBI guy who worked this case, Ed Jacobson, he's not the IGG department for the feds, okay? But he worked this case. He worked the scene. He helped with canvas. He helped this case. He worked in this case. He's like one of the few ex-feds that actually have worked the cases that they talk about. He spoke in the Amazon Prime one. He might have spoken in the Dateline one. I don't know for sure. But he did speak in the Sundance one, and he spoke in this Netflix one. In the Sundance one, the FBI agent Ed Jacobson calls the IGG an investigative lead. He doesn't call it a tip. The FBI guy himself calls it an investigative lead. That's what we have said this entire time, that we felt that it was, or at least those that agree with me, I guess I'll put it that way. Because the FBI was assisting with every part of this case. The FBI did the Amazon stuff. The FBI did the car ID. The FBI did the forensic downloads. The FBI handled the arrest. The FBI handled everything in Pennsylvania. The FBI handled everything. The FBI had their hands in every aspect of this case. And FBI agents were already going to be coming in and testifying. So why could we not have had one of the actual scientists that works for the FBI lab in Los Angeles, that according to Leah Larkin is where this was done, why couldn't one of the IGG people from Los Angeles come in and do the testimony? Oh, wait, because they broke a bunch of rules. And even though it's constitutionally unimportant that those rules were broken, they were still broken, and therefore a regular human juror.
The thing that the military doesn't use is the touch DNA, and to use the touch DNA through the IGG was against their policy. To use the IGG with MyHeritage and the other one that they used, and then they took it over themselves because they weren't getting the results they wanted. Somehow the size of the sample doubled, and then they used AI to fill in the blanks. So use your own imagination on that. All right.
Is going to sit there and be like, yeah, that's shady. Why are you breaking the rules when you know better? This isn't okay. There's a problem here. And that's when everything started being rewritten. That's when the reverse engineering really started, because they had to figure out what to do from there. But all of this mess trying to say, oh, they would have had him without the IGG. They would have gotten there already. Where? There was not a single tip that had anything to do with Brian Kohberger in all the thousands of tips that were submitted prior to them getting to the 19th. Not even anything that didn't have a name, but maybe even sounded a little bit like him. Nothing.
Well, I mean, it's the exact opposite, Rui. They're using this case as a catalyst to keep the FBI as involved in the case, so they don't have to answer any questions and provide any discovery to the defense. And also, they're using companies like Cellbrite and the Othram Labs, which did absolutely nothing to make it look like this was their golden horse, their golden pony, catalysting them into now government contracts across the world from here to England. So it's just the opposite, unfortunately.
How do they possibly think they would have gotten to Kohberger without this IGG fiasco? There's no way. There's no way.
Warrant, and we got the cheek swab. We got it down. IGG is not going to ever be in court because it's a tip, and this is established standard, and we're not.
How many cases is IGG mentioned in court just fine? Serial rapist in Boston, Long Island serial killer, Zodiac killer, where it was first introduced, right? Like, come on. What is the problem? Was it the Zodiac or the Golden Was it the Golden Gate or the Zodiac? It was one of those
Golden
two.
State,
One of those
Golden
older
State.
serial killers is where the IGG first got started. I know we read about it in CC Moore's article, but honestly, I never followed any of those cases, so they don't stick to my brain. I'm sure somebody remembers. But IGG is in court all the time. Genealogy, familial DNA is used in court for testimony. It's used a lot. So people talk about it in court. It's not something that's done in every single case and then never talked about in a courtroom. That's not how that works. Steve, that's crazy.
Come on.
Also not a tip. If you are contracted with the police department, if you are doing investigative work, if you are working an active investigation and you come up with an answer to a question that the investigators have on your team and now you have your answer, that's not a tip. Ed Jacobson is correct. That's an investigative lead. Golden
Gonna
Gate.
let a little
that guy.
podunk Moscow make court law or state law or any kind of law. This is never going to get into a courtroom because we have these established practices, and that is what it is. And you know, if you call a tip on a black SUV that you've seen that has some kind of explosives in it and something, and you want to give that tip, well, that doesn't go into court either. So
weird.
I get where they're going with it, and the greater good. I'm just a dad trying to make sure that my daughter in the system gets better, but I do see some red flags, and I know we had the right guy, and we just made it all difficult for everyone. We just made it so difficult for everyone because nobody knew what they were doing.
Yeah, and
And see how he's trying to blame little po-bunk MPD? The FBI stepped in on Monday. Ed Jacobson is the one who approached Chief Fry that Monday, and it started assisting. The FBI touched everything. Why does he keep trying to pretend like they didn't have unlimited resources? It's not that they didn't know what they were doing. They knew exactly what they were doing because it was done intentionally. And he can't sit there, Mr. Up Top, and start pretending like that's not the truth, because that word right there is in his report probably 50 times. Exculpatory evidence was intentionally omitted, intentionally concealed, intentionally withheld. Those are really strong words.
And we just made it all difficult for everyone. We just made it so difficult for everyone because nobody knew what they were doing.
Yeah, and go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, I think it's difficult for people to grasp that we can stand behind his guilt, but not understand or agree with everything that the prosecution and state did.
You don't agree with anything
And it
they
makes
did.
it difficult for us to be put in a position where we are having to defend the state's case that we don't fully understand. And there's a lot of missing pieces for us. And that's the only way that we can justify his guilt. So it puts us in a difficult position of being like, man, you guys are really making us.
But that's also crazy because the state is giving you and telling you exactly what they don't have. And you're taking your unofficial information from a source that's hijacking it for $30,000 and using that as your Bible on this case. There is nothing in evidence at all. The document.
In case anybody's not familiar with what she's talking about, I guess they went to some private company and asked them to do some investigation. They said they had the answers, but they would only give them up for $30,000. That's what she was talking about before. I kind of missed that. Now I remember her.
Documents prove that. The state has proven that. They've already said that. So no. You cannot sit there and say that you like this is an issue for you. How can you? I mean, I understand that it's an issue for you, but there's no way that you can sit there and be that naive. You're going based off of your father's shadow dragon experience. What else could you possibly have? Now they're completely like fueled up because of this guy coming out here and being dishonest. I know that they can read. Olivia has at least taken the initiative before to meet with the state and try to get some answers. She left with more questions. Her own words, not mine, but typical in this case.
Look, Twiz, it's funny because the ad that's popped up over here is Inception. I just thought that was funny. Anyway, all right. That's Twiz's favorite movie, by the way. Other than Big Destiny.
What the state produced to you is no connections, no evidence, no nothing, and you're grasping on to the first person, literally the first person who's going to feed you your story back to you, is how I feel like this is what's happening here. Because everything that he's trying to like come out here and say is the same shit that Steve has been trying to come out here and say this whole time about, oh no, I want to see what window he was looking at. I want to know why he was parked here for this amount of time. Where the hell are you getting this from? There is no way in shit that Steve would have ever had access to anybody's phone records like that. There's no way. So this is weird. It's like Cyree is feeding him his own story. It's very strange.
Fight for your work that you did that you yourself won't stand behind. That's a conversation that we have a lot as a family.
Like Cyree did work. He put it to a piece of paper. He filed it to the courtroom, and now he's coming out here and giving us a complete 180.
Yep.
Isn't that the same thing? You're praising him for doing it.
There's a lot of missing pieces for us, and that's the only way that we can justify his guilt. So it puts us in a difficult position of being like, man, you guys are really making us fight for your work that you did that you yourself won't stand behind. That's a conversation that we have a lot as as
Like
I can imagine. And you know, Steve, with what you said, and I hate to put it in these terms, but it summarizes exactly what you said. The end result justifies the means, right? It doesn't matter how we get to him through IGG because we have all of these bailout plans that we feel we can protect ourselves.
And see, that's also a really crazy ass statement because the state, Nye and Thompson already said multiple times, and it's remained the same, that the DNA on the sheath was the weight of their case. So how can you sit there and say, oh, they knew that they could do whatever they needed to with the IGG because
science, trust the science, bro.
We had all these other things that we can go off of, all these other things that we could use. No, you didn't. The DNA was the strength of your case. Y'all said that yourself. Well, not you. I guess you now, but you weren't then back then, you traitor. So no, that's not true either. That's not true at all.
Time law enforcement takes the idea or the process or the methodology that the end result can justify the means, we're in trouble. Because what happened with that is they created the situation, they realized how impactful it was now, and now the next 4 months of investigation is nothing more than trying to hide what they did at the beginning. And that's why we see the phone records were never analyzed because they didn't need the phone records. The phone records for AT&T were nothing more than a smoke screen so that they could say, oh, look, we got this tip, we followed up on the phone, we found this, and oh, that led us over here. The phone records were never gathered as a true investigative tool because they already have the narrative written. And whatever aligned with that narrative because of IGG, they brought in, and anything that contradicted that narrative, they eliminated. A really good point on this is they committed in the first search warrant to Brian driving east on 270. Everything, and it repeats itself, on 50
Shots fired, Rolo. Shots fired.
different search warrants that he traveled east on 270. Brian Koberger was never on Highway 270 that night, ever. He took a route north of the airport. He actually crossed 95 north of Moscow, and then he dropped back down south on the east side of Moscow. And that's why he ends up on Indian Hills, is he actually came from the east. And he did that because he's smart enough to know about the cameras. What drove me crazy in this case is when you see him go.
Now, this is also wild. So this is where we're going to pull back up the maps. We did this before. We're going to do it again. So when he's talking, and I'm going to have to change everything I just did because I want the map bigger. Hold on a second. Hold on, let's see. Where's the thing? Okay. So when he's talking about where the travel
He's a liar
was,
in every field.
according
I
to
used
him.
to have a lot of respect for Cyril. I really did. And that has been...
Listen, I am all for doing my home.
Completely erased from what I found out. Hopefully you guys have seen the Lana Live where she talks about his history at the Arizona Police Department or whatever, or Arizona State.
He is trying to say that Brian went a road above 270 that goes above the airport. But again, he's not producing a damn map, you know, because of course not. So, hold on. Let's do it like this.
Again, show your work.
So here's Pullman. And here's 270 to Moscow, okay? So you have the airport right here. Is this the best way to do that? Hold on a minute. Traffic, no. Turning. What is happening? Transit. What is going on? I guess like this, I guess. I don't really know what the hell's going on here. Okay. There's a road that goes above the airport right here, like literally above the airport, like actually above the airport. But then there's 27 that can go up this way to the cemetery in Wayland and then go around. But he's basically trying to say that Kohberger took a route above 270 up north this way somewhere, went across 95, and then came down some way, because he's not being very specific. He's just saying that whatever road that he took after he crossed 95 plops down into Indian Hills. Well, Indian Hills is like, over here somewhere. Let's see, where are we at right here? There's the house. Indian Hills is right here. So he's trying to say that the road that he took plops down into Indian Hills. Well, I don't know what road that could have been. I don't know what road that could have possibly been. But he's saying that this is the way that he has noticed a pattern of Kohberger going this way when he goes towards Moscow. But he's not being, again, I don't know which road he means. Like, could he have gone up this way, up 27, and then gone over this way and came out right past the airport and then continued on? I don't know. I don't know. This is why I said if he was going to come out and talk, he really needs to be out here producing a map about what he's talking about, because there's different directions and different ways, and he's not being specific, and he's going against what he's already stated, and that's ridiculous.
100%, Jules. 100%.
To think that we're not going to, say something about how now you're backtracking. Like, that's insane. It's just actually insane.
Go back. And by the way, the reason he went south is he panicked. Dylan saw him.
See,
he
and
saw
now he's
Dylan.
just making up shit.
Reasonable minds would say 911 is being called. And you can see in the video when he leaves, he's leaving in a hurry. If he drives back that same route, he's driving towards where Moscow PD is responding.
See, right there, he brings it up. He just slips it right in there like we're not going to notice. And that car has, oh, man.
He's going to go right back towards the police department. So he has to go down south. When you look at 6 months worth of his records, he doesn't have activity down south. He doesn't know 95 south of Moscow. So he gets about 12, 13 miles outside of Moscow. He pulls over. There's a good gap there, which has always been a concern to me, where he sits there for probably 10 minutes.
A concern.
He powers his phone back on. He goes into navigation mode, and we see the route back.
It's crazy dark too. So the audience might not know what it's like out here in Idaho. You get out in that farm community, there's no lights. We don't have. It's dark as anything. Your headlights are all you have, and high grass. So it gets. If you're not prepared for that, you're not going to be able to figure out where you're going. And without a phone, if that's your primary source of navigation, you're driving around like an idiot, for a certain amount of time.
Well, then, like I said, we've got 6 months of records. I've got a mapping system. I can put everything in there and hit a play button, and I can watch his phone for 6 months going around the map. What you see that morning of him coming back to Pullman, you never see in the prior 5 months of records. That's the first time he's ever done that route. And then
I don't believe a thing he says anymore. All right, you Persia maniacs. My eyes are getting heavy. I pushed it, and if I get over 6 hours, we get very few replays. To be honest with you. So anyway, yeah, I'm super sleepy. Thank you, everybody. Make sure you touch some grass, get some shut eye. Have a great Monday. I appreciate you so much being here. We will do it again soon, and I will see you on the next one. Thank you for being here. Let's play us out with, let me see if I can pull up Scully's little link that he put in here earlier. Play us out with that, maybe. Where is that, Scully? Scully, put it in again. You might not be able to get to it here. Let's see what this is here, guys. Thank you again for being here, everybody.
This benefit is being kept from our senior population, but every senior homeowner has the right to know that it exists.
That's
if you're a senior homeowner, you're entitled to a brand new bathroom renovation for your home. No.
Brian was in that house. What? Are you sure? No way, that's impossible.
Wait, what house?
The one we were investigating. He was there. This changes everything. We need to go back.
What about the ping pong table? Why skateboard gun, way corn, rhyme free.
It never gets old, dude. Never gets old, Scully. That's a great one. Let me go to Scully's channel here real quick. Make sure you're subscribed to Scully, guys. You know he's my partner. I forgot to hit like. Sorry, bro. It's lives, no videos. Sorry. And we'll play us out with this. I don't want to just cut you off cold. After that amazing chat. I learned as much from the chat tonight. Probably more than I did from watching these interviews, for fuck's sake. Okay, guys, and here we go. Thank you. Have a great night.
The wood is polished. The air is thin. The record starts. Hitler sits where the ends begin. No color in the room, just shades of gray. He reads the script, he paves the way. A robotic hum, a hollow sound. We're sinking slow into the ground. The DNA on the sheet, the single source. The dark mechanical silent force. So the plea is a trap, a gilded cage. He's turning the leaves of a final page. Just a shadow, just a name. In the cold electric vampire game. Do you understand? The question drips. The script is frozen on his lips. Factual basis, the words collide. There's nowhere left for the truth to hide. The snap of the sheet, the print is there, hanging heavy in the sterile air. The lights reflecting the screen, caught in a ghostly dark machine. It's not a choice, it's a line in the code. Living down this lonely road. The DNA on the sheet, single source. Dark mechanical silent force. So the plea is a trap, a gilded cage. He's turning the leaves of the final page. Just a shadow,
motor in the cord. Let's get to the bottom of this. Every detail matters.
Hello.
Do you want to play with me?
Sure. You want me